If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 93. For these two people, one offers a reward of 24 million belly, and the other offers a reward of 29 million belly. There are a total of 53 million belly. Who will settle the bill, so I can hurry on my way? Logan pouted at Smoker and asked. Smoker shook his head, no. Hey? What do you mean, you're only willing to pay if I do something to that lovely subordinate of yours? Logan rubbed his chin, trying hard to imitate the lascivious appearance of those lecherous pirates. No, I mean, it's impossible to carry that many belly on a warship. Hearing that Logan was going to find Tashigi again, Smoker quickly explained. How much do you have? Logan asked. Smoker immediately looked at Tashigi and ordered. After a while, she came back from the cabin. Seeing Logan's handsome face, she blushed again. How many belly are there on our warship? Smoker asked straight to the point. Oh. Wait a minute. Tashigi took out a small book from his bosom, flipped through it, and replied, there are 12,730,500 belly in total. As long as he stands in front of Logan, Tashigi can't speak easily. Smoker looked at Logan, do you think the price is okay? Puff. Mr3 and Ms. Goldenweek spurted out blood at the same time. It's like they are being sold as a commodity. You can also see that they are unhappy, and they feel low when they look at it day by day. That's right. The bounties of me and the Miss Goldenweek is worth more than 50 million. How much do you look down on us if you take a little over 10 million? Although he have become a prisoner, but a prisoner must have the dignity of a pirate. Yes. At this price, I might as well feed the two of them to the sea to feed the fish. It's just a little over 10 million to scare people. Logan looked at Smoker, saying that the money is not enough to fool me. FK. Mr3 opened his mouth and looked at Logan with a confused look. He quickly looked at Smoker and shouted, ah! Captain Marine, I think Goldenweek and I are actually worth 10 million belly. Enough is enough, please buy us over. Okay. Logan scolded, and then said, since there are 12.73 million belly and 500, then you should make a down payment of that much. For the remaining balance, you can write me an IOU, sign it and press your handprint or something. Since there is not so much money on the warship, Logan can only do this. It's not convenient to always bring these two guys. What's more, with this IOU, the money cannot be lost. Even if he doesn't meet Marine base along the way, according to the future development, Luffy will go to Marine headquarters at least once. Logan thought about it, if the money has not arrived by then, he will ask Sengoku face to face. Live broadcast all over the world, seeing your big face, I'm so sorry that I don't give it to you. IOU. Tashigi opened his mouth wide, Marine wrote an IOU to pirates. Logan showed a puzzled expression, you owe me money, write me an IOU, what's the problem? Okay, it seems, it's okay. Thinking about it carefully, Tashigi seems to be unable to think of a reason to refute. Only. Smoker said unhappily, that can't be done. If you take the IOU to Marine base to ask for money, no Marine will give it to you. I mean, what will this do to my reputation if they found out? Oh, then you lovely beauty office, maybe I should talk to her alone. Logan didn't dare Smoker to talk nonsense, so he reached out and hugged Tashigi's waist. What? Caught off guard, Tashigi blush. Damn it. Here we go again. Smoker hates Logan now. But even though he was very upset to see Logan, he couldn't kill him. So. Enough. Smoker is going to explode. But he really can't help. Let's fight, he can't beat Logan. The key is that people still take advantage of it. I'll write an I.O.U. These words came out of Smoker's mouth, and the sound of some teeth being crushed could be faintly heard. After a while, the table, paper, pen, ink pad. All placed between Logan and Smoker. And the entire family property on this warship, 12,730,500 blows. I'll say it, you write it. Logan laughed. Smoker took a breath and said, say it. Logan thought for a while, then said, today, I will accept 2 pirates from Logan, the manga artist of the Straw Hat Pirates, Mr. As soon as he said this, Mr3 suddenly exclaimed, what? How do you know my name? The Ms. Goldenweek expression on the side is also very exciting, my name is also correct. What's the matter? As a mangaka, is it too much for me to have some information? MR3 were stunned. It doesn't matter at all, okay. Logan glanced at the two, and then continued to report, the total bounty is 53 million belly. The current bounty paid is 12,730,500 belly. The remaining 40,269,500 belly has not been paid. This is written in the name of Captain Marine Headquarters. Issue this IOU, so that Logan can claim back the remaining reward with this IOU at any Marine base. Just writing these words makes Smoker feel extremely humiliated. He couldn't imagine that when Logan took this IOU to a certain Marine base to ask for money, how the base chief of that Marine base would laugh at him. Smoker. But now, he had to write. Well, good. Sign it. And don't forget the handprint. Logan checked it and made sure there was no problem, so he put the IOU in front of Smoker. Smoker's molars were almost broken. He took a pen, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprints. Logan checked again, and then collected the IOU. Okay. Private affairs are over, now let's talk about business affairs. What do you mean? Smoker's face suddenly changed. The surrounding Marines also became vigilant. Is this guy going to start a killing spree? You old Smoker wants to deal with our Straw Hat pirates with all your heart, so I will talk about it here today. From today on, you can follow our Straw Hat pirates, but if you hurt our Straw Hat pirates' hands, then... Logan put his arms around Tashiji's waist again. Did you see that? The next time you try to hurt us, it will be the day I take her. Suddenly being teased by Logan, Tashiji almost cried. All the mistakes he made, you look for him. Why do you keep pretending that I want? What a nasty fellow. R. Smoker felt his blood pressure had soared to 999. I have seen unreasonable, never seen such unreasonable. With that said, Logan let go of Tashiji. It's settled. Hey. You can't just throw us to Marine. I don't want to be imprisoned in the Impel Down prison forever. After weighing the pros and cons, MR3 suddenly thought about it. Facing an existence like Logan who can run amok on a warship, it doesn't seem like Logan weak co-mapper to Mr. Zero. And he actually has terrible intelligence information. Such a person. Wouldn't it be a good choice to follow him? What's more, everyone is a pirate, and I am a devil fruit user, and MS Golden Week strength is not bad. He should be willing to accept us. Logan stopped. The hope in MR3's heart suddenly increased. He hurriedly said, we will hang out with you in the future, just wait for us. Then he winked at Ms. Golden Week. Ms. Golden Week said, let's join your pirate group. I can make tea. Logan came to MR3, fiddled with the 3 on his head twice, showing a playful expression, forget it, I'll give you a gift. You went to Impel Down prison to find a man named Buggy Pirate, hang out with him, you will have a bright future. For this name that has never been heard before, MR3 is a little curious. Buggy? Is it a very powerful pirate? Hearing the name, both Smoker and Tashiji reacted. Isn't it the East Blue pirate who you exchanged bounties with Marine after being captured in Logue Town? After all, Tashiji is good at document work. She has a good memory. She tapped her temples and asked doubtfully, but I remember, the bounty for that buggy is only 15 million belly, right? What? A reward of 15 million belly. MR3 frowned. Originally, he was still wondering who would be the one who could be remembered by a strong man like Logan, but when he heard Buggy's bounty offer, he immediately became angry. Asshole. Is it a sense of accomplishment to play tricks on me before leaving? Hehe, the opportunity is here for you, believe it or not. Within 3 years, Buggy is a name that scares even Marine. Well, goodbye, everyone. After finishing speaking, Logan picked up the big treasure box full of belly, and jumped out of the deck in one step. Ah! Be careful, you're about to fall into the sea. Looking at Logan's parabolic trajectory, Tashiji subconsciously shouted. Smoker yelled angrily, idiot. It would be better if he fell in. Oh, yes. Tashiji finally came to his senses. However, at the next moment, she exclaimed again, ah! That's... Jeppo. 11. Smoker was also shocked, damn. Why is he a pirate who has mastered 3 Marine 6 styles abilities? And each of them is so powerful. Yet, if only he could join Marine. Tashiji was thinking wildly again. At this time, the Marine gunner came up and asked, Captain, the Straw Hat Pirates ship is leaving, what should we do? Should we shoot it with cannons? Smoker glanced ahead, then at Tashiji. My heart is bitter. F King, F King, F King. Didn't you hear that bastard just now? If we dare to shoot their pirate ship, they dare to take Tashiju. Smoker slammed the table hard and roared. So what do we do now? The marine gunner asked. What else can I do? Retreat? Smoker yelled angrily. Chapter 94. 2 days later, the Straw Hat pirates arrived at Drum Island. This is a country of ice and snow. The mountains are covered with snow, and majestic high mountains stand on the vast land like the original wax statues. Seen from a distance, those high mountains are like pillars rising to the sky, with relatively flat land at the top, traces of human habitation. Wow! It's snow. It's really exciting. Luffy sat in his first-class seat, rubbing his hands excitedly. I'm so happy with so much snow. Sanji looked forward. Look! There is a river flowing out of the island. It's a waterfall formed by melting snow mountains, and then flowed down along the terrain to form rivers. Zoro leaned against the railing, watching the beautiful scenery of snow mountains, and murmured. Along the inland waterway formed by this waterfall, Going Merry slowly docked towards the shore. Hold on! Pirates! Suddenly, a stern scold came from the shore. Immediately afterwards, a large number of people came out of the dense forest. Hey! People! Luffy stopped being excited and looked in the direction of the crowd. They see the person in the front is the leader of the group of people. He looked at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates coldly. Pirates are not welcome here, get out of here immediately. Luffy said immediately, we're here for a doctor. Usopp also explained, yes. Someone on our ship is sick, and this person's state is very critical and needs immediate treatment. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, looking at these people calmly, feeling that things were a little difficult. Sure enough. We are not fooled. Such a stupid excuse, even if it's a lie, it's too is just a poor excuse. You shameless pirates, leave our land. Raise your anchor and get out. Or we will shoot and sink your ship. The faces of the people on the shore were full of anger, as if there was some deep hatred. Really? It's just the first time we met, why does they hate us so much? Sanji was a little upset, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Do you want to fight? Zoro's hand approached the hilt of the sword. Luffy also rolled up his sleeves. I'm not afraid of you, let's fight. On your marks. Seeing that the pirates did not listen, the people on the shore immediately raised their guns. In those hidden corners of the mountain, a large number of figures also appeared at this time, and many of them focused on weapons. Wait! At this moment, a shout came from the cabin door. Afterwards, Logan came out. Behind him, Nami and Kaya supported Princess Vivi together and walked out with difficulty. Oh? Do you think we will be fooled by you showing a weak woman to pretend to be sick? Among the crowd on the opposite side, Dalton spoke coldly. He wouldn't believe this kind of trick. However, as soon as he finished his reprimand, he heard Logan call out faintly, Dalton. As soon as these words came out, all the people on the ground became vigilant. The safety of the guns were all opened with a clatter. Especially Dalton in the front, his face instantly became solemn. You actually know my name. It seems that you are really shameless pirates who want to destroy this country. He raised his hand ready to give the order to fire. Logan said unhurriedly, Hey! Even if you don't believe in the character of us pirates, don't you believe in the character of Alabastus Princess? The arm that was about to swing down suddenly stopped. The princess of the kingdom of Alabasta? If it had been someone else, Dalton might not have remembered. But for Princess Alabasta, Dalton remembered her. That was several years ago. The World Summit every 4 years is held in Marie Joyce. Dalton had the honor of going to Marie Joyce with his king Walpole. During the meeting, when the host who presided over the meeting mentioned that the Revolutionary Army would bring harm to the world, Walpole showed disdain and said that it had nothing to do with him as he too lazy to listen. Cobra, king of Alabasta, therefore accused Walpole of being too selfish and only thinking of himself. As a result, after the meeting, Walpole deliberately knocked Cobra's young daughter to the ground to vent his dissatisfaction with Cobra. But just when Cobra was going to be angry at Walpole for knocking his daughter, Princess Vivi, who was only 6 years old at the time, said that she accidentally bumped into Walpole and immediately apologized to Walpole. Dalton was extremely impressed with this event. Because he knows that on World Summit, even a little bit of conflict is very likely to lead to war between the two countries. The reason why the young Princess Vivi did that was obviously to avoid triggering a war and affecting innocent civilians in the two countries. In contrast, Walpole, the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, was selfish. When the pirates came to attack the Magnetic Drum Island, he left the people alone and ran away with his guards. Even took all the doctors. The comparison of the two makes Dalton admire Alabasta's princess even more. At this time, Dalton was not surprised when he heard Logan say that the daughter next to him was the Princess of Alabasta. He looked at Princess Vivi. Although Princess Vivi has grown up, the resemblance between her brows cannot deceive anyone. In addition, Dalton was very impressed with the young Princess Vivi, and he confirmed at a glance that this is the Princess of Alabasta. It's actually you. After seeing Princess Weiwei clearly, Dalton was shocked, and he murmured, "Do you recognize me? You seem to be the guard behind Walpole." Princess Vivi was weak at this time, and the bacteria had spread very badly. She raised her head with difficulty, looked at it for a while, and her brows trembled even when she spoke. "It really is you. Quickly. Let them go ashore." This time, Dalton is absolutely sure. He immediately ordered everyone to disperse, and then said to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, "I'll take you to the village first, but if you are sick." Speaking of this, he sighed, "You came at the wrong time. At present, there is only one doctor left in our country, is the witch. We should not have gone to the village. Seeing the early confrontation, I can see that the people there hate pirates very much. Avoid misunderstandings. Just tell me where the witch doctor located, and we'll go find her." Although Logan knows that the witch Kurha lives in the castle on the top of the highest mountain in the middle, there is still a big difference between knowing it from the mangas and knowing it in reality. The simplest, there are many roads leading to that kind of mountain, not all of them will work. Moreover, what kind of situation you will encounter on the road is also different. What if there was a canyon halfway, wouldn't they be lost? Listening to Logan's words, Dalton thought for a while then nodded friendly, "Thank you for your consideration. Have you seen the highest mountain? There is a castle on the top of the mountain. That's where the witch lives." Usopp asked curiously, Hey. That castle looks like a place where the king lives." "Well, it was true before. It's just that there is no king in this country now, and the witch lives there, and no one says anything." Dalton replied. Sanji pulled out the cigarette from his mouth, poked his head to look at the highest mountain. "Why does she live so far away? Can you guys call her to come here?" Dalton immediately shook his head, "No, although her medical skills are impeccable, but she..." But he was only halfway through. Logan immediately interrupted, "Okay, just tell us how to get there. Our crewmate can't wait any longer." "Oh, sorry." Glancing at the weak Princess Vivi, Dalton also realized that he was wasting time. He pointed to a small path ahead on the right, "From here." With a thought, Logan took out the paper and pen. Dalton talked while he drew. Soon, a clear partial ground appeared in front of my eyes. "Okay. The road is here." Logan held the map, but frowned. However, the shape of the mountain is not easy to go up, especially Princess Vivi and Kaya are so weak. "I can carry one." Sanji volunteered to stand up, with little red hearts in his eyes. "If it doesn't work, I can carry one on my back and hug the other." Zoro rolled his eyes, "There's no donkey in the crew like you." "Ah! You bastard!" Sanji was furious, rushed over immediately, and wrestled with Zoro. "It's a pity that I don't have a flying card, or I can just fly up." Nami supported Princess Vivi, with a remorseful expression on her face. "Idiot, of course I can't blame you." Logan patted the top of Nami's head, and said, "Luffy and I will go there, the rubber fruit ability can help us overcome the last 10 straight cliffs." Upon hearing this, Luffy became excited, "Okay. I will take one." Not only can he help his friends, but he can also climb mountains. Such a good adventure. "Come on. My plan is, Luffy and I each carry one, and the rest stay on the ship. What do you think?" Logan looked at everyone. Bastard, why don't you let me do such a good thing?" Sanji yelled and was about to rush over. Zoro directly pressed the back of his head and pressed his face on the deck. "Idiot. What Logan said is the best solution. You will only become a burden if you go." "I also agree with Logan's plan." Nami pursed her red lips, handed Princess Vivi to Logan, and told Logan seriously, "Vivi's condition is already serious, be careful on the road." "Well, trust me, it'll be fine." Logan gave Nami a reassuring look, then turned his back to Vivi and said softly, "Come on." At this time, Princess Vivi had a high fever and was extremely weak. It was only with the help of Nami that she managed to stick it on Logan's back. "Logan, let's have a competition. See who gets there first." On the other side, Luffy had already carried Kaya on his back, bared his teeth, and jumped off the ship first. Haha! The game is on. Without waiting for Logan to disembark, Luffy happily ran away. "Take care of Kaya." On the deck, Usopp looked at the backs of Luffy and Kaya, feeling a little inexplicable in his heart. He also wanted to stand up and escort Kaya at this time, but he knew he couldn't climb that high mountain. "Asshole, let me do it. Give me Princess Vivi." Sanji desperately plead. Boom! Nami's fist falls. The whole world is quiet. She walked up to Logan and tightened Logan's collar. "Take care of Vivi, and take care of yourself." What a gentle little thief. Logan was moved, and without saying anything, he jumped off the ship and chased after Luffy. Soon after the four disappeared. A pirate ship comparable in size to Going Merry appeared at the entrance of the inland waterway. The pattern on the pirate flag is an iron-mouthed skull licking its tongue, with a crown on its head. It seems that another pirate is coming. On the watchtower, Usopp announced loudly. "What? Pirates?" Dalton instantly became vigilant, and he picked up the binoculars and looked over. "Not good. It's Wapol. He is back." Chapter 95. Ha 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 ha. "I saw a ship going straight forward from a long distance, and I didn't expect to find my way home after following it." The pirate ship of Wapol entered the inland waterway and blocked Going Merry. Wapol stood at the front of the deck, laughing. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to be a good person. Zoro looked at the pirate approaching slowly from a distance of less than 2 meters and said calmly. Dalton looked serious. "You're right. He was the previous king of our country. Because he was afraid of the pirates' attack, he fled with his guards and let the country be destroyed by those pirates." Although Wapol had left the island of the Drum before, Dalton couldn't feel at ease. Because Wapol can't beat those pirates, but he can beat the people of Drum Island. With his Devil Fruit ability, as long as he returns to Magnetic Drum Island, the civilians may have to live the days of being ruled by dictator again. For the record, we didn't know he was following us. Nami spread his hands to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. After all, judging from the degree of hatred these civilians have for pirates just now, a little mistake will cause conflicts. "I know. The person who can be with Princess Vivi won't be a bad person." Still staring at Wapol, Dalton answered Nami's words intently. "Hey! You traitor, why don't you kneel down when you see your king coming back?" Beside Wapol, a man with a long arm and a bow and arrow on his back jokingly questioned the people on the shore. This guy dressed in green and white interlaced, a bit like a clown, is the former chief of staff of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Chess. On the other side of Wapol, there is also an Afro man wearing boxing gloves and wearing an orange coat. He is the former affairs officer of Drum Kingdom, Kuromurimo. Both of them were staunch followers of Wapol. "Bastard! We don't recognize this cowardly king. Get out! You are not welcome here. Shameless villain, leave! You ran and raise a pirate flag, you are no king." Chess words immediately enraged the people on the shore, causing a burst of cursing. These idiots are disrespectful to the king. They really want to die. With that said, Jess picked up the 2-meter bow behind his back and drew it full. Swipe swipe. Instantly shoot 3 arrows. Take cover. Seeing this, Dalton yelled. Moo. His figure changed suddenly. Ox fruit model bison zoan fruit user. He rushed out without hesitation, using his body to stop the 3 arrow in mid-air. Puff puff. 3 arrows pierced Dalton like a spear, and shot him in front of the civilians. Chess laughed and said, "Look, Dalton, you're still the same. As long as I shoot an arrow at a civilian, you'll automatically cover them. That man is protecting the innocent civilian." Usopp saw the attack and said angrily. "Bastard! How dare you use such a despicable method?" Nami was also furious. "Lord Dalton! Ah! Damn Chess! He hurt Dalton! Protect Dalton!" The people on the shore raised their guns and shot at Wapol and others. "Hey! It's a bullet!" Wapol opened his mouth wide, swallowed all these bullets, chewed, "It tastes good." "Nanny? That guy ate the bullet. Usopp looked shocked. Zoro also twitched the corner of his mouth. Can that stuff be eaten? Bang dang! At this time, the pirate ship belonged to Wapol and the Golden Mary leaned against each other, and there was a strong collision. Ha ha ha! Double happiness today. Not only did I return to my own country, but I also got a nice pirate ship. Wapol said happily while jumping on the Going Mary. The pirate ship you mentioned shouldn't be our ship, right? Zoro lowered his figure slightly, and put his right hand on the blade. Isn't that obvious? As he said that, Wapol took a big bite and aimed the fence in Going Mary. Crunch! He ate a piece of fence into his mouth, chewed it, and it was gone. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly went blank. What's the situation? This man is eating ships? Smack smack the taste in his mouth, Wapol's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately bit towards the deck. Hey! Don't eat our ship! Usopp came to his senses at this moment, and hurriedly shouted. Everyone! Don't move! Master Wapol is eating, don't disturb Master Wapol's pleasure of eating. A large number of people from the Wapol Guard rushed onto the deck of Going Mary, pointing their guns at the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. Haha! Let's eat from the middle of the deck regardless of what was going on around him. Wapol opened his mouth wide and took a bite. But just when his mouth was about to hit the ground, a foot wearing only black shiny leather shoes landed on his face with precision. Enough is enough! Bastard! Sanji said as he kicked Wapol in the head. Sanji with the power of 8 inner gates exploded and opened the second gate. Wapol's body rushed into the sky with a bang with his head slammed into the distant mountain wall hard. Boom! Wapol's whole body is embedded in it. Sanji was depressed because he couldn't carry any of the girls, and it happened that someone came to find fault at this time. Angry at the king, because he failed to carry the beauty on his back. This terrifying kick directly kicked Wapol and broke at least dozens of bones. What? Master Wapol! You actually attacked Master Wapol, killed these bastards! The soldiers of the guards immediately pulled the trigger in their hands. Shield defense! With a small hand movement, Nami mentally communicated with the energy of the Claw card. The ability of the shield merged into her body, instantly forming an energy barrier in front of her, blocking all the bullets. If Bartolomeo were here, he would definitely shout, I am so honored to be able to do the same ability as Nami-senpai. The captain and the deputy captain are not here, and we keep encountering headache like this. Zoro shook his head slightly. He passed the energy barrier created by Nami and rushed towards the guard soldiers on the deck. Like a butterfly piercing through a flower, in the blink of an eye, Zoro's figure has passed by the guard soldiers and appeared behind them. Puff! 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 A series of wounds exploded blood on the bodies of these guard soldiers as if they were belatedly unaware. Ah! Bastard! Stop taking away my moment! Seeing Zoro clean up the enemies so handsomely and neatly, Sanji was very upset. He took a puff of his cigarette and posed a pose, but it's okay, I took down the biggest one of them. Stupid, the one you kick seems to be up again. Zoro curled his lips. Although he doesn't like to argue with others, Sanji is an exception. If you always compare yourself to him, then it's better than him. Sanji's pose is awkward. He took a closer look, and saw that Wapol had been rescued by Chess and Kuromurimo on the deck of their pirate ship. Then they saw a group of doctors in white coats clattering out of the cabin of Wapol pirate ship. The operation start. Knife. Stop the bleeding. Bones saw. Apply medicine. Stitch. Operation complete. While everyone was stunned, Wapol, who had been crippled, passed through the hands of these people for a while, and was revived on the spot with full blood. Ah, this. Usopp's mouth was opened to the back of his head, and he pointed to Wapol in front of him, exclaiming incessantly. Even such a serious injury can be healed in an instant, no wonder Logan said that this country had such medical wonder. Nami also took a deep breath, shocked by such medical skills. Then, she thought of something again, and said angrily, the kin turn these doctors into their own personal doctors, completely disregarding the life and death of ordinary people. This bastard king deserves to die. Nami big sister is angry. Standing behind Nami, Usopp suddenly felt a terrible breath coming, and backed away in fright. Wow! Is the beautiful Nami-chan going to fight? Sanji turned his head to look, and suddenly there was caution in his eyes. Zoro also stopped. It's rare to see Nami so angry. I'm afraid that apart from Logan, there is no one who can stop Nami in this situation. I'm alive again, I thought I was going to die just now, ha ha ha. On the deck of Wapole pirate ship, Wapole moved his body, laughed, and ordered, "Come on, bring me my weapon." Clatter. Heaps of weapons were carried from the hold to the deck. Wapole grabbed these weapons and stuffed them into his mouth. It looked like he was eating snacks, delicious. Sanji was a little confused. What's the matter with that guy? Why does he eat everything? I am a munch devil fruit user, as long as I ate it, I can be turned into the thing I ate. In a blink of an eye, Wapole wolfed down the weapon, explained his devil fruit, and stretched his hands forward, like this. I saw 2 cannon barrels emerge from his hand. Boom! Boom! 2 cannonballs blasted over. Nanny! Usopp was shocked and envious. This is really too much. Only. The moment the 2 shells approached the Golden Mary, they hit the energy barrier and exploded with a bang. The power of the explosion did not have the slightest impact on the Going Mary. Wapole was shaken. What it is? Wapole looked at it with a confused face, then opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the energy barrier in one gulp. He stretched out his right fist. An energy barrier appeared right in front of his fist. Damn bastard! How dare you eat the energy of beautiful Nami-chan? Spit it out! Sanji got angry, stepped on his feet, left and jumped toward Wapole. Leaf Whirlwind. With the 8 inner gates' second door open, the power of Sanji's kick is terrifying. As for the name of this trick, it was changed by Sanji himself based on the trick of Leaf Hurricane when he was studying with Might Guy. Wow! It's him again! Wapole was kicked half to death by Sanji just now, leaving a shadow in his heart. Seeing Sanji coming to kick him again at this time, he was panicking. Master Wapole, the defense in your hand seems to be very strong. Chess reminded. Wapole froze for a moment, he looked at the energy barrier in his hand. He can't escape anyway, so he try it. As soon as he raised his hand, he was able to fortify Sanji's whirlwind kick. Boom! Terrifying sound. It shows how terrifying the power of Sanji's kick is. However. Wahaha! Great! With this trick, I am invincible. Wapole stood intact, didn't even move a step, and defended himself motionless. He was very excited, looked at Nami, laughed and said, "Little girl, thank you for your ability. It's awesome." Nami's face was gloomy, and she wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but she helped the other party indirectly. The cute and beautiful face was transformed into a little devil face that rarely appeared even in the original plot at this moment. Hiss! Usopp, Sanji and Zoro gasped at the same time. Number. To be able to make Nami so angry. Good luck to you. Next moment. The sky suddenly darkened. Damn it, what the hell is this weather? Why is there no sun all of a sudden? Wapole looked up at the sky unhappily. But one glance, eyeballs are about to pop out. Why is this sunny day turning cloudy? This is when the sun is suddenly covered by a huge giantess. Nami was more than 10 meters tall at this time, and the small magic wand in his hand turned into a western sword under the magic power of the sword card. Facing the pirate ship iron barrel below, he slashed down with his sword. Block! Wapole didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised the energy barrier in his hand to resist. Brush! Without the slightest sense of hindrance, this energy shield was cut from it at once. My God! Wapole was so frightened that he rushed to the side road. It was like cutting a piece of cheese, the so-called impregnable Wapole pirate ship split into 2 in an instant. Damn! How could the ship be cut open? This power is terrible. Run, the ship is sinking. The ship turned into 2 halves and slowly sank. Those on board who could run quickly jumped into the water. Why is this woman so scary? After so many years of dominating, Wapole has never encountered such a situation. He immediately got up and wanted to run. He looked at a shadow that suddenly covered the ground. He wondered in his heart, could it be that he was going to be stepped on? Subconsciously, he looked up. Boom! He don't have time to express any emotion. Nami's shoes covered him directly. Chapter 96. Rumble. The mountains are shaking for a while. In the sky, the giant version of Nami looks so intimidating and scary. The huge shoe rubbed against the ground a few times before moving away. On the ground, Wapole was trampled in the soil, dying. too. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chess's soul was scared out of his wits, he turned around and ran away. Wapol is dead. The same is true for Kuromurimo, not daring to lag behind, he quickly followed Chess and ran. Although the two of them are the most determined to follow Wapol, but that is also because Wapol pay them nicely. Now that Wapol is dead, they have no more salary to work hard. It is a natural instinct for treacherous villains like them to follow the wind. Don't even try to run, you two bastards! Nami roared, and the sound was like thunder from the sky. FK. The roar really startled Chess and Kuromurimo. The two subconsciously looked back to the sky, and saw that the giant Nami had kicked them. Boom! Chess and Kuromurimo felt a terrifying force vibrating from their bodies in an instant, and their minds went dark all of a sudden. Together with the soil on the ground and the trees growing on the ground, Chess and Kuromurimo were instantly kicked out under Nami's foot. Oh! Usopp built a binocular with his hand, looking at the sea and sky in the distance. He can vaguely see two human-shaped black dots gradually falling towards the sea level. This woman can't be messed with. Zoro bared his teeth, and he waited. Even if he faced Nami's ability, unless he desperately tried his best, he might not escape the fate of being thrown out. Sanji was hugging the mast, with a face full of affection and shouted foolishly, "It's so beautiful, Nami-chan! You guys! Treat him immediately!" At this time, the giant Nami yelled at the group of doctors in white coats. "Ah! Give him treatment! You mean Wapol? Are you sure?" The doctors were a little confused. They didn't dare to move around without knowing what Nami meant. If this terrible female overlord kicks them, it's not over? That's right. Treat him. Nami snorted coldly, then pointed at Dalton, and said, "Divide into a few people, and heal that man's injuries." Oh yeah, the doctors immediately became busy. Soon, both Wapol and Dalton were healed of their injuries. "Ah! I'm alive again. You didn't kill me, it seems that you wanted to be my queen." Wapol stood up, feeling a little more relaxed. Since the other party doesn't want him to die, then everything is easy to negotiate. But at this moment, Nami raised the sole of his oversized foot and stepped on Wapol. Wapol's face hadn't been relaxed for 2 seconds. When he saw this scene again, he yelled in horror, "Ah! Hey! What are you doing?" Nami snorted coldly, "What am I doing? Of course I stepped on you again." "What?" As soon as this word came out, all the people present were heartbroken. FK. It turns out that the purpose of waking and healing Wapol is to step on him again. This woman is not to be messed with. Absolutely not. Boom. Shoe fall, stomping Wapol in the ground again. Nami frowned slightly, looked at the empty ground, and asked in doubt, "Where is the person? When did you escape?" Usopp bared his teeth, pointed at Nami's sole with a cracked expression on his face. Nami raised her leg and opened the sole to take a look. This guy is actually stuck in the texture of the sole of the sneaker. Then, Nami pulled the half-dead Wapol out of the sole pattern, and threw it to the ground. Wapol froze for a moment. A bastard like you who completely disregards the life and death of the people and is selfish does not deserve to live in this world. Furious, Nami took a step back and kicked Wapol too. Boom. Wapol takes off in place. The direction seems to be wrong. Usopp reminded with a twitching eyelid. It's not a big problem. With the strength of Nami's foot, even if it flies towards the inner side of the island, it is estimated that it can fly over the island and fall into the sea on the other side. Zoro said. It seems reasonable. Usopp tracked Wapol's flight trajectory for a while, and after confirming that the parabola could indeed cross the island, he retracted his sight. He really pissed me off. Nami, who has recovered to normal size, returned to the deck, and seems to be a little bit angry. Seeing this scene, Usopp quickly moved the stool. "Nami big sister, please sit down." Zoro curled his lips, thinking that he should do something, otherwise what if Nami's remaining anger came to him? "Calm down, let me clean up the garbage on the deck first." As he spoke, Zoro mentioned the guards lying on the ground and threw them down one by one. "Beautiful Nami-chan, please taste the drink I made with my heart." Sanji slid and knelt in front of Nami, holding the tray with one hand in a graceful gesture. Nami took a sip, and his eyes lit up immediately. "It's delicious. Make another cup." Hearing this, Sanji feels like he is about to take off. But before he reached the cabin door, he heard Nami's voice, "Make it 2 and put 1 in the refrigerator, it tastes so good, I think Logan will like it." Puff. Sanji suddenly became wilted. Ha ha ha. Usopp and Zoro giggled. The other side. Relying on the advantage of speed, Logan quickly caught up with Luffy. At this time, it is very close to the mountain in the middle of the island. A black shadow flies across the sky. Hey? Just now, it seems like something flew over. Logan raised his head subconsciously, as if he felt something swiftly passing by in the sky. I don't know. Could it be those rabbits just now? Luffy froze for a moment, looked up at the sky, there was nothing like that. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Logan is a little lost. At this moment, there seemed to be a violent roar coming from the top of mountain front of him. Hey? What happened to the top of the mountain? Luffy opened his mouth and asked questions all over his face. Logan spread his hands. Maybe, some type of potion was developed by that witch and exploded. It seems so. Then we have to hurry up. Otherwise, she will be in trouble if she is blown to death by herself. Luffy took a big step, and ran out with Kaya on his back. Logan said that there is absolutely no such possibility. Suddenly, Vivi on his back let out a cry. Are you awake? Logan just about to run wildly, then he slowed down again. Kaya was only weak, and Luffy ran wildly with his back, so the problem was not too big. But Princess Vivi received a bacterial infection at this time, and the situation is already serious. Logan still needs to pay more attention when walking. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, life will die. No matter how skilled the doctor is, she cannot bring the dead back to life. Princess Vivi opened her misty eyes, and she looked at the scenery in front of her. Are we there yet? Yes. As long as you climb this high mountain, you will be able to see the witch doctor. Your illness will be cured then. Logan nodded, and then he put his hands back and lifted Princess Vivi up a bit so that her posture would be more comfortable. After all, as a weak patient, Princess Vivi was really suffering from being carried all the way here. She was extremely weak and had a high fever, and her whole body was paralyzed on Logan's back like cooked noodles. With her chin resting weakly on Logan's left shoulder, Princess Vivi looked at the face that was so close. She don't know if it's because of her own beauty vision when she has a fever, Princess Vivi just thinks this face is really perfect. It is said that appearance is also a kind of spiritual food. It's not. Princess Vivi seems to feel that she has a little strength again. She suddenly thought of the scene in Little Garden, when Logan used the big card and then used the dress-up magic, and suddenly smiled to herself. Did you think of something happy? Sensing Princess Vivi's smile, Logan asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Logan was alarmed, and Princess Vivi felt a little embarrassed. However, her fever has reached 42 degrees at this time, so it is obvious that she will not be so thorough in thinking about the problem. She laughed softly. Logan, you used the requip magic that day, you stunned me. Shocked? Question marks popped up on Logan's head. What's so amazing? Logan suddenly thought of it. When he used the Heaven Wheel armor that day, Princess Vivi opened her mouth slightly with a shocked look on her face. And the place where the eyes are looking is not right. FK. He just remembered. At that time, he felt that there was something wrong, and he planned to ask Princess Vivi about it later. But because Princess Vivi fell ill when she left Little Garden, Logan didn't have a chance to ask Princess Vivi. But he asked Zoro and Nami insinuatingly. From their answers, Logan can be sure that they will definitely not be able to see through the magic fluctuations of the dress-up magic. Logan then forgot about it. At this time, in connection with what Princess Vivi said at this time, Logan asked in a bit of astonishment, did you? No. Have you seen it too? Well, we're even. Princess Vivi's voice is still weak, but the power is not small. Logan gave up and almost fell into the snow. Unreasonable. It's my manga ability, it's normal for me to see through mana fluctuations. Why Princess Vivi can also see through? Could it be that, as fans who have learned abilities from mangas, they also have exclusive privileges for the abilities they learn? After thinking about it, Logan felt that this must be the case. This unreliable system, why doesn't it have any instruction, why can't it communicate? Okay, then we are really even. Logan smiled wryly. The two were chatting, and before they knew it, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Although Logan has the big card of the Clow card, although the big name can theoretically become infinitely larger, it is not without cost. The mana consumption of Clow cards is a sub-mode of growth. With Nami's current mana reserve, it's not a problem to support herself or Logan to increase by several thousand. If the ultimate is just a short-term explosive growth, then it is also possible to maintain a short-term 100-meter giant. But the mountain in front of him is more than 5,000 meters high. Even if Logan explodes into a 100-meter giant, it is still a drop in the bucket. If you want to go up the mountain, you can only rely on climbing. Especially the last section of the straight cliff, which has to be climbed up directly. He looked up and saw that Luffy had already climbed a little bit. Whoa haha. I'm definitely going to be there first. Luffy teased Logan. Princess Vivi said weakly and softly, let's go too. I don't want you to lose. Okay. Just keep talking to me like this, don't sleep. Sensing that the situation of Princess Vivi may be a bit uneasy, Logan reminded her. The destination is already in front of you, if you fall asleep and don't wake up at this time, it will be troublesome. Holding Princess Vivi tight with both hands behind her, Logan started to run as soon as she took a step. The first part of the journey was the easiest, and Logan quickly closed the distance between him and Luffy. But when I climbed halfway up the mountain, the slope was almost approaching 90 degrees. At this time, they can no longer use their feet to go up the mountain, they can only rely on their hands. And it is even more difficult when carrying a person on your back. Luffy's situation is better, because Kaya's consciousness is normal, and she can hold herself on Luffy's back. At this time, Luffy freed his hands and used the power of the rubber fruit, stretched up a section with a swoosh, grabbed it, and instantly lifted a section. Logan is the same. It's just that he has to work harder. Because he can only use one hand to perform this operation, the other hand has to support Princess Vivi. Otherwise, the weak Princess Vivi just hugged Logan's neck with her two weak arms, and it would take seconds at most to fall. In this way, using the power of rubber fruit one after another, the two slowly approached the top of the mountain. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the edge of the mountain. Wapol. He was lucky. First he escaped because of the pattern on the sole of Nami's sneakers. Then the parabolic trajectory that was supposed to fall into the sea crashed into the castle on the top of the mountain. He gave himself a special medicine specially made by the doctors for a while, and Wapol recovered a lot at this time. Just when he was about to enter the castle, he heard movement on the other side of the cliff. Wapol came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. What the hell? What shape is this? He suddenly asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Ah! Uncle Hippo, quickly pull us with a rope. We are pirates from the outer sea, and we brought our crews here to seek medical treatment. Luffy is born with a naive nature, and he unabashedly reported his background when he came up. Pirates from overseas? Hearing this, Wapol frowned. He asked in a deep voice, is that the pirate group at the inland port? There is a woman on board. Yes. Her name is Nami. Uncle, how do you know her? Luffy was surprised. This uncle lives in the castle on the top of the mountain, and he can actually know about the things that are far away in the river port. Awesome, wow. How do I know her? When it was confirmed that the people in front of him were with Nami, Wapol's back molars rattled. How does he know her? Don't you want to ask me how he got here? Thinking of this, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Bastard! Come down for me! With an angry roar, Wapol's body changed. A bunch of weapons and guns appeared and blasted at Luffy and Logan. Chapter 97. Boom! Luffy blocked the incoming brunt of the bullets and shells that flying out. Although he is not afraid of bullets and shells, Kaya behind him can still get hurt. Luffy let go of his left hand without hesitation, and stretched his right hand again towards another rock wall. But... rumble! The explosion of the shell triggered a mountain avalanche. The rock wall that Luffy just grabbed collapsed instantly. What? Luffy yelled, lost the grip on his hands and feet, and fell down. Not good. Logan frowned, seeing that Luffy and Kaya fell, he had to rescue them. Otherwise, even if Luffy doesn't die, Kaya will definitely die. 5,000 meters altitude, how can a normal person survive that, especially the sick Kaya? But the problem is, Logan was holding on to the cliff with one hand and supporting Princess Vivi with the other. There is only one way now. Come ahead of me. Logan scooped hard and pulled Princess Vivi to her front. The rubber fruit ability was activated, and his right arm instantly bound Princess Vivi. Then the other hand also activated the rubber fruit ability, stretched out with a whoosh, and caught Luffy, who fell from beside him. Suddenly being pulled to the front, Princess Vivi was startled. Then, she suddenly saw Logan jumping, leaving the cliff. What is this situation? Without a good support, wouldn't we fall together? Sure enough, when Princess Vivi was still thinking about this matter, she felt a strong ground and pulled her towards the ground. Are we going to die? At this moment, Princess Vivi was a little confused. But if you think about it carefully, it seems pretty good to be able to die in Logan's arms. It's just that she couldn't save the country. This is her only regret. Buzz. Suddenly, a wave of familiar magic power appeared. Princess Vivi's heart flutters. Requip magic? I can't help it, I have to use the Heaven Wheel armor. Hold on, otherwise the four of us will be in trouble. Logan's voice reached Princess Vivi's ears. Next moment. Wow! The magic wave formed a protective shield. Pieces of magic steel appeared around Logan, and then recombined on Logan's body, forming a bright silver wheelless armor. King 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 king. Behind Logan, magic steel formed 4 shiny steel wings. Just now Logan pulled Princess Vivi to the front because of the consideration of the steel wings behind him. Otherwise, if he still hold Vivi in his back, then Vivi might be stabbed by the steel wing. The last time Vivi saw Logan's the Heaven Wheel armor in Little Garden Island, they were still quite far away. But this time, Logan is close to Vivi, so close that it might be in front of Vivi. Vivi saw everything and can't hold herself to not blush. Sorry. Feeling the shock of Princess Vivi, Logan said softly, and then flapped the steel wings on his back. Under the support of the magic power, Logan dragged the 3, and tried his best to fly upwards. No. It's okay. Princess Vivi's voice meekly, her cheeks were flushed. In your words, it's not me who suffers anyway. Isn't it you? Okay. You're just trying to force yourself not to suffer. With the crazy consumption of mana, Logan broke through the avalanche and saw the top of the mountain again. Bastard! You can still fly. Why don't you die already? On the top of the mountain, Wapol was very angry when he saw Logan and the other 3 came up again. He fired his weapon at full power. Shields. With a flip of Logan's palm, the shield of Klaus card appeared, and instantly turned into an energy barrier, blocking it in front. Bang 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 bang. The moment the bullets and shells touched this energy barrier, they all exploded. What? Wapol's eyeballs popped, and he was shocked. Isn't that woman's ability? Logan said in surprise. Oh? So, you have fought against our crewmates? Nonsense. This uncle has already killed all of your crews. You should die too. Furious, Wapol fired again. Ha ha ha. Just based on your words, let alone killing my crewmates, I'm afraid you were able to escape from them because they didn't take you seriously, right? Hearing Wapol's brazen words, Logan Fo laughed undisguisedly. Logan has full confidence in the current strength of his crews. Speaking, Logan communicated the energy of another Clow card. Thunder card. Boom. A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky and landed on Wapol instantly. Sitsizi. Wapol fell down with black smoke, twitching non-stop. Without Wapol's obstruction, Logan removed the energy barrier. There is a sense of exhaustion from the magic source of the requip magic. This requip magic comes from Princess Vivi, so the source of magic power depends on Princess Vivi's training in requip magic. With practice, the amount of the source of magic power of Princess Vivi will also increase. The more Vivi magic power source or mana increase, the more Logan be able to synchronize it to upgrade his own magic power source. But now, Princess Vivi's requip magic training is just in its infancy, and the source or mana of Vivi is still limited. In addition, the Heaven Wheel armor itself is not an armor made for flying. The 2 wings on the back are more of a decorative meaning, and can also improve the short-term burst flying ability. Flying high like Logan, still flying upwards. While holding 3 people really drain Logan. Just thinking about the consumption of this magic power makes him realize how draining the armor really is. Is it not enough magic power? Sensing the sudden stop of the rising momentum, Princess Vivi subconsciously looked up at Logan. Yes. Logan was a little depressed. If he uses the big card, and then uses the ability of rubber fruit to become an inflatable rubber, it should be able to get a huge cushion. It shouldn't be a problem to protect the lives of my companions. But in that case, the hard-won journey to the top will be in vain. Just when Logan was about to implement emergency measures, he suddenly felt the energy fluctuations of the requip magic. Hasn't the source of my magic power been exhausted? As he wondered, Logan suddenly realized something. The magic wave formed a protective shield covering Princess Vivi. Vivi, what are you doing? With a worried expression on his face, Logan looked nervously at Princess Vivi. Her body is so weak now, can she use magic? Although I don't have any strength now, magic mainly relies on the communication of spiritual power. In the end, let me work hard together at this end. Talking weakly, not knowing whether it was because she was worried about falling or because of other reasons, Princess Vivi hugged Logan tightly subconsciously. Wow! Her clothing disbands and the heaven wheel armor appear. A large amount of magic steel formed 4 steel wings behind Princess Vivi in an instant. Following the source of magical power communicated by Vivi, the 4 steel wings flapped. Witnessing the process of the heaven wheel armor with his own eyes, Logan smiled wryly. In your words, this time, we are even again, right? Princess Vivi didn't answer, she just held Logan tighter with her small hands. Is it even? With the flying power provided by Princess Vivi, Logan is also frantically squeezing the last source of magic power, flapping the steel wings, and can contribute a little bit of strength. Wow, so beautiful! Kaya looked at the two above her head and couldn't help but praise. From her point of view, it's as if 2 angels with wings are embracing each other, overlapping and dancing upward. Yes. This ability is amazing. It would be great if I could have a pair of wings. Luffy was lying flat now, his 2 rubber arms hung on Logan's body behind his hands, and then he used his back as a hanging basket to hang Kaya in it. He comfortably watched the panorama of Magnetic Drum Island from the clouds. He was very happy. Not long. The 4 finally reached the top of the mountain. Although magic relies on mana, Princess Vivi is completely emptying her mana capacity at this time. When she saw that the ground below was already the top of Drum Mountain, Vivi collapsed immediately. Ouch! Luffy was caught off guard and had a close contact with the snow on the ground. Kaya on his back was fine, with a rubber pad, and it didn't fall. Logan immediately let go of her arms, hugged the weak Princess Vivi, and landed firmly on the ground. Looking at the drowsy Princess Vivi, Logan shook her head slightly. Vivi, don't sleep, we've arrived. Princess Vivi nodded lightly. Well, I can do it. This is where the witch doctor lives. Luffy stood up, patted the snow on his face, and then looked at the magnificent castle in front of him. This castle is really big, bigger than my house. After leaving the village of Syrup, Kaya realized that the world is really big. Hey? There's a door here. This is the entrance to the castle, right? Luffy looked around, then walked towards a door ahead. Just as he was about to open the door, Logan's arm stretched out instantly, grabbing his hand. Wait! Wait! Both voices yelled at Luffy at the same time. One is naturally the voice of Logan. The other voice seemed very small and timid. But the person who made the sound rushed over bravely and shouted at Luffy, "Don't touch that door!" Hey? Talking meat! Luffy's eyes lit up. After climbing for a long time just now, he was already hungry. When he see meat, he rushed over immediately. Stupid Luffy, be careful! Don't damage the snowbird nest! Logan grabbed Luffy back and held him down. This brood of snowbirds is very important. In the original plot, Luffy and Sanji almost knocked over the snowbird's nest because of mischief, and were punched by Chopper one by one. Only then did Luffy see that on the door he wanted to push open just now, there was a snowbird's nest, with several baby snowbirds sleeping inside. Ah, thank you so much. If you hadn't stopped him just now, these snowbird babies would have suffered. A standing reindeer bowed earnestly to Logan. This reindeer is the person Logan is looking for on this trip, and one of the crews of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original plot, Tony Chopper. It turned out to be a talking reindeer, so cute. Compared with Luffy, a carnivore, Kaya's reaction obviously made Chopper feel much more comfortable. You're welcome, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Chopper, right? Faced with Chopper's thanks, Logan simply took advantage of the situation and left a good first impression on the other party. After all, it is not an easy task to recruit Chopper. Aha! How do you know my name? Suddenly the other party said his name. Chopper was so frightened that he quickly hid by the wall beside him. He, do you only hide your head when you hide? It's too cute. Kaya laughed. Logan explained with a smile, oh, I heard what the villagers said when I came here. They said that there is a cute talking reindeer next to the witch, who else but you? Really? Hearing Logan compliment him on his cuteness, Chopper had a happy smile on his face. Then he saw Princess Vivi in Logan's arms, and immediately showed a concerned expression. Is it a patient? Luffy rushed to answer, yes. Our crewmates is sick, and we came to the witch for medical treatment. Is that so? That's a coincidence, Kurha is at home today. Come with me. The simple Chopper would not consider whether the person who came was a bad person, he only knew that if someone came to seek medical treatment, he would have to see a doctor. Under the guidance of Chopper, Logan and his party found the witch Kurha in a room with a fireplace. Hey? How did you get here? Kurha was taking a nap when she suddenly saw a stranger coming. Chopper replied immediately, I brought them in, they need to see a doctor. Kurha curled her lips, no, I'm asking, how did you get here? It was the two of them who climbed up with the two of us on their backs, Kaya explained. Oh. Kurha looked at Logan and Luffy with fascinated eyes, and then nodded, it's quite a lot of perseverance. You have come here through hardships and dangers in order to find my eternal life. The secret of youth. Hey. Luffy and Kaya tilted their heads at the same time, with question marks on their faces. Chopper on the side, the deer blushed. Sweat. This is what I intend to ask. Logan smiled generously, then gestured to Princess Vivi in her arms, and said, but I think, can you see my crewmates first, she is really seriously ill. Okay, since you want to know the secret of my eternal youth so much, I'll see your crew first. But, have you brought any money? To be cure me, the fee is not low. How much is not low? Logan asked with a smile. Kurha looked at Logan, seeing that you are here from overseas to seek medical treatment, you should be very rich. So, at least 10 million belly. Ah! Chopper looked bewildered, and exclaimed, is it too much? Not much. Logan smiled. I will take away your reindeer later. 10 million belly. What a deal. This should be 10 million belly. With a thought, Logan took out 10 million belly from the system space and put them on the table, then handed another shopping bag to Kurha. What is this? Kurha was slightly taken aback. Open it and have a look, I bought this in a bustling town in East Blue, and I brought it for you, Logan said with a smile. Kurha opened the shopping bag. 2 bottles of plum wine. 2 boxes of pickled plums. Kurha's 2 eyebrows, which have been through for more than 130 years, suddenly raised slightly, boy. You are very good to me. As he spoke, he pushed back the 2 stacks of belly that Logan put down, take the money back, this treatment is free. Chapter 98. Take the money back, this treatment is free. Kurha boldly pushed back 10 million belly. Logan was not hypocritical, and directly took the money back. This is the advantage of knowing the plot. Kurha is a person who has always done things rashly. Sometimes, she would extort a lot of money when treating people. Sometimes when she is in a good mood, she don't charge a dime. And her biggest hobby is drinking plum wine and pickled plums. Logan traveled thousands of miles to bring her East Blue's plum wine and pickled plums, which are more precious than anything else to Kurha. Putting the plum wine and pickled plums away, Kurha hooked her fingers to Logan, take your girlfriend and follow me. It seems to be a misunderstanding. But currently, it is important to see the doctor, there is no need to argue with this serious witch. Although Princess Vivi has a serious fever, her mind is still clear. When she heard Kurha call her Logan's girlfriend, her heart suddenly stirred. If it is possible, how great it would be. Moreover, Logan doesn't seem to refute. Subconsciously, she hugged Logan even tighter. Chopper, go and feel the girl's pulse, she looks like she did not have enough energy and blood. Kurha walked out of the room while ordering Chopper to do things. Oh, okay doc. As soon as he heard that he could help others, Chopper happily jumped towards Kaya. But suddenly seeing Luffy beside Kaya, he was frightened and stopped again. This guy. Logan went out with Kurha, and suddenly noticed the weird atmosphere between Chopper and Luffy, so he said, Luffy, Chopper is not food, he is a super miracle doctor. For someone like Luffy who sometimes has great intelligence, some things don't need to be said too deeply. You mention it, and he will understand. Miracle doctor. Aren't we worrying about not having a ship's doctor on board? Hearing this, Luffy looked at Chopper, and his eyes lit up immediately. This time, Chopper is even more desolate. He wants to eat me. He must want to eat me. On the other side, Kurha came to a treatment room. She told Logan, Put your little girlfriend here. Logan looked at the hospital bed and found that it was quite clean, so he slowly laid Princess Vivi flat on it. She should have been bitten by some poisonous insect when she was in the forest in Little Garden, but there was no sign of poisonous insect bite on her whole body. In order to facilitate Kureha's diagnosis, Logan explained the background situation. According to the original plot, the one lying here at this time is Nami. The reason is that after being bitten by poisonous insects, they were infected with bacteria from the ancient times. But Nami checked Princess Vivi and was pretty sure there wasn't any bug bites. Therefore, Logan doesn't know what's going on now. The high fever doesn't subside, it really looks like a bacterial infection. Kureha measured Princess Vivi's forehead with her hand, and then said, I can't just listen to you, I have to check it myself. With that said, Kureha went to undress Princess Vivi. Okay, then I'll leave you for a while. Seeing this, Logan wanted to go out first. But a nervous slender hand hastily grabbed Logan. Logan turned around and found that it was Princess Vivi who was holding him, so he was a little confused. Don't go, I'm afraid. Princess Vivi's cheeks were red, and she knew whether it was due to the fever or something else. But she said she was afraid, and it was true. When people are very weak, they will think of the bad side. What if she dies? Just thinking about that scene makes her feel horrible. Not to mention, if facing a strange old woman alone, how could a girl like Princess Vivi not be afraid? She doesn't know Kureha's personality like Logan. Kureha is a complete stranger to her, and it seems a bit unreliable. As if she could do something bad at any time. In this case, Princess Vivi doesn't want to stay here alone. But, is this okay? Logan smacked his lips, a little unexpected for this situation. What are you pretending to be a gentleman? This is your girlfriend, didn't you already seen her naked? What is going on right now? Kureha schemed. The current young man is really boring. Princess Vivi blushed even more. Nonsense, didn't you just say for sure that she didn't have any wounds on her body? Now that you've checked everything, why don't you look at it? Shaking her head, Kureha looked disdainful. Can't you understand the basic logic of this thing? Suddenly, she joked again, it would be interesting if you really haven't seen it. The inspection methods are mainly divided into looking, smelling, asking, and feeling. It is impossible to ask because the patient cannot examine the whole body by herself. If you can't feel the pulse, then there is only one way. Look, smell, ask, cut. I haven't seen it, it's impossible to ask, it's absolutely impossible. Then just smell it. What the hell? Just thinking about this funny scene makes Logan feel embarrassed. Not to mention Princess Vivi. If she has the strength now, she will get up and run. What a shame. Although Logan have seen Princess Vivi change into the Heaven Wheel armor before, it was a flash of about 2 seconds after all. But now, the little devil inside is revolting. Interesting. Looking at Logan's expression, Kureha thinks it's so funny. Then, she took a magnifying glass and began to look for the wound carefully. After a while, how is it? There is no wound, right? Logan followed Kureha to check carefully because she was worried that Kureha was old and dim-sighted. This time he made sure that what Nami said was right, there was indeed no wound from the poisonous insect bite. Here. Kureha redirected to Vivi's heart, this is the cause. Here. Logan frowned, and he took a closer look, you mean the disease caused by the problems in her heart? Stupid. Kureha gave Logan a headache, and then said, see this faint red? Ah, this? Is there something wrong with the rosy skin? Logan was very puzzled. Is this old woman as godlike as she says in the mangas? Why do I feel like she is fooling me? If you look carefully, you will find that the patient's skin is pure white, and the reddishness here is obviously abnormal. As she spoke, Kureha brought a small test tube from the side and a small knife. Hey! What are you doing? Seeing the sharp knife, Logan blocked Princess Vivi behind him. This is not a joke, if you swing a knife casually, it will leave a scar. Princess Vivi was even worse, she held Logan's hand tightly, for fear that Logan would run away. You look smart, but... Speaking of this, Kureha's face suddenly turned cold, how can you test for germs without scraping off some skin? Idiot, get out of the way, you're getting in the way. Ah, so it is like this, you should have said earlier. Logan gave a wry smile and stepped aside quickly, but was still held tightly by Princess Vivi. Kureha shot quickly, scraped some skin, and then poured the prepared transparent solution. After a while, she took out a book and started flipping through it. On Logan's side, he went to look at the area where the skin was scratched. Is this really the cause? Obviously, there is no difference from the surroundings at all, okay. Suddenly, he felt that Vivi's hand seemed to be there, and subconsciously looked at Vivi. Only then did I realize that his actions were a bit too much. Immediately explained embarrassingly, I said that I just want to find out the cause of the disease, do you believe it? Princess Vivi pursed her lower lip lightly and nodded slightly. Although she didn't speak, she still believed in Logan. My God! At this time, Kurha's voice interrupted their wild thoughts. What's wrong? Sister Kurha. Logan looked over immediately. Calling Kurha like this is not because Logan flirting, but because Logan knows Kurha's personality. If you dare to call her aunt, mother-in-law, or something, she will let you know why her throwing knives is so powerful in the next moment. Your little girlfriend was contaminated by the pollen of a flower called akali. This kind of flower lives in a dense forest with high temperature and humidity, and if it is contaminated by its pollen, it will be filled with bacteria. And it will infect people. It lurks in his body for 7 days, constantly torturing the host. During the period, it will be accompanied by high fever above 40 degrees, severe infection, myocarditis, arteritis, meningitis. Judging from the symptoms, your girlfriend should be infected on the 3rd day, and she should not feel very painful. However, if you don't leave it be, your girlfriend will die after 7 days. Kurha explained. Princess Vivi was shocked to hear that her life was really hanging by a thread. If Logan hadn't desperately brought her here, then she would really die. Although the witch saved her, but my life can be said to be safe by Logan. The little hand grasped Logan's hand even tighter. Kurha continued, however, this akali flower should have been extinct more than 100 years ago. Fortunately, when I was young and just studied medicine, I liked to study poisonous insects and weeds, and there are still some resistant vitamins, it finally came in handy. Beautiful and invincible Sister Kurha, what are you talking about? What do you mean when you were young? You are still very young now. Logan's small mouth looks like it has been smeared with honey, and he took the opportunity to shoot rainbow compliment. I have no choice but to ask for help from others, so let's be sweeter. Kurha is very happy with Logan now. You stay here and guard your girlfriend, I will go to the collection room to find antibiotics. After saying this, Kurha went out. Don't worry, since there are antibiotics, it will be fine. Logan looked at Princess Vivi and comforted her with a smile. Having said that, it was actually because of the pollen. Looking at the infected place, it is estimated that the pollen was blown by the wind and then floated in from the collar. Even after Logan take all precautions, to prevent poisonous insects, but he did not expect pollen. It seems that adventure is not a simple matter. If you are not careful, you may be doomed. After a while, Kurha brought antibiotics and gave Princess Vivi a shot. Princess Vivi was exhausted and fell into a drowsy sleep. Boy, your girlfriend's matter is settled, now let's talk about your matter. Kurha walked to the door, leaned her back against the threshold, and lit a cigarette. My business? Logan is in panic mode. Did he have a disease? He came over and continued to talk sweetly, my beautiful sister, I don't seem to have anything, do I? Lower the expectation. Kurha exhaled a puff of smoke ring, when you left that room just now, what did you say to the kid in the straw hat? What I told Luffy. After thinking about it, Logan suddenly laughed. Okay. As expected of the experienced witch, Dr. Kurha. Sister, did you hear it? Logan asked with a smile. The corner of Kurha's mouth raised slightly, with a sense of blame, you boy. You want to recruit Chopper to join your crew, but you did not even ask for my permission. Ahaha, we are looking for a crew to go to sea together, and Chopper fit the criteria nicely. Logan laughed, and then looked at Kurha. Besides, my beautiful, youthful and invincible sister, you are not the kind of person who likes to keep things for yourself. Above Kurha's old face, a smile bloomed. If you say you really like my attitude. You are right. I never thought of keeping the reindeer by my side all the time. I know you guys want to recruit him to be in your crew. But... Speaking of this, Kurha suddenly turned around, crossed her arms, and looked at Logan with a serious face. The normal method will not work, because Chopper had some damage that keep him here, it's a serious damage that even doctors can't heal. Afterwards, Kurha told Logan about Chopper's experience. After finishing speaking, Kurha's eye sockets were also a little teary, and she murmured, if you want to take him away, ask yourself first, can you heal his wounded heart? Chapter 99. Can we cure Chopper wounded heart? That's is a must. He has to do it, oh, and he has figured out how to do it. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar outside the castle. What's the matter? Can cannon hit such a high place? Kurha frowned slightly, her affection surging. She has lived here for a long time, and she has never seen anyone who dares to make trouble. It should be Wapol. Logan said. When he came up just now, a bolt of lightning struck Wapol. But because he was in a hurry to treat Princess Vivi, he ignored Wapol. It is estimated that Wapol should wake up at this moment and start to make trouble. Wapol is back. Kurha raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then said in a deep voice, this is really troublesome. It's okay, my beautiful, youthful, and invincible sister, I'll just go and get rid of him. We do things from beginning to end. Since Wapol had been shocked half to death just then, it was time to give him a thorough blow. Logan. Princess Vivi called softly. Logan came over and saw Princess Vivi's fingers stretched out, so he passed her hand over and said, what's the matter? You need to rest now, and sleep peacefully for a while. I'll go and tidy up Wapol and I'll be back. That Wapol. Princess Vivi held Logan's hand weakly, and then said as if aggrieved, when I was young, he deliberately knocked me over. There is such a thing. Although he knew it a long time ago, Logan still showed righteous indignation. Take care of the patient's mood. That's called professionalism. He said angrily, don't worry, he dares to bully you, I can't spare him. There was a hint of happiness on the corner of Vivi's mouth, and then fell asleep groggily. Not bad, having a boyfriend. Kurha nodded appreciatively. Logan put Princess Vivi's hand under the quilt, then looked at Kurha, shrugged, non-committal. When we came outside, Wapol was bombarding the castle with cannons. He shoot the castle and eat it at same time. After all, it's the castle I used to live in, it tastes really good. Wapol ate. Damn. Are you a pig? Why you have to eat everything you see? As soon as Logan came out, he saw Wapol gnawing on the corner of the wall like a pig. Bastard, so you are here. I can't spare you. Upon seeing Logan, Wapol was furious. Iron Castle Wapol. He immediately activated the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, turning the steel and rocks he swallowed just now into parts of his body, forming an incomparably solid defense. Looking at the fat version of Wapol, Logan was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Iron Castle, hey! Logan took a step forward, and the rubber fist swished out. Armament haki surged out and wrapped around his fist. Boom! A punch landed on Wapol. Wapol was blown away as if hit by a high-speed train. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of old blood, Wapol's face turned pale immediately. He looked at Logan and furiously said, I will definitely come back. You should come back to me now. Logan's other hand stretched out in an instant, skimming over a distance of nearly 100 meters, and grabbed Wapol at once. Whoosh! The arm was recovered, and Wapol was thrown to the ground. He grabbed Wapol's collar, pressed it to the ground, and asked in a cold voice, you bastard! Remember years ago, when you participated in the World Summit, you intentionally knocked down a young princess. What princess? Wapol froze for a moment, but then he remembered, oh, you're talking about that old bastard's daughter in Alabasta, right? Humph! What's wrong with bumping into her? After all, it happened long ago, so it is not difficult to recall. Ah! Wapol took a big mouthful, wanting to eat Logan's hand. Logan reacted very quickly, immediately retracted his hand, and then punched him violently, kicking Wapol's head and feet together. Bastard! I bumped into the daughter of King Alabasta, what does it have to do with you, a pirate? Who are you? Why do need you to help her out? Being beaten up for this reason, Wapol was very upset. What does it have to do with me? That's right. Anyway, Princess Vivi is not here, so Logan will temporarily borrow the identity of Princess Boyfriend. Looking at him like this, Wapol is not talking nonsense. Who am I to her? Logan grabbed Wapol's collar again, and sneered, listen. You are bullying my girlfriend, now I'm here to vent my anger on behalf of my girlfriend. Nanny. Wapol opens his mouth wide. The Princess Boyfriend is a pirate? This is too outrageous. Boom. Without giving him time to hesitate, Logan punched down one after another. In the small gate of the castle behind him, Kurha is standing here supporting the weak Vivi. Kurha smiled and said, "Little girl, you have a boyfriend who loves you very much." Princess Vivi's eyes are moist and her heart is very happy. Although she knew that Logan might have said this to Wapol on purpose, she could hear with her own ears that Logan claimed to be Princess Vivi's boyfriend. Princess Vivi is already very satisfied. So Princess Vivi looked at Kurha and asked, "Can you help me back? Don't let him see us, or he will be very embarrassed." "Oh, do you even have to take care of your boyfriend's mood? I have to say, you two are really a match made in heaven." Kurha smiled, and helped Princess Vivi back to the ward. Logan beat Wapol up and knocked Wapol unconscious. Under normal circumstances, any pirate caught by Logan will be exchanged for bounty by Logan to subsidize the money for the Straw Hat pirates. But this Wapol, he is not a pirate. No bounties. Then it's useless to keep it. If I remember correctly, it seems that this guy flew onto this mountain just now, right? Logan rubbed his chin and thought about it. Judging by the situation, Wapol definitely didn't fly here by himself. Then, it must be that he was thrown over by someone. Contacted Wapol again and mentioned Nami. Well, case solved. Since that's the case, I'll learn from Nami as well. Thinking of this, Logan is the big card of the Clow card of spiritual communication. The magical energy of the Clow card merged into Logan's body. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant tens of meters tall. Picking up Wapol, Logan stepped on his foot and jumped into the air instantly. Step. Then he grabbed Wapol and threw it out hard. Armament Haki, the power card, 8 inner gates and second gate's power all merged together, this throw. Powerful. Whoosh. Wapol immediately turned into a cannonball, and flew back in the direction it flew from before. After doing all this, Logan returned to normal size. It's time to find Chopper. Patting the remaining snow on his hands, Logan turned and entered the castle. When they found Luffy and Kaya, Kaya already had some acupuncture on her body. How is it? Can Vivi's illness be cured? Seeing Logan coming, both Luffy and Kaya looked over. Logan nodded, "Don't worry, Dr. Kurha has already given antibiotics to Princess Vivi, now you just need to wait for the bacteria in Vivi's body to be wiped out and she'll be fine." Great! Luffy raised his hands and cheered, Kaya's progress is also good. Chopper said that as long as he continues acupuncture according to his method, Kaya's chronic illness of physical weakness can be completely cured. How long is a course of treatment? Logan looked at Chopper and asked. Chopper replied, 1 month. Based on this calculation, it will take a year to completely cure Kaya's stubborn illness. Logan nodded slightly, then looked at Kaya. Kaya, do you want to stay here to recuperate for a year, or do you want to continue to follow our ship? Ah? Are you planning to leave me? Hearing Logan's words, Kaya's little face was filled with sadness. To be honest, when Kaya came out with the Straw Hat Pirates ship, she really wanted to seek medical treatment. However, she have been with the crew for so long and have traveled to so many interesting places. Kaya's eyes had been opened to the wonder of the sea. She is like a little rich woman who walked from the village to the big city. After seeing all the novelties of the big city, can she go back to the small village? The answer is no. She does not want to go back. If Kaya is allowed to return to Syrup Village now, she will either go to sea by herself, or she will die in Syrup Village. Who said we're going to leave you? I don't agree. Luffy stepped up immediately and gave Kaya confidence. Well, Luffy is right. I meant to ask for your opinion. It's just that there is a problem now, our ship can't stay on this island for too long. But your illness needs this medical course, and we had to go. To tell you the truth, Nami showed me the latest newspaper yesterday. Riots have begun in Princess Vivi's country. If we can't rush there as soon as possible to help Princess Vivi resolve the riot, there will be at least dozens of people in their country, heck even tens of thousands of civilians will die in this riot. Everything Logan said was true. The newspaper thing is also true. The reason why Nami didn't tell Princess Vivi was because she didn't want Vivi who was sick to worry about this matter. This is easy. Let this reindeer join our pirate crew and be our ship's doctor. Then he can treat Kaya on the ship. Luffy's great cleverness immediately gave a solution. No. As I said just now, I am different from you guys. No way. Chopper refused without hesitation. Luffy got excited, why not? It's fun to be a pirate. That's not the point, he said. Logan patted his forehead, and he also convinced Luffy. Anyway, what he thinks, it's hard to be on the same line with others. Afterwards, Logan patted Chopper's shoulder lightly, nodded intentionally, and said, I value your medical skill. If possible, Luffy and I welcome you to join us. Hearing this title, Chopper's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes became moist. He said join them, as a crewmate. At this time, Logan continued. It doesn't matter if you don't want to get on my ship. With that said, Logan looked at Kaya again. Kaya, I'm sorry, now it's your turn to choose. Do you stay here and continue the treatment, or go on the road with us? I want to travel with everyone. Kaya pursed her lips without any hesitation. Good. Logan let out a loud cry, then looked at the snow scene outside the castle, and said with emotion, do you know? I once met a sick doctor. He told me that he once had a terminal illness. However, he went to a place and saw the beautiful sakura flowers blooming all over the mountains, and his terminal illness was cured miraculously. Sick doctor. Hearing the story described by Logan, Chopper's emotions suddenly became agitated, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But Logan has continued to say, I was just curious, so I asked about this place. He told me kindly. Now, if Kaya's illness can't be cured here, then Kaya. Speaking of this, Logan looks like Kaya, let's go to the miracle sakura flower that sick doctor went to. Yes. Kaya smiled happily. Miracle sakura flower. As long as I can be with everyone, wherever I go is a miracle sakura flower. This story, of course Logan made it up. But the story of the miracle sakura flower does exist. It is also true what happened to the sick doctor is Dr. Hyriluk. And Hyriluk is the reason why Chopper had the broken heart as told by Dr. Kurha. Sure enough, when Logan said this, Chopper couldn't sit still. He walked towards Logan tremblingly, and asked excitedly, that sick doctor you mentioned, what's his name? Oh, I remember his name very clearly. His name is, Dr. Hyriluk. Wow. Chopper howled. Hey? Chopper, why are you crying? Luffy leaned over with a dazed expression. Chopper raised his red eyes from crying, and looked at Logan with a pleading face, can you take me to see the miracle sakura flower? Luffy raised his eyelids and shouted excitedly, what? Are you willing to join us? If you don't think I'm a monster, I hope I can go to sea with you. I'm a doctor and I'm very useful. Please take me. Chopper's words were pitiful and humble. But his desire to go to sea is true. Because a long time ago, the man who influenced his life was also obsessed with the miracle sakura flower until the end of his life. Miracle sakura flower. And he's going to find it. Chapter 100. The inland port of Magnetic Drum Island. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates did not disembark, but waited for Logan, Luffy, and others on the spot. I said, Nami big sister, your giant throw is really cool. At this moment, that Wapole must have fallen into the sea to feed the fish. Usopp has a flattering face flattering. Beautiful Nam-chan. Please enjoy the freshly baked pine cone cake. Sanji slipped out on his knees. But at this moment, whoosh! Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, they were all stunned for a while. After a while, Usopp was the first to recover from his stupefaction, and said with a dazed expression, just now, something seemed to fly past. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Wapole who was thrown out by Nami. Zoro could see clearly because he was bored by the sight. It seems, it is indeed Wapole. Nami is also full of question marks. What's the situation? How did this guy fly back? And, it goes even further. The four members of the Straw Hat group looked at the distant sea level in unison, splashing big waves. It seems that I heard a plop. Time flies. At night, the full moon hangs in the sky like a silver plate, reflecting the scenery of the entire snow country. Looking from here to Drum Island, a white snow scene is really beautiful. Oh! Nami came out of the cabin, took a deep breath into her two little hands, and said with some concern, I wonder if Logan and the others are going well in seeking medical treatment today. Standing on the watchtower, Usopp stretched his arms. Having finished today's manga practice early, he has already seen the snow scene of the entire magnetic drum country. At this time, he heard Nami's concern for Logan and others, and said with a smile, Don't worry, Logan and Luffy are two of the strongest fighter we have, no matter what kind of trouble they encounter, they can handle them. Nami nodded, I know that. It's just that this time they went to seek medical treatment instead of fighting. The two of them are not the kind of people who would kidnap a doctor and force him to treat a disease. It has only been less than a day since we separated, and the feeling of not being able to see Logan made Nami feel at a loss for a while. Can't live without. Someone is here. Usopp turned the light on the watchtower to the path along the shore, illuminating a group of people coming out of the forest path. It's the group of people that came earlier. Seeing the leading villagers, Nami recognized them immediately. Especially the one in the middle, isn't it Dalton? Are you here for something? Looking at the people who had already come to the side of the ship, Nami asked with some doubts. Dalton leaned over and said with a friendly smile, Miss Nami, Mr. Usopp, the villagers spontaneously want to hand you some hot food and drinks. I hope you can accept it. Nami looked over and saw that the villagers were indeed carrying a lot of things, and some steamers were still steaming. What happened? Probably because they heard the commotion outside, Zoro and Sanji also came out. Thank you for kicking out the hateful Wapole gang, you have brought peace to Drum Island. Yet. Wapole is gone, but the doctors is here. We will have doctors again in our country. As long as there is no Wapole, relying on the high level of medical treatment mastered by the doctors, our country will soon be able to cultivate many excellent medical talents. It's all because of you, you helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know that there are good people among pirates. You are good people. The villagers shouted enthusiastically one by one, wanting to express their gratitude. It seems that they came to express their gratitude, Zoro said. Of course. Even a fool can see it. Sanji choked, and then looked at Nami flatteringly, am I right, Nami-chan? Zoro sneered, hey, no one cares about you. Asshole. It's because of you that Nami-chan ignores me. I'm fighting you. Stupid curly eyebrows. I'm not afraid of you. Immediately, the two scuffled together. Benefactors of the Straw Hat Pirates, the sea breeze is very cold at night. We want to invite you to the village as guests. We have prepared a comfortable house for you. Do you think it is okay? Dalton conveyed the wishes of the villagers. The villagers all looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. Before they blamed the Straw Hat Pirates, and almost shot at the Straw Hat Pirates. But instead of blaming them, they helped them solve their biggest trouble, Wapole. It can be said that this country, were saved by the Straw Hat Pirates. For such great benefactors, how can they see them being cold at wind at sea? This. Nami's face was a little dazed. Because she is only thinking about Logan now, she doesn't care at all whether she on sea or on shore. Seeing that Nami was absent-minded, Dalton looked at the others again, Mr. Usopp, Mr. Zoro, Mr. Sanji, do you think it's okay? Give everyone a chance to express their gratitude. Zoro pushed Sanji away, and said simply, our captain and deputy captain are not here, this matter cannot be decided. Yet, although I'm also the captain of this ship, I usually don't make decisions about this kind of thing. Usopp took the opportunity to be the captain again. This matter. Sanji was about to say that he had to ask Nami, but suddenly, his pupils opened, and he looked in the direction of the moon in horror, exclaiming, ah! That's... Hearing his exclamation, everyone thought that there was an enemy attack, and they all became vigilant for a moment. Then they followed Sanji's line of sight and looked at the past. Next moment. What? __. Everyone exclaimed. In that sky, the sun and the full moon are like big discs. With this as the background, a reindeer pulls a sled and jumps down from the highest mountain. Full moon, reindeer, sleigh. A breathtaking beauty emerges spontaneously. That's the witch's sleigh. Could it be that the witch has gone down the mountain again? Seeing this scene, Dalton thought for a while and analyzed it. She must know the news that Wapole was eliminated. So she want to come down to confirm. Now that we have 20 doctors, we don't have to look at her for treatment anymore. It can be said that although the old woman has a bad temper, she did help us a lot. Yet, in general, we should still thank her. The villagers talked a lot. Hey? Do you see that reindeer pulling the sled seems to be coming towards us? Someone said suddenly. It seems to be. It's too far away, although I can't see clearly, but there seems to be more than one figure on that sleigh. Is the witch willing to ride her sleigh with others? This is the first time I have seen such a thing in my life. Isn't she also looking for the Straw Hat Pirates? Could it be that the patient was cured and sent here? How could the witch deliver the patient herself? It was impossible before, but it's hard to say now. The doctors are back, and witches are under a lot of competition now, so it's completely possible to improve the service. It makes sense. In everyone's wild guesses, the reindeer pulled the sleigh across the full moon, and then rushed all the way into the dense forest. I saw it. On the observatory, Usopp holds the god-killing star in his hand, and his vision is supernatural. Is it Logan and the others? Nami immediately asked with concern. Usopp looked over and said, yes. Logan, Luffy, Princess Vivi, and Kaya are all on the sled. Really? Hearing that Logan came back, Nami's heart seemed to be full of strength all of a sudden. But Dalton was a little confused. There are only 4 people on the sled? Isn't the witch on it? Usopp's definitive response, yes, only the 4 of us Straw Hat Pirates, and a reindeer pulling the sleigh ahead. Ah, this! Dalton was completely stunned. What's the situation? The witch lent her sleigh? After a while, there was a rustling sound from the forest ahead. People who live in the snow country know that it is the sound produced by the sled gliding quickly on the snow. Whoosh! A reindeer rushed out of the forest, and under the action of huge inertia, it flew into the sky directly. There! On the sled, Luffy tied himself to the end of the sled with 2 legs, and pointed in the direction of Going Merry excitedly. Luffy! Logan! Seeing the figure on the sled, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates stood up. Sanji also shouted excitedly, beautiful Princess Vivi! Lovely Miss Kaya! Near the shore, the reindeer stomped its 4 hooves, and the whole person soared into the air. It landed firmly on the deck. Luffy! Dampen! Logan shouted. Got it! Luffy replied. When the sled was about to hit the ground, Logan and Luffy's fists were instantly inflated into bone balloons. 4 bone balloons are respectively distributed at 4 points of the sled. Duan! Duan duan duan! The sled bounced a few times and then came to a solid stop. Princess Vivi is still in a weak stage at this time, and she is tightly covered by several layers of quilts. Although Kaya's body is thin, but this is her first time riding a sled, she is very excited. If it was in Syrup Village before, it would never be possible to have such a fresh experience. Not to mention that there is very little chance of snow. Even if it snows, the butlers will definitely put Kaya's body first and will not let Kaya touch the snow. Now, not only did she have a snowball fight with a reindeer on a mountain at an altitude of 5,000 meters, but she also rode a sled down from a mountain at an altitude of 5,000 meters. She feels so happy. Logan, you are back. Nami walked quickly to Logan's side, then looked at Princess Vivi who was wrapped by Logan's quilt, and asked with concern, how is Princess Vivi's illness? Dr. Kurha has injected her with antibiotics, and the next step is to wait for the bacteria to be eliminated. It is estimated that it will take about 3 days for Princess Vivi to recover. Logan told everyone about the situation. When everyone heard it, they all let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, Dr. Kurha asked Princess Vivi to leave after her condition recovered, but Logan looked at Nami and gave her a wink. Nami understood instantly. I know it's about newspapers. The newspaper the day before yesterday reported the riots in Alabasta. For every extra day Princess Vivi delays, tens of thousands more people will die in the kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, Princess Vivi is going on the road with her sick body, which is enough to show how much she is a caring princess for the country and the people. Thinking of this, Nami held Princess Vivi's hand and said gently, Vivi, rest well, your country and people still need you. Princess Vivi smiled gratefully. At this moment, Sanji's voice broke this warm scene. Ah, hello? What's the matter with this meat? Is it the food reserve that the witch doctor gave us? Suddenly seeing Chopper, Sanji went over excitedly. But when he just rushed in front of Chopper, the originally cute and petite little elk instantly swelled in size. Boom! The strong humanoid Chopper knocked Sanji to the ground with one hoof. His face was full of bewilderment. What is this? Zoro's mouth widened in shock, his face deformed. Usopp even yelled, a monster. I'm not a monster. My name is Chopper. I will be the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates from now on. Chopper yelled at Sanji and others aggressively. Nami opened his mouth in surprise. But the next moment. Yet. Logan, I said it, I did it. Chopper, who looked fierce at first, suddenly changed back to his original form, and hurriedly hid behind the sled. Of course, he hid his head behind the sled very cutely, leaving his body exposed. Logan patted himself on the forehead. All right. Chopper can do this step, which is already very good. In order to encourage Chopper's courage, Logan set a threshold for Chopper to join the group, which is the scene just now. As for kicking Sanji over with one hoof, that was purely incidental. I'll announce it. Luffy jumped off the sled, and hugged Chopper up. This is our new crewmate, Chopper. He will be the ship doctor of our Straw Hat pirates from now on. Wow! It suddenly became so cute, so cute. Nami stretched out his hand and wanted to snatch Chopper over, but Chopper was so scared that he hid behind Luffy. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the mountain. Immediately afterwards. Boom! 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 What's going on? Someone's firing. Dalton's face on the shore changed drastically. Logan laughed, don't worry, it's a grandma who cares about her great-grandson. If the witch heard what Logan called her here, she might directly open 100 transparent holes for Logan. Drum Mountain Top. The witch stands under the full moon, holding plum wine in one hand, with her sun hand on her waist. Behind her, there's a row of cannons. When Logan and Luffy left, they helped her carry it out. The cannon roared, and a kind of pink dust was blasted into the sky. Flying snowflakes, stained with pink dust. The pink sakura flowers are falling. Hyriluk, your stupid son has set off. She raised her head and took a sip of plum wine, tears welled up in the witch's eyes. That's Hyriluk's silly son. He is also the silly grandson of the witch. Chapter 101. The second day after leaving Magnetic Drum Island. With the help of Chopper, Princess Vivi's condition improved significantly. What a reliable doctor! Seeing Chopper's careful treatment, Nami couldn't help but praise. Princess Vivi's face turned red, she smiled and said, yes, Logan said the same thing in the castle on the top of Drum Mountain that day. Thank you for recognizing me so much. Being praised by two beautiful sisters, Chopper is very happy. Then there was longing in his eyes, and he said to himself, Logan said that he would take me to see the miracle sakura. I really want to see it. By the way, what exactly is this miracle sakura flower? That day in the castle on the top of the mountain, I was so burned that I only vaguely heard Logan mention miracle sakura flower, but I don't know what it is. Chopper, can you tell us? Princess Vivi was very curious about it. And Nami on the side wanted to know even more. It was the first time she heard the term miracle sakura flower, and Vivi said it was mentioned by Logan. She can't help but know about Logan. Chopper smiled shyly, it's literally the sakura flower, which can create miracles, can completely cure terminally ill people. By the way, I haven't seen Logan for a day, I'm going to ask him. After checking Princess Vivi's condition, Chopper planned to go to Logan. Well, he's in the studio. Go out the door and turn right, and you'll be in the 5th room. Nami showed Chopper the way. When Chopper just walked to the door, Nami suddenly remembered something and shouted, by the way, Chopper. What? Chopper poked his head back from the corner. Nami laughed, remember to ask Logan for a manga to read. Manga? Yes, I like reading them very much. When he was on Magnetic Drum Island, Chopper's hobby outside of research was reading. Because he hopes to see a story similar to the adventures of Hyriluk in the comics. Now hearing that Logan has comics to read, Chopper is of course happy. After a while, Chopper came to Logan's manga studio. It's Chopper watching the little reindeer appear at the door. Logan stretched out his hand, and the rubber fruit ability was activated. Chopper was caught unexpectedly by Logan. Hey! Chopper was placed on the table by Logan, and Logan's hand pat him from head to neck, it didn't dare to move at all. Logan, what is he doing? Chopper himself was timid, but now his eyes widened and he circled his hair. So, what is Logan doing? Apparently, he's stroking the cats, oh not the reindeer. Logan raised a pet cat in her previous life, and Logan often worried about it. Now there is no cat, but there is a reindeer, it is as easy to pet. After a while, Logan put the Chopper down after his hand addiction. Logan, what are you doing? After confirming that he was not harmed, Chopper asked cautiously. Logan froze for a moment. Yeah, what am I doing? It's nothing. I just want to feel your soft fur. Just make up a reason. Oh. A simple Chopper will believe in Logan's explanation. Seeing Chopper's innocence, Logan immediately changed the subject. By the way, Chopper, did you come to see me to read mangas? Wow! Mangas! When it comes to mangas, Chopper noticed that there are a lot of mangas in Logan's studio. He felt so happy right away. It seems that even with the boring sailing, it will not be boring. But we'll talk about the mangas later, let's get down to business first. Chopper said, Logan, you told me the other day that you would go to see the miracle sakura flower, is it true? Yes. We will definitely go. At that time, let's see the miracle sakura flower that Hyriluk had seen. Although that incident was made up by Logan, but Logan naturally thought about the follow-up. Miracle sakura flower. This thing definitely exists. But where is it? Maybe it's just a coincidence. When Hyriluk saw the sakura flowers all over the mountains, his terminal illness was cured for other reasons. But there is another possibility. The miracle sakura flower that Hyriluk said might not be the real sakura flower. When the Straw Hat pirates left Drum Island, the witch fired a cannon and blasted the pink dust left by Hyriluk into the sky. Under the reflection of the pink dust, the snow in the sky turned into a sky full of sakura flowers. This is not a method that the witch came up with, but the way that Hyriluk gave the pink dust to the witch before he died. He firmly said that he has created a miracle of sakura flowers, which can already make the country full of sakura flowers. So if what Hyriluk said at the time was what he thought, then this miracle sakura flower may really not be the sakura flower in nature, but something else. There is such a thing as devil fruit in the world of pirates. There are not a few devil fruits that can bring miracles. For example, the dwarf princess in Dressrosa, her devil fruit is the heal fruit. When she unleashes the healing ability of the audience, isn't it just like sakura flowers all over the sky? Logan thought about it. If there is no clue related to the miracle sakura flower along the way, then when they reach Dressrosa, he can pretend that the dwarf princess ability to heal is actually the miracle sakura flower. This matter will end perfectly. Even if it is a lie, isn't a white lie better than a cruel truth? Great! Logan, I knew you wouldn't lie to me from the first moment I saw you. With Logan's affirmation, Chopper cried happily. Tears burst out from the eye sockets. Logan blushed. Ahem, yes. By the way, don't you want to read mangas? There are a lot of mangas here, you can pick whatever you want. Just pick a few. With a wave of his hand, Logan proudly made an exception for Chopper. I don't need to pick a few, I'll just change after I finish reading one. Saying that, Chopper jumped off the table, and then hopped to the front of the bookshelf. Look left, look right. Because of his short stature, he still climb up the bookshelf frame 1.6 from time to time, which is really funny. When climbing to the top, Chopper saw a lot of monsters drawn on the top of the pile of mangas. In front of these monsters, there is a handsome male protagonist. A monster. As if recalling sad memories, Chopper felt a little depressed. But within a few seconds, he suddenly clenched his fist. Logan told him that the more someone wants to mock him, the more he have to get over it. A monster, right? I, Chopper, dare to face the word monster. Immediately, he picked up the manga. It's called Strike the Blood. Chapter 102. Going Merry arrived in the port city of Alabasta. There are a few more emails in Logan's system. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his world strength in the manga Akame ga Kill, and the development of his devil fruit has reached the 4th gear. You get the 4th gear ability of its fruit at the same time you earn points +1. Your manga fan Nami conquered the rain card in the world of manga card captor Sakura. You get the rain card ability simultaneously. You get points +1. Your fan Sanji trained the 3rd gate of 8 inner gates in the world of the manga Might Guy biography, and successfully opened the 3rd gate. You simultaneously acquire the ability of the 3rd gate. You get points +3. Your manga fan Rorano Azoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpeki biography. Armament Haki has been promoted to the middle level, and you will get its Armament Haki ability simultaneously. You get points +2. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated a new Shikai ability Bent Light Star in the world of the manga Bleach, Urtsu Nimeya. You simultaneously get the God-Killing Star Shikai ability Bent Light Star. You get points +1. Before going from Little Garden to Drum Island, Logan did not receive many system emails, but during the journey from Drum Island to Alabasta, he received so many system emails. It is estimated that the accumulation of these 2 journeys has given the partners enough time to improve. Princess Vivi has been recuperating for the past 3 days, and she did not fully recover until last night. So she didn't go to practice for 3 days. After checking the email for a while, Logan was very happy. Luffy's Devil Fruit has been developed to the 4th gear, and the next step is to move towards the 5th gear. You know, once Luffy turns on the 5th gear, that is, the awakening of Rubber Fruit or his true Devil Fruit, there will be a qualitative change immediately. Transforming directly to the Nika form, that is the form that can directly take on Kaido. Judging from the current progress, maybe Luffy can really turn on the 5th gear before reaching Marineford. Then it will be interesting. Of course, Logan actually wants to know more. After Luffy has successfully opened the 5th gear, will there be a new one later? If so, what would it be like? Zoro and Sanji are making steady progress, and needless to say, Nami is also very capable, contributing a Clow card and points as always. Then there is Usopp. The Shikai ability cultivated this time is the Bent Light Star. Logan tried it, this ability is very good. To put it bluntly, it is actually the 26th Bakud in Shinigami Bent Light. The ability is to create a layer of bent light, which can cover up so much that objects cannot be seen. It is a kind of blinding method similar to magic, and it can also be considered as an alternative kind of invisibility. As an auxiliary ability, this is still very good. Going Merry is slowly docking at the port. It's here. I don't know if Ace will be in this place. Luffy sat on the special seat, impatiently rushing to land. When they left Magnetic Drum Island, some villagers remembered one thing. About a week before Luffy and the others came to Magnetic Drum Island, a pirate who claimed to be Ace appeared on Magnetic Drum Island, and asked the villager, if they encounter the Straw Hat Pirates, tell their captain Luffy that Ace is in Alabasta waiting for him. Don't worry, Ace said he would wait for you for 10 days. When we left Drum Island, he had just left for less than a week. We should have caught up. Logan stood in the fence behind Luffy, eating a small half of an apple in his hand. Beside him, Nami and Princess Vivi ate the second half reluctantly. Hey, hey, hey! That's the last apple on the boat. Princess Vivi hasn't eaten much these days, this apple is for her vitamin supplements. Nami-chan is fine, but you? What are you doing? You bastard, Logan! Seeing Logan eating an apple, Sanji was very annoyed. But Zoro smiled, I can explain this. It was Princess Vivi who insisted on sharing it with Nami and Logan, do you understand, you little curly eyebrow? Puff. Sanji clutches his heart. You and Logan, do you want me to kill you? So it's what Princess Vivi wanted, then it's all right. Although Sanji said it with a smile, his expression was bitter. Jealousy to deformation. It's all right, we're going to disembark soon, I can replace it later in town. Seeing Sanji's appearance, Princess Vivi explained with a smile while covering face. Oh, yes. Hearing this, Sanji suddenly came up to him and made his signature hand-rubbing gesture, so beautiful Princess Vivi and Nami-chan, can you give me some to eat? Ah! Princess Vivi looked at the apple she had eaten, and was in a dilemma. She didn't expect Sanji to ask for it so directly, it's too embarrassing. Of course, this is mainly because Princess Vivi has a thin skin. People like Nami don't have this concern. Still eating the apple with a smile on his face, she doesn't feel any psychological pressure on Sanji's cheeky look at all. Beautiful Princess Vivi, please share with me. Sanji walked on one knee, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. This looks like... Logan couldn't help shaking his head. This is such a simp attitude. The next moment, Sanji felt his mouth full. Immediately overjoyed. What? This smells wrong. He opened his eyes suddenly, but saw that Zoro had come in front of him at some point, and put his foot into his mouth. What? You bastard! Sanji was mad, jumped up and rushed towards Zoro. Don't chase me. I can only give you one bite, otherwise I'm afraid you'll go sleepy if you eat too much. Zoro has one bare foot, and he doesn't run too slowly. Ah ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. The two girls smiled and hugged each other directly. Logan is also numb from laughing. I have to say, when it come to annoying Sanji, Zoro have a good talent. But having said that, the two of them are really a pair of rival. It's here, I'm going down first. It was meal time, and Luffy was so hungry that he jumped down directly. Luffy, money. Don't steal food. Seeing this, Logan immediately took out a bunch of Baileys and threw them at Luffy. Although Luffy is a good person, but one thing to say, he really ate a lot meal, and often forgot to pay. In the original plot is here, the bottled water that Luffy and Usopp steal here was paid by Marine Petty Officer Tashigi. Good. Luffy extended his arms and caught the thrown money. A messenger seagull flew over. Nami waved to the messenger seagull, and the messenger seagull flew down immediately. Bought a newspaper, Nami quickly found news about Alabasta. The rebels are gathering and may launch an attack on the capital. When seeing this news, Princess Vivi's face became serious. I have to hurry up and get to the rebel base camp as soon as possible to prevent them from launching a riot. The little white hands clenched tightly because of worry. Even if the nails hurt the palm, it was not as painful as Princess Vivi's heartache. Then, she looked at Karu, let's act separately, I will stop the rebels, and you will go to the palace and inform my father about the Baroque works. Quack Karu was very sensible and knew that it was not too late, so he set off immediately. Then let's hurry up to eat, after dinner, hurry up to purchase supplies, and then hurry to the rebel base that Vivi said. Nami quickly arranged the next itinerary. Logan suddenly shook his head. Wait, I think we shouldn't be in a hurry. What? Nami frowned beautifully. Obviously there are only 3 days left, why not worry? If someone else had said this, Nami would have punched him long ago. But because Logan said it, Nami waited patiently for Logan's next words. Logan smiled mysteriously, trust me, there is no need to worry. Everyone can have a good meal and go shopping. Isn't it? Do you really have such ample time and mood? Usopp patted the back of his head, obviously the brain circuit was not enough. Logan. Princess Vivi looked worried. Don't worry, I've already figured out a countermeasure. Listen to me, go eat well now. This civil war in Alabasta will never be fought. With that said, Logan began to distribute money to everyone. Princess Vivi wanted to say something, but in the end she still felt that she should trust Logan. Nami took Princess Vivi's arm and said with a smile, I know you are worried. But, Logan usually know what he is doing, trust his plan. With Nami's words, Princess Vivi felt even more convinced that Logan was right. The other side. In a very famous restaurant in the area called Spice Bean. Marine Captain Smoker appears there. Ahead of him, the young man sitting on a pile of food that has a tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates on his back. To think I actually met the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates here. Smoker put his hands in his pockets, with sea stone behind his back, and looked at Ace coldly. I'm waiting for someone here, and I haven't done anything bad. Go and do your work. Ace turned around and spread his hands, not showing any nervousness. The corner of Smoker's mouth twitched, and he said in a cold voice, are you kidding? I'm Marine. And you? As long as your identity as a pirate remains unchanged. However, he hasn't finished speaking. Boom. It was as if a high-speed train hit him hard behind. Boom. Smoker was hit directly on the wall, and then knocked out a big hole, hit the next door. Wow. It's really a restaurant. I'm starving. Luffy didn't know who he had knocked into, and jumped to an empty table and sat down, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, looking expectantly at the shop owner. Uncle, I want to eat. Ace's eyes widened. Isn't this his stinky brother? It seems that he received his message on Magnetic Drum Island. But look at the wall destroyed by Luffy. Ace still held back the feeling of recognizing Luffy, and decided to wait for him first. Although my place is a restaurant, but I suggest you run away. The shop owner is sweating like waterfall. After knocking Marine Captain into the air, he can still sit here calmly and want to eat. Boy, are you kidding me? Is it money? I have money. Luffy directly took out a stack of belly and slapped them on the table. Oh. The store owner's eyeballs popped. All right. It's okay for such a rich guest. In no time, the sumptuous food was served. Luffy has a great meal. What a good meal. Too delicious. Aside, Ace is bowing to the guests next to the wall, sorry to disturb your meal. Then, he walked back angrily. This stupid brother, why is he still so unreliable in doing things? Hey! Love! Before Ace can mutter Luffy name, another angry guy rushed in. Straw Hat! __. Smoker rushed to Luffy with an angry face. Hey! You are that smokehead, why are you here? Luffy slurred the words with his mouth full of food. But he wasn't afraid of the guy in front of him at all, he still ate the food on his own, and asked lovingly, "Have you eaten? Do you want to sit down and eat together?" What a bastard! Looking at Luffy's appearance, Smoker thought of Logan. But just because he thought of Logan, Smoker's original idea of attacking Luffy was suppressed. He asked, "Is your deputy captain, Logan, here?" "Oh, he should go shopping with Nami. I will go join with them after dinner." While talking, Luffy looked at the shop owner, "Quick! I'm still hungry, hurry up." Damn! Here comes the bastard. Thinking that Logan used Tashigi to blackmail him before, Smoker felt powerless. Logan said it, Smoker can follow the Straw Hat Pirates, but if he is going to attack the Straw Hat Pirates, then Logan will attack Tashigi. The man dared to threaten him. Smoker definitely means what he says and does. The most important thing is, if Logan does that, he can't even stop it. Thinking of this, Smoker snorted coldly, "You better restrain your crew and don't do bad things. Otherwise, Marine won't spare you." After saying that, Smoker turned to look in Ace's direction. Since he can't do anything to Luffy, let's vent on the hatred on Ace. He looked at Ace and said in a cold voice, "Surrender immediately. Don't force me to attack you." Ace took a look at Luffy, who was busy eating, and was confused. "Isn't there a pirate over there, aren't you a Marine? How can you be so outrageous to ignore Luffy but trying to catch him instead?" He was very unconvinced and asked, He is also a pirate, why didn't you catch him? Why did you target me?" Ace's words embarrassed Smoker. Smoker was furious, "Stop talking nonsense. It's not up to you pirates to point out how our Marine work. You can't escape today, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace." Puff. Chapter 103. Ace. Luffy, who was eating, suddenly heard someone call out Ace's name, and sprayed it out in one gulp. Every food consisting of noodles, pork head meat, cauliflower, radish head. All that were sprayed on the face of Smoker in front of him. What is the picture like? What does it look like when a fire hydrant bursts? What does Luffy look like just now spraying rice? What? The shop owner saw this scene just as he came over with a braised lamb leg, and was so frightened that he threw away the plate in his hand. Whoosh! Luffy stretched out his arm, quickly caught it, and stuffed the leg of lamb into his mouth. It's over. This pirate has completely offended a Marine captain. Yes, it's sure to kill him. The guests around looked at Smoker's miserable appearance, and they were all stunned. "Ah! Very, very sorry." Ace bowed to Smoker with a very sincere attitude. "There is no way, he will apologize for everything this stinky brother has caused." Smoker is not moving at all. He felt the filth flowing all over his body in disbelief, and then threw his arms down vigorously. Crash! A pile of food chewed up by Luffy was thrown to the ground. Smoker's whole face is trembling. "Straw Hat!" Smoker let out a roar, and pulled out Sea Stone's jit from behind. "Forget about Logan's threats. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Smoker." "Stop!" Seeing this, Ace immediately shouted, "If you attack my brother, I won't sit idly by." Usually, Ace is too lazy to care who Marine catches. But his brother is different. Smoker frowned suddenly, he looked at Ace, then at Luffy, his pupils narrowed and he said, "Are you brothers?" "Yeah. Ace is my big brother." Luffy nodded, "I came here specifically to find him. One of the two brothers is the 2nd captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other is a newcomer to the pirates. You are really a family of pirates." Smoker hates pirates. Especially when a family forms a group to be a pirate. "A family of pirates?" Luffy picked his nostrils and explained, "My grandpa is not a pirate." "Who cares who your grandpa is?" Smoker was furious, and pointed at Luffy with the sea stone jit in his hand, "Whoever comes today can't protect you, I said so." "Ah, hey, it looks like I've been underestimated." Ace was not happy to hear that. He finally met his younger brother who was separated for 3 years, and you guys ruined such reunion. As he said that, he looked like he was about to make a move. However, Luffy waved his hand, "You don't need to come, Ace. This smoking man is very weak, and he can't defend against my punch." Ace's mouth moved closer to his nose, revealing a black question mark face. Is Smoker weak? No way. Certainly not someone Luffy can handle. Smoker was even more angry. He and Luffy had only fight against each other once, but that doesn't count. After all, he didn't expect Luffy to know armament haki at his age. But this time, Smoker will not be careless. No matter how strong Luffy is, he can't know Marine 6 styles like Logan, right? If that's the case, it's too outrageous. You bastard, go to hell. Smoker couldn't take it any longer, he threw his jit at Luffy. Ace and Luffy dodged to the left and right at the same time. Ace's heart moved. Luffy can dodge this. Immediately, he temporarily stopped thinking about making a move. Why don't he take a look at the current strength of his little brother? Smoker missed the throw, then sweeps across, to Luffy to the right. This kind of attack has no effect on me. Luffy jumped sideways again with ease, dodging Smoker's attack. Stupid. Don't forget, I am a devil fruit user. While speaking, Smoker released the ability of Smoke Fruit. White Snake. _ Smoke rolled out from around his body, condensed into a long smoke snake, and rolled towards Luffy in an instant. At the moment when Luffy just jumped in the air, the smoke snake directly engulfed Luffy and grabbed him from the air. Hey, I said you can't do it. Seeing that Luffy was caught by Smoker after only a few seconds of jubilation, Ace put his forehead on his forehead and sighed. Look what happened. He should have just let me deal with this, but he has to show off. But at the next moment, Ace's eyes suddenly popped. He saw that Luffy, who was entangled by the smoke snake, suddenly had a billowing black airflow from both arms. The airflow appeared for a moment, leaving and wrapping around Luffy's arms. Puff, dash. Ace spews out. This is armament haki? Looking at Luffy again, he squatted down slightly, crossed his arms together, and then opened them suddenly. Boom. The smoke snake around him seemed like a section of long rice flour, and it collapsed in an instant. What? Smoker was also shocked. He knew that Luffy had armament haki, but according to his judgment, when he was in Logue Town, Luffy's armament haki should have just reached the entry level. For armament haki like that, Smoker is confident that he can control it with the ability of Smoke Fruit. In particular, he also has weapons made with sea stone in his hands, which is enough to deal with Luffy. However, at this moment, he looked at the shiny black armament haki on Luffy's hands. This is definitely not at the elementary level. Damn! Has this guy gotten stronger again? How long did it take from Logue Town to here? Half a month? In just half a month, this guy's armament haki has been upgraded from entry level to intermediate level? What kind of talent is this? This is definitely a monstrosity in cultivation. Such a guy must not be allowed to grow up. Thinking of this, Smoker released the ability of his devil fruit again. White Snake Dance. __. A large amount of thick smoke crazily gushed out from his body, forming strips of white smoke tendrils like pythons. Surrounded by Luffy from all directions. You really? Luffy is still hungry right now. If it wasn't for him not having any ill intentions towards Smoker, he would have defeated the Smoke Head. But now that Smoker has been entangled with him, Luffy is really upset. It's annoying. With a roar from Luffy, his fist blasted out. Meet the two smoky white snakes and smash them to pieces. Then, boom. Luffy's fist landed directly on Smoker's face. Ah! Smoker only felt that something weighing 10,000 tons slammed into his face, and gold stars appeared in front of his eyes. The whole person was like a cannonball, hitting the wall behind him fiercely. Boom! A large hole was opened in the wall, and Smoker lay outside. Ah! I'm really starving to death. Dissatisfied and complained, Luffy grabbed a large piece of meat on the table and gnawed it. Luffy did not forget to ask Ace, have you eaten? Just eat together. My treat. Now the Straw Hat Pirates are not short of money, so there is no need to worry about not having enough money when they eat at Luffy. No. Ace came back to his senses at this time. He looked at Luffy, then at Smoker on the ground outside through the big hole in the wall. He saw that guy got up, clutching his stomach and resting there for a long time. This punch is a bit strong. He looked at Luffy excitedly, that is armament haki. Luffy replied casually, and then greeted the boss, quick, serve. Oh. The boss was stunned until now when he was awakened by Luffy's shout. This man is the one who dares to beat Marine Captain. You must take care of him. Otherwise, what if the store is smashed? The boss didn't dare to neglect, and went directly to the back kitchen to greet all the chefs to cook a big meal for Luffy first. Seeing that Luffy doesn't care about it at all, Ace's mood is very complicated. He has been at sea for 3 years, and he is 3 years older than Luffy. Relying on the ability of Mara fruit, he made a name for himself in New World. But, even he didn't train armament haki that much. How did this little brother manage to master armament haki right after East Blue? And this armament haki is not the level of a beginner either. As the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, most of his crewmate captain know haki. Ace often see other people using armament haki. Ace can be sure that Luffy's armament haki is not on beginner level. But this is unreasonable. Not right. Suddenly, Ace thought of something. He sat down, looked at Luffy who was facing each other, and asked seriously, Luffy, during the 3 years I have been at sea, has anyone taught you how to practice armament haki? Some strong guy must have coached Luffy. Otherwise it would never be possible. Someone teach me armament haki? Luffy frowned. Where? He shook his head, no. No. Ace frowned even more, he wondered, then how did you train your armament haki? Luffy scratched his head, I didn't practice with anyone, just myself, fighting non-stop every day, and then somehow train haki. By the way, if Logan hadn't told me that it was called armament haki, I would have not known it was called that. Who is Logan? Ace asked. It's my first mate. He's a mangaka and also a devil fruit user, he is the most reliable guy. Luffy replied with a smile. Oh. It turned out to be his crewmate. But he is not interested in this, he is only interested in Luffy's armament haki. Although he didn't understand how Luffy's armament haki got through training, but as a big brother, he was really happy that his younger brother was so strong. Patting Luffy on the shoulder, Ace said with a happy smile, Luffy, you really have it. In just 3 years, you have trained armament haki to such a powerful level. I'm so happy for you. 3 years. Luffy rolled his eyes in confusion. He shook his head and said, Ace, you misunderstood. It hasn't been 3 years. I only started practicing armament haki after I went to sea. Pfft. Ace's expression instantly collapsed. Nanny? You started practicing after you went to sea. His expression was exaggerated, and he said in disbelief, Hey. Although I haven't returned to East Blue in these years, I also saw the reward information about you. If I'm not mistaken, you've only been out to sea for 2 or 3 months. Luffy nodded, oh, yes. Ace stood up in shock. In 2 or 3 months, Luffy have trained armament haki to this point. My younger brother, what kind of monster is he? Chapter 104. You mean, you only took 2 or 3 months to train armament haki to this level? Ace stared at Luffy in disbelief. If this kind of thing comes from someone else's mouth, Ace would give him a punch without hesitation. How can you brag such thing? But he knew it was impossible for Luffy to lie to him. Since Luffy said 2 or 3 months, it must be 2 or 3 months. Not much less. Ace took a deep breath, and murmured in shock, Luffy, your talent is really powerful. You have already awakened armament haki not long after setting out to sea, and after a while, you are very likely to awaken another kind of haki, called observation haki. Luffy exaggeratedly pulled a piece of meat from the hoof, and said vaguely, oh, I can do that too. Well, that you, what? Ace said half of what he just said, and he was stunned by what he just heard. He pointed at Luffy, stuttering with excitement, you say it again. You learn observation haki. As you said, observation haki, I can do it. Luffy shrugged and said indifferently. Then, he suddenly raised his head to look at Ace. Ace, you went out to sea, why did you become so surprised? It doesn't look like you anymore. Ace was taken aback. If you talk like that, no one can calm down, okay? Your brother are on board the Whitebeard Pirates, 4 emperors, Yonko. There are many strong individuals there, all of them are talented experts in the pirate world. But Ace have never seen someone who can train armament haki to his little brother level in only 2 or 3 months. What's more, Luffy actually said that he also learned observation haki. This is no longer talent, but a monster level talent. No. When did you little brother learn to lie? Suddenly, Ace looked at Luffy with a sly look, trying to cheat something out of Luffy's mouth. I'm not lying, what are you talking about? Luffy didn't understand Ace's meaning, so he just buried his head in eating and drinking. Ace will know if Luffy are cheating or not. Ace quietly walked behind Luffy, watched him eating intoxicatedly, grabbed a rice bowl and threw it at the back of Luffy's head. Luffy didn't even look back, just let it pass by with a random deflection. He dodged that. Ace is a little uncertain. What if it's a coincidence? Immediately, he grabbed the pots and pans on the table and threw them at Luffy with a single mind to prove his brother lies. He saw Luffy sitting there eating, with his back to Ace, his body twisted to dodge. None of those pots and pans touched Luffy. Ace, what are you doing? Luffy turned around in a daze, picking his nostrils. Ace is stunned. This is observation haki without a doubt. Ace has a deep understanding of observation haki. When he first boarded the Whitebeard ship, he tried to assassinate Whitebeard no less than 100 times, but none of them succeeded. Can't even kill Whitebeard while he's sleeping. At first Ace didn't understand why, but later he found out that this is from observation haki. With an existence as powerful as Whitebeard, it's no surprise that observation haki is amazing. But his younger brother. The younger brother whom he swore to protect all this time has a very powerful observation haki. This is embarrassing. He had promised the dead Sabo to protect their little brother. But the question is, does this little brother still need his protection? Luffy. Ace walked to Luffy's side, his eyes were rosy, and his shoulders were excited. After a while, he managed to say, Luffy, you have become stronger. Wahaha. Of course. Being praised by Ace, Luffy is quite happy. From childhood to adulthood, every time he fights, he was defeated by Ace. And now, Ace recognized him. Of course, Luffy didn't actually think he is better than Ace now. But the truth of this matter can only be known by fighting. At this time, Ace said to Luffy, Okay, Luffy, eat slowly. I'm going first. Aha! Luffy didn't take a bite of the meat, and quickly raised his head, You are leaving. Yet. I came here to see you. Now that you have grown so much, I feel relieved. I still have things to do, so I can't delay here. With that said, Ace threw a piece of paper to Luffy, Here, this is very important. You must carry this forever. What, isn't it just a torn piece of paper? Luffy took it and looked left and right, but didn't find any use for this torn note. Ace spread his hands noncommittally, That's right, it's a torn paper. But this torn paper allows us to meet again next time. Oh, Luffy nodded. Ace smiled, Why, don't you want it? No, I want it. Luffy hastily put the note away. Although he didn't understand what it was, since Ace said that he could use this note to let them meet next time, then Luffy would regard it as a treasure. I wanted to see your friends. But unfortunately, I only met you here. There was a little bit of regret on Ace's face, and then he suddenly asked, Luffy, do you want to come to our Whitebeard pirates? Your crewmate can come too. I won't do it. Luffy didn't hesitate. Ahaha. I knew it, just saying it. Well, Luffy, let's go. Ace laughed easily, and then he walked from the door grinningly, Do you need me to help you get rid of the marine outside? Oh, no need. They probably won't come to me again. Luffy suddenly remembered what Logan had told him. If you encounter Smoker again, as long as you throw out that sentence, the other party will not dare to pester you anymore. Oh? Very confident. Well, then, Luffy, when we meet again next time, we will be at the peak of pirates. Not long after Ace left, Luffy was full. There was still a lot of money left over from the money Logan gave him, so he asked the boss to pack a lot of food and carried it on his back. At this moment, the marine soldiers rushed in. Immediately afterwards, Smoker also entered. Bastard Straw Hat Boy! You are still here. You must be brought to justice today. Smoker's face was already swollen a lot, and the corner of his mouth was still twitching. Even talking hurts. Why are you here again? Get out of the way, I have to meet up with my friends. Luffy looked at Smoker very bored, thinking that this guy was a bit annoying. Facing such a bastard like Luffy, Smoker was going crazy, he roared angrily, Stop being so self-righteous. Can't you see that I have no intention of letting you go? Luffy clenched his teeth, took out a piece of shredded meat, ate it again, and then said slowly, I just remembered, Logan asked me to give you a sentence. Hearing this name, Smoker's heart skipped a beat. In front of that guy, he has absolutely no room to resist. It's like being sanctioned at your fingertips. The most important thing is, that guy can't tell you anything. Do whatever you want. When he met Luffy eating here just now, Smoker didn't want to touch this boy at first. But unexpectedly, Luffy directly sprayed him in the face, which forced Smoker to attack Luffy. Otherwise, where would his reputation go? But now, when he heard Luffy suddenly say such a sentence, he almost felt dizzy like a conditioned reflex. He asked cautiously, "What?" Luffy shook his head, "No more." Smoker looked confused, "No more. Yet. What Logan asked me to say to you is that sentence just now." Shrugging his shoulders, Luffy's mouth twitched. Smoker froze. After a while, he came to his senses and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? What did he ask you to tell me?" "Logan asked you to give him a sentence." "Yes. He said that as long as I tell you, you won't bother me." "Look." Smoker understood. "It doesn't matter what you say. Importantly," Logan reminded him. Smoker took a deep breath. He calculated it carefully in his mind, as if no matter what method he used, he couldn't stop Logan from taking Tashigi. Damn strength. This moment, Smoker feels deeply aggrieved. There is even a sense of powerlessness welling up in my heart. He want to be stronger. In this sea, if you don't have strength, you can't even stick to your own justice. What do you mean? Don't you plan to let me go? Logan told me, if you still pester me, let me go back and tell him about it. Looking at Smoker, who didn't speak or move in front of him, Luffy tilted his head, with a question mark on his face. Clenching his fists tightly, Smoker violently smoked the 2 cigars in his mouth. "Straw Hat Boy. You are lucky this time. If I meet you next time, it will not be so simple." After a while, Smoker snorted coldly, and then ordered, "Let's go." "Ah? Captain, shouldn't we arrest him? What's going on? He's a pirate. Are we leaving like this?" The marine soldiers opened their mouths wide. Surprise was written all over his face. They have followed Smoker for so long, and this is the first time they saw Smoker ignore the pirates in front of him. "Shut up everyone. I'm so tired today." With a cold reprimand, Smoker walked out without looking back. "Hey, it really works." Luffy was also surprised, but just be happy. He tied up the large bag of food on his back and went out happily. On the top of a building not far away, Ace is squatting here and playing with fire. This partner of Luffy. I'm intrigued by him. Chapter 105. Alabasta Kingdom. Sanji is in charge of sourcing ingredients. Because he was worried that Zoro would get lost, Logan arranged for Zoro to go with Sanji and helped him get some ingredients on the way. Usopp originally planned to go with Luffy, but Luffy left the ship too quickly, so he had to follow Sanji to buy ingredients. Logan is shopping with Nami, Vivi, and Kaya. "Vivi, you can pick some too. The clothes here are so beautiful." Nami stood in front of a group of clothes full of Alabasta desert style, happy like a child. On the side, Kaya is also choosing clothes. But she doesn't seem to be interested in this style of clothes, she just bought a few sun protection clothes. Vivi walked over absent-mindedly, thinking about the riot all the time. Seeing this, Nami took her arm directly, and said seriously, "You have to trust Logan. Whatever he says can be done, it can be done." Princess Vivi looked into Nami's eyes and nodded gratefully, knowing that. "I just can't help but worry." Nami smiled, and pulled Princess Vivi to the front of the beautiful clothes. "Hey! What about this? First dress up beautifully, and then handle Alabastus affairs beautifully." Saying so, Nami began to choose clothes, and then tried them on for Princess Vivi. It's fun to go shopping with a woman. But shopping with 3 women is a bit boring. Nami used to hold his arm, but now Nami is holding Vivi. This store is full of women's clothes. Logan looked at it for a while, and saw something like an underwear, and felt embarrassed at once. Under the punishing gaze of the proprietress, Logan wandered out helplessly. "I didn't realize that you actually like this kind of shop." As soon as he left the door, a young man with a leather cap started to tease him. "Hey? It's you," Logan replied. He remembered he did not have any intersection before with Ace. Although Ace is Luffy's big brother, they obviously haven't met each other. Why is Ace's being so familiar? Or, with my handsome appearance, even men are beginning to attract? You know me. Seeing Logan's reaction, it was Ace's turn to be surprised. He knew Logan because when he was looking at Luffy's reward, he saw Logan's and Nami's reward together. Just now he learned from Luffy that Logan is in town, so he specially came to see this partner of Luffy. Of course, I do. Poor Ghastly Ace. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, and also our captain Luffy's big brother. Your introduction is interesting, Ace laughed. It seems that Luffy and you guys get along relatively well, and even shared with you about his big brother. Ace said. Where is this shared by Luffy? However, there is no need for Logan to explain so many irrelevant topics. The partnership on our ship is very good, and everyone has supported each other along the way. Logan said while pointing to the bench next to the store entrance. Motioned Ace to sit down and said. Afterwards, the two walked through the rows and sat down. Have you met Luffy? After a little thought just now, Logan asked. Ace leaned back, put his hand on the back of the chair, and smiled. Well, my brother who often encounter many trouble, thanks to you for taking care of him. Well, if you say that, then I accept your thanks. Is Luffy always seeking trouble? That's right. Ahaha. Actually, I heard about you from Luffy, so I came here to see you. I didn't expect that your personality really suits my appetite. Logan's unpretentious and generous attitude really made Ace feel very comfortable. After laughing for a while, Ace said regretfully, it's a pity that my idiot brother met you first. If I met you first, then we should all be on the Whitebeard pirate ship by now. The strongest man in the world, he is indeed a legendary figure. Logan nodded. For Whitebeard, he still approves very much in his heart. In this cruel sea where the weak prey on the strong and intrigues exist, there is no one like Whitebeard. It is indeed a great thing to support a home for those lost and wandering guys. As the pop of these guys, Whitebeard is not weak. Until his death, he truly carried out the greatness that a father should have. Ace, you are very lucky to have such a legend, bless you. This is a compliment to Ace, but it is also a compliment to Whitebeard. Hearing this, Ace's eyes lit up. Oh? You think Pop is legendary too, don't you? Then, do you want to? Logan laughed. No, I'm loyal to Luffy, to the Straw Hats. Ace, on the other hand, smiled. Look like I fail again. Ahaha. Sure enough, the guy who can be so recognized by my brother, really can't be poached. Being rejected by Logan, Ace was a little disappointed, but also happy. The mood is very complicated. Logan patted Ace on the shoulder. How should I put it? In terms of friendship, it is impossible for me to abandon my partner and find another new one. In addition, in terms of bragging, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, but he is only a mere 4 emperors. Mere 4 emperors? Hearing such a sentence suddenly, Ace's expression collapsed in an instant. Even the terrifying Admiral of Marine dare not use 2 words to describe it. What idiots are on my brother's boat? At this moment, Ace's view of Logan changed slightly. He said a little dissatisfied, Hey, hey, hey. You bastard, I didn't allow you to say that about my pop, although dissatisfied, but not really angry. Haha, I know you love Whitebeard very much. But I don't look down on 4 emperors, but because, compared with Luffy, 4 emperors are really just so, Logan explained with a smile. Ace, the more Ace listen, the more confused he get. Okay. According to what he mean, it's because he follow Luffy that he didn't like 4 emperors? Could it be that Logan think his younger brother can still be the pirate king? As soon as Ace thought of this, he heard Logan next to him continue to say, your troublesome brother, Monkey D. Luffy, he is the man who is going to be the pirate king. Ace just took a sip of wine into his mouth, and immediately sprayed it on the ground. Why are you just like Luffy, thinking about such wishful thinking? Ace didn't know whether to scold or laugh. Such an outrageous idea, I am afraid that only Luffy and Logan in front of him can be so sure. I seem to understand suddenly, no wonder Luffy said you are his most reliable partner, probably because you are so firm and persistent in thinking that he can become the pirate king. Ace laughed easily, as if he was listening to a light-hearted joke. It's a pleasure to communicate with you, my brother can have such a good partner, cheers. As he spoke, Ace gave Logan a sake bottle. Logan glanced at it, took it over and opened it. The two raised their heads, poured sake, and drank it. Then, it's time to say goodbye. I hope that when we meet next time, we will be at the peak of pirates. Tightening the cap on the empty flagon, Ace stood up. Are you leaving so soon? Logan is bored right now. The women are picking clothes inside, and it is estimated that they will not be able to get out for a while. He doesn't want to stay alone waiting, so he might as well find someone to chat with. Ace said, "Yeah, I just came to see Luffy and his friends this time. I have business, I have to go. Would you like to chat more?" Logan glanced at the store. Nami, Vivi, and Kaya seemed very happy. Ace spread his hands. "Didn't I just say I'm busy? I have something to do. I'm hunting down a wanted criminal of our Whitebeard pirates. I heard that he recently called himself Blackbeard. He committed a serious crime on our ship, murdering a fellow crewmate." Speaking of this, Ace looked at the distance and said with emotion, "As the captain of his previous team, I must solve this matter. Otherwise, I will have no reason to see everyone." "Blackbeard teach?" Logan slightly raised his eyebrows. "You know him?" Ace looked at Logan with some surprise. Logan pursed his lips slightly. "I know a little bit. Speaking of which, he is not a simple person. Do you know the red-haired Shanks, Luffy's idol?" "Yes, I visited him to thank him for taking care of Luffy." Ace nodded. Originally planning to leave, but suddenly heard an interesting topic, Ace naturally continued to chat. "Do you know why there are 3 scars on the Red Hair Pirate's pirate flag?" Logan asked. "Everyone knows this question, because Shanks has 3 scars on his face, right?" Ace replied. Logan asked again, "Then do you know who left the 3 scars on Shanks' face?" Ace thought for a while, then shook his head, "I don't know about this. If the red hair didn't say it, no one would know about it. The person who can leave a scar on his face is probably already died in that battle." Logan smiled slightly, "That person is actually Marshall D. Teach." "What?" Ace showed shock on his face, with horror in his eyes. "How could it be Teach? If he has that kind of strength, how could he remain unknown? I don't need to say what he thinks. But I can tell you for sure that before Blackbeard Teach got his devil fruit, his strength was comparable to that of Shanks at that time. This is the truth." Logan slowly savored the steak in his hand. Although it is spicy, it slowly enters the throat, and there is an indescribable refreshing feeling. Ace didn't speak, and began to think. "Besides, you hunt down Blackbeard Teach alone, do you know what kind of ability his devil fruit has?" Logan continued to ask. Ace shook his head, "Not sure. I just know it's a Logia devil fruit. His devil fruit, based on the information I got, is dark fruit is the only Logia devil fruit that cannot enter elementalization, but its advantages are also very obvious. Once the devil fruit user is touched by his darkness, they will lose their devil fruit ability." Logan simply gave Ace Blackbeard devil fruit information based on what he read in his previous life. It's actually possible to do this. After listening to Logan's words, Ace realized that he was still thinking about things simply. It suddenly occurred to him that Pop was so resolute in asking him to give up this hunt. It seemed that Pop also knew dark fruit's ability. Ace took a deep breath. "I understand what you mean. But, I have to catch Teach back. This is my responsibility." "Well, I'm not trying to persuade you either. With a younger brother like Luffy, you must act the same way as he does, reckless as always." Logan smiled lightly, and then molded a manga book out of his body. This is not what Logan brought on his inventory on purpose, but the ability of the system. It is mainly mangas drawn by Logan, and Logan can store them in the inventory space at any time. Even if it is far away in the sky, Logan only needs to move his mind, and this manga will be put to the inventory to Logan. Maybe it was on a whim, Logan suddenly thought of a manga that would be very suitable for Ace. He wondered if some interesting things will happen if he give this manga to Ace. "After drinking your sake, I will give you this manga as a gift." With a light throw of Logan, the manga flew to Ace. Ace reached out to catch it. He glanced at the cover. On it is a boy with sakura flower hair wearing a white plaid scarf. The title of the book is Fairy Tale, Natsu Dragneel. "Okay. The gift you gave me, I will read it carefully and keep it. I'm really leaving this time." Giving Logan a friendly look, Ace turned and walked towards the port. "Looking forward to seeing you again." Logan waved his hand casually, then looked at the time. Haven't these women picked out their clothes yet? It's really troublesome if there are too many women. Chapter 106. In the evening, a restaurant in Aluberna. The Straw Hat Pirates gather here to feast. Princess Vivi is wearing new and beautiful clothes, but it's clear she can't relax. "Vivi, you need to relax, I know you worry, but eat first. Logan voice. Nami also cared. Yes, Vivi, you just recovered from a serious illness, you need to eat more. It must be that the taste of this restaurant doesn't suit Princess Vivi. Let me, the knight, go out. I'll go back and cook for Princess Vivi right now. Sanji saw that the opportunity to perform came, and immediately stood up in a hurry. You can calm down. Princess Vivi is obviously doing this because she is worried about the people. Zoro grabbed Sanji and stopped his mentally handicapped behavior. Bastard! Are you trying to discredit my chivalry? Sanji was furious and scuffled with Zoro. Hey, Luffy reached out and grabbed all the meat in Zoro's and Sanji's bowls. Save one for me. With quick eyes and quick hands, Usopp snatched a chicken leg from Luffy's clutches. Soon, everyone was full. After leaving the restaurant, Logan stretched his waist. It's time to help Vivi solve the problem. Hearing this, Princess Vivi's eyes lit up, and she turned her head to look at Logan. And then, shall we go to Yuba now? Logan frowned slightly. Yuba? Why do we need to go there? Aha! Princess! Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then explained in confusion, that is the base camp of the rebels. I am going to stop the rebels from rioting. No. Logan refused without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, Princess Vivi felt like she was hit by a bolt of lightning. She felt as if her heart had been stabbed. But, didn't you say you wanted to help me? With her white hands covering her mouth, Princess Vivi's bright eyes were filled with tears. I obviously trust you so much, but why do you? Even after hearing what Logan said, Princess Vivi still wants to believe in Logan. He must have something to say. Bastard! You lie to the nice and lovely Vivi. Sanji can't see a woman cry, otherwise he must go crazy. Boom! Nami's fist hit Sanji to calm him down. Hiss! Chopper, who just joined the group, gasped when he saw this scene. He exclaimed, Ah! This, Sanji-kun, let me bandage you. Luffy hugged Chopper and didn't let go. He laughed and said, It's okay, this is normal. Chopper looked confused. Hey! At this time, Sanji on the ground looked at Nami with a heartbroken face. Nami-chan. Nami was furious, her pretty face instantly turned into a devil face. Can't you just listen to what Logan has to say? Yet, Logan won't ignore Princess Vivi. Kaya, who almost never participates in the group discussions of the Straw Hat Pirates, also expressed her opinion at this time. Actually, I think so too. Zoro looked at Sanji's miserable appearance, and said with a smile. Your feelings are correct. How could I deceive Vivi? The corner of Logan's mouth raised slightly, and he gave Princess Vivi a reassuring look. Then, he looked at everyone and asked, Do you think that Princess Vivi's trip can really stop the rebel riot? To be honest, for the question asked by Logan, the answer in their hearts is indeed not too biased towards Princess Vivi. But at this time, due to Princess Vivi's face and mood, they couldn't speak out. Otherwise, Mr. Vivi stubbornly raised his head and looked at Logan. Logan, I believe I can. Logan continued to ask, Okay, I believe you too. Everyone is dumbfounded. As long as you believe that Princess Vivi can do it, then you can ask a question. In the end, we didn't dare to say it, but you did. Just when everyone wanted to go up and beat Logan, Logan continued, Then, here comes the problem. Princess Vivi has stopped the rebel riots, but Alabasta is still dry. Do you think the peace can last? This. Everyone looked thoughtful. Nami shook. If Alabasta continues to be dry, even if the rebels don't make trouble today, they will make trouble tomorrow. When they face the crisis of being dried out or dying of thirst, they will definitely attack the royal family. Indeed. In the final analysis, the main reason why these rebels rebelled is because they can't survive. Usopp agreed. Luffy raised his arms high and yelled, I should have kicked that crocodile away. Just knock him away. Hey! Keep your voice down. Usopp's complexion changed, and he quickly covered Luffy's mouth with his hand. Don't you understand? People in this country regard crocodiles as heroes. If you shout in the street like this, you will beat by the villager to the ground. Be careful. Luffy is right, the matter in Alabasta is entirely caused by Crocodile. So the core of this matter is to defeat Crocodile. Logan nodded. Luffy pouted at Usopp. Look, Logan also agrees with me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Logan changed the topic, but this is not the first thing to do now. I know what the first one is. A look of amazement suddenly appeared on Nami's little face, and she raised her little hand. Logan smiled, okay. Nami, please answer. It's rain. Bingo. Logan stretched out his hand and gently scratched Nami's little face, and praised, yes, rain is the most important thing on the surface now. As long as we can make Alabasta rain, then it will be proved. Afterwards, he looked at Luffy, and what Luffy said just now, we have enough time to deal with the Baroque works. Hey? Seems to make sense. Scratching the back of his head, Luffy had a belated look on his face. Princess Vivi also nodded, but asked in confusion, but, how can we make Alabasta rain? You probably want to use that. What that? Sanji looked confused. Yeah, what is it? Usopp didn't understand either. Logan smiled, Princess Vivi wants to talk about dance powder, of course. However, we definitely won't use that. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean talking for nothing? As he said that, Logan flipped his palms and mentally communicated with the magic power of Clow cards. A Clow card appeared in his hand. This is the rain card, as long as I use it, I can make it rain here. Logan introduced the function of the rain card to everyone, and turned to look at Nami next to him. Of course, this is all thanks to Nami. Hee, I also thought about Alabasta's situation, so I wanted to see if I could take the rain card first. I didn't expect to be lucky, and I really got it. Enjoying the joy of being praised by Logan, Nami held Logan's arm with a shy face, and pouted at her, I did good, right? You did amazing. Pinching Nami's nose, Logan gently shook it twice. Caw 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 caw. There was a heartbreaking sound, and then Usopp was heard yelling, Chopper, come and see, Sanji is dead. Seeing the flirting of Logan and Nami, Princess Vivi felt a little sad. But she has nothing against Nami, only gratitude and sincere friendship. Okay. Now is the time to witness the miracle. Logan raised his palm, and the rain card turned into a wave of magic energy and submerged into his body. Next moment, Logan pointed to the sky, it's raining. Clatter. There wasn't even any foreshadowing, and the big scoop came crashing down. Big raindrops rushed down from the sky and resolutely hit the land of Alabasta. When raindrops hit the ground, hit the wall, hit the roof, fall on people, the city of Alabasta seemed to be frozen in an instant. All the pedestrians were all fixed in standing in place, motionless. Everyone's faces are full of unreality like a dream. They stood motionless, as if they were afraid that a slight movement would break this dream, this illusion. Until it's raining. An old man with dry skin made a hoarse inquiry with his dry voice. This question seemed to be the fuse that ignited the explosives depot. It's raining, it's raining. Rain. It's raining. It's raining. Oh my god. It's really raining. Damn it. Come out and see, it's raining. Don't be so busy, hurry up and watch the miracle. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Haha, it's the smell of rain. It's so delicious. This is definitely the best water I've ever tasted. Heavenly rain. Alabasta saved. The whole city seems to be ecstatic. No matter men, women, old or young, they all rushed out with all kinds of pots and bucket. The hawkers and stalls on the street didn't care, and rushed home. The owner of the shop didn't even want the customer's account, and immediately ordered people to move all the containers out. Pedestrians on the road can't wait to run home. Store water. Water storage. Everyone's heart is full of these two heavy words at this time. The drought is too long. They are so scared. It's really water. Princess Vivi opened her arms, raised her head, and let the turbulent rain slap on her delicate cheeks. Looking at the excited people around, Princess Vivi also cried excitedly. On her face, whether it is rain or tears, I can't tell the difference. This country is saved. The civilians will not die either. Logan promised her. He really did it. Chapter 107. Rebel Base, Kateria. It is very close to Alabasta City. When the city rained heavily, it also rained heavily here. It is the base camp of the rebels, and the rebels who were all handling weapons are now in the carrier container. Koza, the leader of the rebel army, stood in the rain at this time, and his whole body relaxed. Perhaps when people hear the name of the rebel leader, they will associate it with war. But if there is anyone in the whole of Alabasta who least wants to start a war, then this man can definitely be ranked among the top few. At the beginning, he entered the palace alone to meet His Majesty Cobra, hoping that Cobra could use dancing powder to rain on everyone for the sake of the people. Cobra firmly opposed the proposal. It is believed that doing so will trigger wars between downstream countries and them. Koza then understood the main reason why they should not use the dance powder, the consequences are too much. But then not long, the king suddenly appears in front of Koza and declare he used the dancing powder and caused the drought on Alabasta. Here comes the war. In a simple sentence, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands rebel. This is not what Koza wants. And now it's raining. Koza's mood has never been so peaceful and relaxed. At the same time, behind this relaxation, he is very scared. He was afraid that it was just an accidental rain. He was afraid that after this rain, the drought would continue. When the time comes, but it's still inevitable. The other side. The Going Merry had left Aluberna. Logan's rain card is left there for the time being, and he intends to let Aluberna and nearby cities rain for half a day. At least let the civilians who are still in the drought fill the water cellars with water. Now, they're heading to the home base of Baroque Works, Rain Base. In the conference room of the pirate ship, Princess Vivi pointed to the sign on the map, "We need to cross this Sandora River, the other side is the oasis." River. Zoro looked at the sea water outside the window with a puzzled expression. Princess Vivi nodded, "You read that right, there is indeed sea water outside. But since ancient times, this place has been irrigated by the Sandora River. But in recent years, due to the long-term lack of rain, the river has gradually it loses its power, and the sea water floods back." Usopp rubbed his chin with a clear look, that is to say, in the final analysis, it is because of the drought that has had a great impact on this place. Yes. Look over there, dugong have appeared. Those who didn't know dugong could live in rivers. Nami looked through the window and saw two heads popping out of the water, it was very cute. Princess Vivi smiled and popularized science to everyone, "That's Kung Fu dugong, they are very powerful." Powerful. When Luffy heard this, he immediately became excited. He rubbed his hands and couldn't wait, "I'll meet them." No. Princess Vivi stopped immediately, "If you beat them, they will worship you as their teacher, this is their rule. Wouldn't that be nice?" Luffy tilted his head, thinking there was nothing wrong with it. Logan smiled, "Yeah, and then they will get attached to you and will never leave your side until you die." Princess Vivi continued, "Okay, let's continue to look at the map. After arriving in Arimalu, go north from here, pass through Yuba, and then walk about twice as far to reach Rain Base." Logan nodded, "Okay. Then we will go north along the Sandora River, and we will only dock when we reach the Rain Base. Then we can beat the crocodile away." Although Luffy couldn't understand the map, he knew that crocodile was in the Rain Base, so he became excited again. Looking at Luffy, Logan subconsciously thought of Ace. He don't know that by giving him a copy of Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel, can Ace Guy learn the magic of Fire Dragon Slayer. Although the Flame Fire Dragon magic is very suitable for Ace, and its power is also very powerful. But there is one big downside. The dragon power attached to the human body by dragon slaying magic will destroy the semicircular canals of the human body, so those who know Dragon Slayer magic will get sick in vehicles. Without exception. Ace, as a pirate, takes a boat almost every day. Logan thinks it's better not to think about it. If Ace gets seasick and falls into the sea due to one of his own mistakes, it will be a disaster. At that time, what Summit War, what Magma Fruit? It's all gone. Going Merry sails along the left bank of the river, and Nami also uses her rain card. Her rain card ability can just cover the two places of Arimalu and Yuba. When the rain falls on the dry ground of Yuba, a farmer wearing a turban cried, I knew, this city is alive." If Princess Vivi was here at this time, she would definitely recognize him as Koza's father. A civilian of Alabasta who is firmly opposed to the rebellion and stands alone in Yuba. Another half-day passed. Going Merry docked at the port closest to the rainy ground. Since it was going to fight this time, both non-combatants Kaya and Chopper stayed. In addition, Sanji also stayed, and his main responsibility was to protect the two and the pirate ship. So this time the players are, Logan, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Vivi. After getting off the boat, there are camel renters at the port. This thing is quite useful in desert areas. Riding a camel and chatting, they arrived at the rain base without knowing it. It's finally here. The desert weather is terrible. Walking here from the port, I'm dying of thirst. Usopp slid down from the camel, took off his hat and pressed it. There is a water shop over there, let's go buy water. Luffy stretched out his tongue, the corners of his mouth were chapped, and rushed over quickly. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw two familiar figures walking out of the store. Hey! Looking at Smoker and Tashigi who suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, Luffy was a little stunned. What's the situation? Why can't I meet these two people everywhere? Smoker's expression changed, it's you. Straw Hat Boy. Tashigi also exclaimed, Mr. Luffy. Smoker's gaze quickly passed Luffy, and saw the Straw Hat pirates walking behind Luffy. When he saw Logan, his heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously stood in front of Tashigi. Hi! What a coincidence! Logan came over with a smile and greeted them both. Afterwards, Vivi raised his mouth, glanced at Tashigi intentionally or unintentionally, and then asked Smoker, Luffy, did you meet him when you were in Alyaburna? Oh! Sure enough, he was staring at Tashigi. Smoker's face twitched, and he quickly explained, that was a misunderstanding. The cause was caused by the Straw Hat Boy. Yet, I saw Ace at the time, and when I got excited, I accidentally sprayed a little rice on the smoking man, Luffy said honestly. Smoker was angry, little. Luffy scratched his head, isn't it? It seems, at least cover your face. Puff. Everyone spewed out the old trough. Good guy. They all covered their faces, so naturally they didn't say anything. No wonder people made such a big fire. Okay. Then let's forget about that. Logan held back his smile and spread his hands, then why are you here again? We're here to investigate this country. Before Smoker could speak, Tashigi spoke. She looked at Logan, her cheeks blushed uncontrollably, but she continued, we interrogated the two pirates you handed over to us last time, and found some question. The two pirates last time? Ah, you reminded me, where is my money? Logan patted his forehead, it's really easy to forget things when people have money. Smoker still owes him money. Yes. Where is the money? Nami also held out her little hand. Logan had told them about this before. Smoker blushed immediately. As soon as they met, they either plotted against Tashigi or asked for money. Can't make it through this day. He lifted his coat, as you can see, how could I bring so many belly with me? The part I paid you last time is already all the money I brought on the warship. I haven't go to the headquarters, where will I get the money from? Logan rubbed his chin, looked at it for a while, and had no choice but to give up, okay. Anyway, don't think about taking this money away. At this time, Zoro and Usopp were late with several glasses of iced drinks. Ah! Kuina, oh no, impossible. Impossible. Seeing Tashigi, Zoro was startled, mumbled something, then shook his head again and again. What happened? Usopp was also taken aback by Zoro's convulsions. No, nothing. Zoro took a deep breath and explained a bit, the woman in front looks too much like a friend of mine. I almost thought it was her just now. Usopp was overjoyed, maybe it's her, let's hurry up to say hello, and someone will cover us in marine from now on. Impossible. Zoro flatly denied. But Usopp insisted, how is it impossible? She has become a marine, and her temperament is different, so you will mistakenly think it is not. Zoro sadly said, my friend died when he was 11 years old. Ah. I'm sorry. Hearing such a result suddenly, Usopp's face was full of shame. Zoro waved his hand generously, it's okay, let's go there. Excuse me, I haven't finished yet. Seeing that Logan suddenly interrupted her to mention the IOU, Tashigi also interrupted seriously. Oh, let's continue talking. Logan made a gesture of please. Tashigi pushed his glasses, the riots in this country should be controlled by someone behind the scenes. What is certain is that the Baroque works must be involved. But the boss behind it? Do you want to say crocodile? Logan said lightly. What? Tashigi exclaimed. They, Marine, are currently investigating, and without definite evidence, they absolutely dare not make a conclusion. After all, Crocodiles is one of 7 warlords of the sea, if there is no definite evidence, it must not cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Logan pouted, ah what, let me tell you, he is the man behind the scenes. Seeing this, Smoker immediately asked with a heavy expression, hey! Logan, Do you have evidence? Logan was non-committal. There is evidence, but it's too good for you to see. But Tashigi looked at Logan in surprise. If you have evidence, submit it to us. Let us Marines catch him. Whoa. No need. We are here to fight crocodiles. Luffy came out of the store with a bucket in his arms, and shouted excitedly when he heard this topic. You fight crocodiles? Smoker's brows were frowned, and he said in horror, he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In terms of identity, it's a crime for you to attack him. In terms of strength, you are least likely to be his opponents. What do you want? Fight. Smoker doesn't want to think about the people of the Straw Hat Pirates, he just doesn't understand why they want to give away their live. Haha. Logan smiled happily, and he walked into the shop. When passing by Smoker, he patted Smoker on the shoulder. We are pirates, why are we still afraid of committing crimes? Hiss. Smoker choked for a while. Damn, it makes sense. Because in the end Crocodile did something bad, he made our crewmates sad, Logan proclaim. Chapter 108. He made our crewmates sad. When she heard this sentence, Princess Vivi's eyes instantly became red. When the girl cries, someone will protect her. What a happy thing this is. Logan is right. That bastard, he made Vivi cry. We will never spare him. Nami gritted her silver teeth and was very angry. He has done so many bad things, causing the whole Alabasta to suffer a 3-year drought. Princess Vivi went undercover to the Baroque works to investigate this matter. Just for this, we can't let him go. Beat him up. Luffy just said that, but the emotion expressed was very strong. Crewmate. Tashigi listened to this word. As a marine, she couldn't understand this kind of thing at all. But just listening to what Logan said just now, she couldn't help but feel her blood boil. How exciting it is to be Logan's crewmate. Humph. Whatever you want. I just want to remind you that that guy is not at the same level as the pirates you met before. If you want to deal with him, I will not help you. With a cold snort, Smoker walked past Logan. Say the most concerned words in the most hateful tone. This Smoker. When did he start to become emotional? Tashigi quickly followed Smoker's footsteps, and when Logan passed by, she couldn't help taking a peek at Logan's side face. Coincidentally, Logan is also looking at her. They lock eyes, and Tashigi's face brush turned into a red apple, and she quickly lowered her head and walked away. Oh, right. Suddenly, Logan called out. What? Smoker didn't look back, just stopped in his tracks. Then I heard Logan's voice, do you dare to make a bet with me? Smoker said firmly, I don't bet with pirates. Tashigi suddenly said to himself, as expected of Chief Smoker, he is full of righteousness. Just bet 50 belly. Okay. What's the bet? Puff. Tashigi taken aback. Why did the captain accept is so fast? As soon as you hear the bet 50 belly, you betray your integrity. Fortunately, she still thinks you are full of righteousness. Logan turned around and said with a smile, I bet you will get a promotion and a salary increase after we defeat the crocodile. If this happens, you will lose 50 belly to me. Smoker said disdainfully, whether you beat the crocodile or not, it has nothing to do with me. If I get promoted and raise my salary, it will be because I caught the crocodile. You don't need to say so much, just say you want to bet or not. Logan raised an eyebrow at Smoker. Smoker paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, okay. Just bet with you. You will lose the 50 belly. Haha. Whoever loses and who wins will have to wait until the result of the bet comes out, right? Seeing that Smoker accepted the bet, Logan was in a good mood, then changed his tone slightly, and said seriously, remember what I said, if you want to uphold the justice in your heart, sometimes you must have a high enough status to support your willfulness. When the promotion and salary increase come, don't refuse in a hurry, use your position well, so that you can better implement the justice in your heart. After speaking, Logan entered the store without looking back. As expected of you, you always have something to say about others' situation. Nami didn't know much about it, but she felt that what Logan said was very reasonable, and her eyes were full of admiration. Princess Vivi understood better. After all, she is a princess of a country, and she is used to thinking about problems in a macroscopic way. When she heard what Logan said just now, she was extremely shocked. She also has a feeling. If the country of Alabasta can have Logan as the king in the future, it will definitely create a prosperous world. What did Logan say about promotion and salary increase? Luffy held the bucket to soak up water, looking at Zoro and Usopp. Usopp shook his head, I don't know, anyway, promotion and salary increase must be a good thing. That smoking man has something good to expect. Zoro doesn't want to deal with these two. Smoker froze in place. If you want to uphold the justice in your heart, sometimes you must have a high enough status to support your willfulness. Is he capricious? Capricious. And very capricious. As long as he feels that the orders of his superiors are wrong, Smoker will never follow them. But at this time, listening to the words from the man's mouth, he fell into deep thought. Why are those high officers always yelling about these bullshit orders they given him? Isn't it because their status is higher than mine? If I sit in their position and issue the correct order. Isn't it just like what Logan said just now? Only by making good use of your position can you better implement the justice in your heart. He is really a different pirates. On the side, Tashigi opened his mouth slightly, and his whole body was shocked by Logan's words. Such a person turned out to be a pirate. What a pity. If he is Marine, he must at least be Marine Vice Admiral. Even, Admiral is possible. When the Straw Hat pirates came out of the water shop, Smoker and Tashigi had already left. Vivi, where is Crocodile? Luffy drank enough water, and now he is full of energy, and he can't wait to punch Crocodile. It's right there, see that building with a crocodile on the roof? That is a casino run by Crocodile. Princess Vivi pointed at the pyramid-like building in the middle of the rain base. Okay. I'll beat him up. With that said, Luffy rushed out. Hey! Why didn't you follow the plan? Zoro shouted hastily. Why is Luffy so reckless and free-spirited? In a blink of an eye, Luffy disappeared. Logan smiled, forget it, don't worry about him, he has been shouting all the way here, let him beat Crocodile first. If it was Luffy before, Logan would definitely not let him act alone. But today's Luffy has 2-type Haki all reached the intermediate level, and the fruit ability has been developed to Gear 4. What is the concept of such a Luffy? Basically this the Luffy before he reaching Wano Kuni. Such Luffy with that type of power, isn't it appropriate to take care of a small crocodile? On the other side, inside the Rain Base Casino. A meeting belonging to the senior agents of Baroque Works was held inside. A long ring table with 6 people sitting around it. Mr. 1, Miss Dowblifinger, Mr. 2, Mr. 4, Miss Christmas, and Mr. 0. In addition, there is a woman standing directly opposite Mr. 0, Miss All Sunday. The so-called Mr. 0 is Crocodile, codenamed Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile is telling everyone about the battle plan he came up with the purpose of conquering Alabasta. When each of you completes the task, Alabasta will be ours. The rebels and royal who get in our way will fall into the hands of our Baroque Works. In just one night, this country will become our. This is the last and biggest plan, no failure is allowed. Puff puff puff. Just then, Crocodile's Den Den Mushi rang. He looked at the facial expressions of the simulated characters on the Den Den Mushi, which were the Baroque work agent he arranged in the rebel army. Hey, who allowed you to use the Den Den Mushi to report the situation? Picking up the Den Den Mushi, Crocodile was very upset. In order to prevent the plan from being eavesdropped by the Marine, the Baroque Works has always used orders and mission in person to send and receive information. Especially at such a critical time, he actually called him directly. It's not good. Boss, something big happened. On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, he didn't seem to pay attention to Crocodile's tone, but shouted anxiously. Hearing this, Crocodile became more upset, and he asked coldly, what? The undercover reported, it's raining in Kataria. Rain. Crocodile was stunned for a while, he looked out the window. How did this happen? He did not plan this to happen. He even enhanced the desert climate yesterday. Almost the entire air of Alabasta has been sucked dry of moisture. Even with dancing powder, it is impossible to rain. Who are you? My man was caught by you, right? Believing in his own judgment, Crocodile concluded that the one that call him should be a member of the rebel army or the king's army. Boss, it's me. Mr. Sewer. The Den Den Mushi was in a hurry, it's really raining in phone. And it's heavy rain. Listen. As he said that, the undercover agent stuck Den Den Mushi out of the window and placed it facing the rain. This poor Den Den Mushi was dazed by the heavy rain. Crocodile's face instantly frowned. He was sure it was the sound of rain. And it's not small. At this critical time, if it really rains, the rebels may not necessarily launch an attack. At this time, Robin also answered the Den Den Mushi, and then said with a surprised face, something went wrong. What now? Crocodile. Had a bad feeling and looked at Robin. Robin pondered for a while. I received a call from Aluberna, saying that Aluberna is also under heavy rain. Moreover, my informant told me that he heard that it seems to be raining in Yuba and Arimalu. What? This time, Crocodile can't calm down at all. If it rains in just one place, it could be a coincidence. But now it's raining in so many places at the same time, it's obviously man-made. And what he can be sure of is that this is definitely not something that dancing powder can do. In this case, there is only one possibility. Devil fruit user. On this day. How can his luck be so bad, that some devil fruit user came and ruined his meticulous plan? Crocodile thought of two people. One is the guy known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. One is the most ferocious criminal that the world's government fears. If it was one of these two who came against him. Crocodile felt powerless. Boss, what's the situation now? Sensing the sudden freezing of the air, Mr. One looked at the people around him, and then asked. Crocodile frowned, did not speak, but thought carefully. Boom! But at this moment, a violent vibration sound was transmitted here along the frame of the building. Then, a loud voice was heard outside, Crocodile! Get out here! Chapter 109. Crocodile! Get out here! In the lobby on the first floor of the Rainbase Casino, Luffy yelled coldly. This loud roar directly made the environment suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison, showing shock expressions. Where is this guy from? Is he crazy? Who is Crocodile? That is one of the majestic 7 warlords of the sea. He is a great hero in the hearts of Alabasta people. Someone actually used such an arrogant attitude and order Crocodile get out here? Hey! Kid, where did you come from, an idiot? This is a casino, you come here to find crocodiles, are you out of your mind? In Alabasta, you can scold anyone, but you can't scold Sir Crocodile. That's right, don't think that we can forgive you for your mistakes because you are young. Some gamblers in the lobby on the first floor stood up one after another. In fact, what kind of sense of justice do gamblers have? They just saw that Luffy was a kid, so they wanted to take the opportunity to vent their displeasure about losing money. Boy, let me teach you how to respect our Alabasta hero. The burly gambler who walked the fastest, with the mohawk hairstyle, picked up a dice cup on the table and threw it at Luffy's head. Boom! A huge human-shaped hole appeared on the wall in an instant. Through this big human-shaped hole, everyone can clearly see that mohawk-haired gambler is lying motionless on the ground outside. Hiss! Those gamblers who hadn't had time to make a move on Luffy gasped in unison. FK. Fortunately, he didn't rush as fast as that guy, otherwise they would be the ones lying outside now. I'm not here to deal with you weak people, don't bother me. Luffy looked grim. When his eyes swept over the faces of those gamblers, these cowards shrank their heads in fright, and ran away from the big hole in the wall in desperation. Dear guest, please come this way. In front of the side, several welcoming men and women in suits and dresses bent down at the same time, and directed towards a magnificent door. Luffy looked over, and grinned and asked, is Crocodile right in there? This is the VIP room. The welcoming man in the front gave an enthusiastic answer. Okay. Crocodile is in there. Luffy hummed, and rushed in aggressively. The gamblers around are stunned. Ah hey, the guide didn't say that Crocodile was inside. As the door of the VIP room was opened by several welcome personnel, a magnificent passage appeared before Luffy's eyes. Luffy rushed in without any hesitation. At the end of this passage is a fork in the road. Arrow to the left, it says VIP. Arrow pointing to the right, it says Pirates. Luffy was taken aback. I am a pirate. He rushed straight to the right. It was another very long passage. Luffy ran all the way to the end. There were still welcome staff to help him open the front door. Luffy rushed in again. Bang! Behind him, a dark fence gate fell down, blocking his retreat. Hey! Luffy turned around in a daze, and subconsciously reached out to grab the fence door. But the moment he touched it, his body suddenly collapsed like a noodle. Oops, it's sea stone. Luffy knew something was wrong when the feeling of weakness had flooded his body. About sea stone, Logan told him. He also knows that Smoker's weapon is made of sea stone, and sea stone is very rare. But he didn't expect that someone would use sea stone to make a fence as large as a whole wall. So rich. Relying on only a little strength, Luffy moved slowly, letting his body slowly leave the contact of sea stone. The moment he left contact with the sea stone, the feeling of weakness disappeared in an instant. On the spacious curved staircase, a group of people came down. The leader was wearing a black fur coat, with an orange plaid long-sleeved shirt inside, and a shiny back hair. There was a long and neatly mended scar on his face, a cigar was dangling from his mouth, and his left hand seemed to be lifted, with a gold hook replacing the original palm. Just by looking at this appearance, one can tell that this guy is definitely not a good person. Crocodile! Let me out, I'll beat you up! Luffy recognized Crocodile at a glance, and roared angrily. Crocodile pouted, with a funny smile on his face, "You're going to beat me up, and you still want me to let you out? Do you think I'm like a stupid?" Luffy was furious. "Hey! You bastard! Let's fight it out! Hey! Aren't you that woman?" Suddenly, Luffy was taken aback, and looked behind Crocodile. Crocodile raised his brows, and turned to look at the senior agents behind him. Finally, his gaze settled on Nico Robin. "Have you seen him? I met their pirate group on the way back from Little Garden, but I didn't know they were going to fight you at the time." Robin's face was calm, and Crocodile couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or lying. But Luffy was taken aback. "Do not you know? At that time, you clearly advised us not to fight against Crocodile." However, no matter how stupid he was, he would not expose Robin's lies at this time. Crocodile's eyes were cloudy, revealing a touch of suspicion. He didn't continue to entangle with Robin on this issue. After all, Crocodile also understood that there was nothing that could be asked from the mouth of this woman Robin. What's more, he still needs Robin to help him. If he really falls out, it will also affect his plan. Crocodile turned his head, looked at Luffy, and smiled evilly. "Straw Hat Luffy, should I praise you? You actually found this place. You must have a companion, right?" "Right." Hearing Crocodile's reminder, Luffy suddenly nodded. He stopped yelling, but walked to the bench next to him and sat down, picking his booger leisurely. His situation made Crocodile dazzled and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm waiting for my partner to rescue me." "Thank you for reminding." Spreading his hands, Luffy gave Crocodile a pleased expression. "I've heard your name. There are 3 people in your pirate group who have offered a bounty. In addition to you, the captain with a bounty of 100 million belly, there is also a deputy captain with a bounty of 90 million belly, and a bounty of 60 million belly. Bailey's woman. This should be the strongest combat power of all of you." Crocodile said the bounties of the 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates without haste, then took a puff of his cigar with an arrogant expression, and said with a smile, "Is this where your confidence came from?" "That's right. My partner is my confidence. You bastard who only has a reward of 81 million belly." Luffy scooped up a good ol' booger, stood in front of the fence, and threw at Crocodile. "Don't be so naive." Crocodile stepped aside casually, and snorted coldly. Newcomers always fall into a misunderstanding, thinking that the higher the reward, the stronger the strength. But don't forget. Ever since I joined 7 warlords of After the Sea, my bounty has not increased. Right now. Puff puff puff. Crocodile Den Den Mushi is ringing again. He held it to his ear. "Hey, what's the matter?" "Boss, there are a few troublemakers again, and they seem to be in the same group as the one just now." On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, there was a report from the front desk staff. The corner of his mouth curled into a joke, and Crocodile looked up at Luffy, teasingly, "Your partner is here." Luffy said blankly, "Oh, are you ready to be beaten by them?" Hee. Crocodile smiled awkwardly, and then ordered to the Den Den Mushi, "Bring them into the VIP room. Lobby on the first floor." After Logan, Nami, Vivi, Zoro, and Usopp came here, they didn't see Luffy, and they all felt strange. "Is that guy Luffy lost?" Zoro looked thoughtful, and nodded again. "I think this guy will be ashamed to call me a road idiot next time." Logan smiled, "Don't act funny, although Luffy is a bit of a fool, he will never go to the wrong place. I guess he should be captured." "Ah? Luffy got caught?" Usopp's face was shocked. Princess Vivi also showed concern. "I knew that crocodiles are not easy, we shouldn't be so reckless. Dear guests, this way please, please use the VIP channel. At this time, the welcoming men and women in front showed their signature smiles and etiquette again. Seeing the appearance of these people, Logan suddenly recalled. In the original plot, Luffy was tricked into the VIP channel. However, it is impossible for him to remember all the plots all the time. Just now he didn't think that Luffy's rampant character would jump into the pit. Now seeing this scene in front of him, the memory of this episode is activated. He smiled, let's go, let's meet Luffy. Princess Vivi hurriedly grabbed Logan, wait, this might be a trap. Nami also nodded, well, I think it's a trap too. Of course it's a trap, Logan smiled, and then strode out. Hey hey hey. You know that but you're still going. Usopp was in a hurry. Nami wanted to say something, but he suddenly smiled. What am I worrying about? With Logan's intelligence, how could he be so stupid that he would fall into the trap? Anyway, just keep up with him. Immediately, Nami took Vivi's arm and followed. Let's go, it seems that Logan has a good idea. Zoro patted the handle of the knife on his waist, glanced at Usopp, and then followed. Ah! Usopp looked bitterly, looked around, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep up. The road that Logan and his group walked was the one that Luffy walked before. Soon, they also came to the trap of the sea stone cage. Bang! The sea stone fence fell down, trapping them in the room. Oops! Usopp was shocked, he immediately went to break the fence, but found that it would not work. Buzz! There was a sudden sound, and the wall behind them was closed in a flash. The two rooms that were originally separated by this wall became a hole. Then they saw Luffy jumping on Logan excitedly, wow! I knew you would come to save me. Yeah, I guess you were fooled by Crocodile. Logan patted Luffy on the back. Usopp on the side was anxious, hey, hey, hey. Can you see the situation, we are also locked in now. Ha ha ha. Is this the partner you have high hopes to come to save you? Crocodile watched this scene and couldn't help laughing. Logan released Luffy hold, Logan walked to the fence in the inner room and looked at Crocodile. Seeing this, Crocodile teased, why, what do you want to say? However, Logan is not looking at him at all. Looking past Crocodile, Logan waved to Nico Robin behind Crocodile, Nico Robin, we meet again. Chapter 110. Nico Robin, we meet again. Logan smiled and greeted Robin. Crocodile's complexion suddenly changed. Ignoring me? This guys of the Straw Hat Pirates are really more arrogant than the captain. Hello, Logan. The corner of Robin's mouth smiled, but a gentle smile appeared her face. Since leaving O'Hara at the age of 8, Robin has never paid special attention to anyone. Until I met Logan some time ago, the darkness in her heart was illuminated with a glimmer of light. As if in a dark abyss, Robin heard a sound coming from the mouth of the abyss above, hey! You are not alone. There are still things in this world that are worthy of your companionship. It's not easy to make an impression to someone. But to move a person's heart, often only one sentence is needed. There is no one who is absolutely lonely in this world. It was this sentence that made Logan word deeply imprinted in Robin's mind. Crocodile snorted coldly, the relationship between you seems to be pretty good. It's not a good feeling to be ignored, even if it's just a person who has been reduced to a prisoner, it's the same. Seeing that Logan and the person on the other side are very familiar, Crocodile felt a burst of resentment. Luffy, how would you like to have Robin as our crewmate? Continuing to ignore Crocodile, Logan chatted with Luffy on the side as if chatting. It would be great if she would join. Luffy is more particular about eye contact when looking for a partner. When leaving Whiskey Peak that day, they met Robin. If she was a bad person, then Robin can easily capture Princess Vivi and hand her over to Crocodile. But Robin didn't do that. Instead, she used a threat to teach Vivi not to go against Crocodile. It was very uncomfortable to hear at first. But when Luffy recalled it again, he realized that it was Robin's kindness. So, when Logan watched him ask about this matter, Luffy agreed very much. Good. Both the captain and the deputy captain agreed. A smile appeared on Logan's face, so, friends, what do you think? Usopp looks worried, that woman is kind of dangerous. Nami looked at Robin, smiled lightly and said, I think so. I don't mind. Zoro shrugged, not caring much. He didn't know if Robin was good or bad, but he didn't want to interfere at all with the matter of recruiting people into the team. Then, he added another sentence, if it's a woman, the curly eyebrows must agree. Okay. Then there's no problem. For Usopp's suspected negative vote, Logan directly chose to ignore it. Then he looked at Nico. Robin, what do you say? Robin has traveled all over the world for so many years, but he Shas never encountered such a thing. Discussing the matter of recruiting her into the gang in front of Crocodile is like a fairy tale. What's more, joining any faction is the same for Robin. Anyway, it's all about taking advantage of the relationship, and if it doesn't fit, leave. Normally speaking, Crocodile is here, as his subordinate, she should firmly refuse. But Robin is different from other senior agents after all. The others are Crocodile's subordinates, while Robin is more like a cooperative relationship. Pursing her red lips lightly, Robin smiled slightly, okay. If you can defeat Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Hearing Robin's terms, the agents at Baroque Works all laughed. Only Crocodile's face was so gloomy that he could almost drip sweat. After getting the reply from Robin, Logan looked at Crocodile and said with a deep smile, Crocodile, you hear it. What are you waiting for? Seeing that Logan only paid attention to him now, Crocodile was very upset. Our Straw Hat pirates are able to meet Robin, a future crewmate, and it is due to you. Logan grinned slightly, and seemed to be talking to himself, so, for the sake of your merits, as long as you stand on the wall of the Alabasta Palace and apologize to the entire Alabasta, and then obediently wait for the Marine to arrest you to impel down. Then, we don't need to take action against you. Nanny? As soon as these words came out, the senior agents of Baroque Works were all dumbfounded. Crazy. Unless Crocodile was stupid, how could it be possible to agree to such absurd conditions? Hee hee. These words fell into the ears of Crocodile, and his blood pressure soared immediately. Want me to apologize? Then obediently wait for Marine to catch me? He also said boldly that this way he would not attack me? Ah! Where did this weird thing come from? The corners of the mouth twitched crazily, Crocodile's anger was exploding. Boy! Where did you get this sense of humor? Although it was a joke, but when it came out of Crocodile's mouth, it was full of terror that wanted to bite people to death. It's more than humorous, it's ridiculous. Miss Doublefinger held a slender cigarette between her fingers, smiling like a piranha. Beside her, Mr. One snorted coldly, you've already been reduced to a prisoner, and I still have to pretend. Ha ha ha, this group of people is too cute. If it's not against the boss, I really want them to join my Okama army. Mr. 2 Bentham was spinning happily, dancing the little swan dance. Logan made a hand gesture, so, you don't accept it. A fool will accept it. Miss Doublefinger sneered. Crocodile didn't speak, but the look in his eyes, which was sullen enough to be a dead, fully explained his mood. Shaking his head slightly, Logan looked at the people around him, in that case, then, friends, let's choose someone. I want the biggest one. Luffy rubbed his fists excitedly. Zoro sat on the bench, stepped on the bench with one foot, put his hands on his knees, and said casually, if there is a swordsman inside, it's mine. Those girls, leave them to me. And the to Vivi Nami also chose for herself and Vivi. Well, okay. Princess Vivi had no objection. Are the two cute little girls talking about the Okama family? The Okama family can fight with you. Bentham's state is similar to that of Luffy, and he also has a sense of sight that has been overdone. Nami rolled his eyes, I don't want to fight with transvestites. Vivi nodded again and again, yes. Don't fight with transvestites. Oh, my heart really hurts. Bentham immediately put on a sad pacific look, and then looked at Logan, then this handsome guy is fine too. Logan also looked confused. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by a ladyboy. After looking at it, only Mr. 4 and Mr. 2 are left. Usopp, how about I handed the shemale handed to you? Logan tried to throw this burden away. But Usopp doesn't like ladyboys either. He said sternly, I'll give you both. I'll be in charge of cover fire. Okay. Logan showed an expression of I knew it would be like this. Logan agreed. No way. Usopp's character design is like this. In normal combat, he hides and hides. But as long as he makes a move, he can always turn the tide. Are you guys kidding me? You actually start discussing how to carve up the enemies in a serious manner? Do you think that I will let you out because of anger, and then have a big fight with you? Seeing the actions of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, Crocodile was really about to be laughed out of anger. He looked at the Straw Hats with extremely mocking eyes. A bunch of idiots, they can't even get out of the gate, and they want to fight. With a crisp sound. Is this the gate you mean? Logan grabbed the sea stone's fence gate and stood in front of Crocodile. Chapter 111. At this moment, everyone in the Baroque office opened their eyes wide, staring at the fence gate in Logan's hands with a hellish look. In the entire conference hall, even if a needle is dropped, it must be heard clearly. After a while, grunt. The sound of someone swallowing saliva broke the dead silence. Crack, break it off. Miss Dowblifinger pointed to the boss with red lips, and looked at the almost completely dismantled fence gate in Logan's hand in disbelief. Am I dreaming? This is made by sea stone. Isn't he devil fruit user? Bentham rubbed his skull-like eyes, and the lively energy just now disappeared. Mr4 shook his head vigorously. Hey. You made a mistake. Even if he is not devil fruit user, it is absolutely impossible to break the fence of sea stone. It's not that it's absolutely impossible to break sea stone. But sea stone is arguably one of the strongest substances in the world. It is said that even in the place where sea stone is produced, it is impossible to polish sea stone without ancestral techniques. Let alone broken. What kind of destructive power does it take to destroy sea stone? Boom. Logan casually threw the sea stone fence aside, and pouted at Crocodile. Do you regret it now? Stop being self-righteous. Crocodile was not frightened, his face was hardened, and his arms swiped out. Desert La Spada, desert the sword. Brush, dash. An arc-shaped desert blade cut towards Logan. Don't get me wrong, your opponent is not me. Logan easily moved away, then pointed to Luffy. Crocodile was secretly startled. How can he dodge my attack so easily? Hey! Crocodile! I've been putting up with you for so long. At this time, Luffy roared, and his right hand turned into a fist the size of a water tank. Hone Fusion! Rushing over is a punch to Crocodile. Idiot, let me show you what strength is. Grinning in disdain, Crocodile didn't mean to dodge at all. He stand there, letting Luffy's punch explode. Seeing this, Logan couldn't help but hold his forehead. Another guy who got tricked by Logia. In the first half of the Grand Line, there are mostly small characters who don't know how to use Haki. Therefore, Logia can be called invincible here. In a good environment, it is easy to let people slack off. Even pirates like Crocodile who have been in the New World can't help but let down their vigilance. Seeing Luffy punching him, he didn't avoid it. But when Luffy's fist was already in front of him, Crocodile suddenly saw a layer of black airflow quietly emerging from the water tank-sized fist. With a loud cry in his heart, Crocodile wanted to get out of the way. But this punch was too close, he was too late. Boom! This punch hit hard. Crocodile was like a kite with a broken string. He hit the stairs in a jiffy, smashing the stairs to pieces. Everyone in the Baroque works, who had just recovered from the shock of Logan breaking the sea stone, was shocked again by Luffy. What's going on? Isn't Crocodile a Logia ability user? How did he hit Crocodile? Mr. 4 couldn't believe what he saw. Mr1 frowned fiercely. I heard. If you can train a kind of ability called Armament Haki, you can capture the entity of the Logia ability user, and then hit it. Did that kid use Armament Haki just now? Miss Dowblifinger asked. There is some inexplicable excitement about this kind of thing that she have never seen before. Mr. 1 shook his head. I haven't seen it either, but it should be. Boom! The ruins of the shattered staircase exploded, and a pile of sand flew out of it, and then quickly condensed into the body of Crocodile. He wiped off the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth fiercely, and looked at Luffy with shocked eyes. It's Armament Haki. Damn it, I underestimated you. Logan is very happy to see these people's shock attitude and Crocodile's bewildered look. Because Robin knew about Luffy having Armament Haki. And now, these Baroque Works people are so shocked by Luffy's Armament Haki, then it means that Robin did not disclose this matter to Crocodile and others. This shows that when Robin left Going Merry, she had already had a good impression of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Boss, how are you? Miss Dowblifinger asked with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of pirate who can be killed with 1 or 2 punches. With a cold snort, Crocodile then looked at Miss Dowblifinger with a cold look, and said in a deep voice, Zayla, if you dare to have this kind of wait-and-see idea again, I will make your death ugly. As soon as these words came out, Miss Doublefingeru turned pale with fright, and she hurriedly said yes, yes, I know I was wrong. Crocodile, I'll give you another punch. At this time, Luffy rushed over again screaming. When Crocodile saw it, he suddenly felt a headache. Facing this kind of enemy with armament haki, in such a small space, Crocodile is at a disadvantage. He is a sand devil fruit user. The desert is his home field. I can't fully use my fruit in this environment. If you want to fight, come out with me. Crocodile directly turned into a wisp of flying sand and went out. Don't try to escape. Luffy punched a hole in the wall, and immediately chased him out. Usopp yelled hurriedly, ah! Luffy, he got trick again. Then you go and help, to prevent Luffy from falling to any other trap, Logan reminded. Everyone in the Baroque works is speechless. This guy really didn't take Crocodile seriously from the beginning to the end. Mr. One opened his arms in a stance, and his elbows instantly turned into blades. He looked at Zoro, shook his head towards the big hole, and said coldly, Swordsman. Let's fight. Just what I want. Zoro pressed the handle of the sword, his whole body was like an upright javelin, and walked out with his head held high. Miss Doublefinger looked left and right and then said, there are only 3 of them, and we have 5 people here, and we have the advantage. Logan chuckled, don't be ridiculous, Robin is ours. It can only be counted as 4 against 4. What? Robin, are you going to betray the boss? The face of Miss Doublefinger changed slightly, and she looked at Robin with stern eyes, you know the boss's attitude. Although Robin hasn't felt a sense of belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates yet, she doesn't like being threatened in such a tone. When you want to threaten others, you must first see if you have the strength. Clatter. Several arms grew out of Miss Doublefinger, throwing her to the ground. You. Getting up from the ground in disgrace, Miss Doublefinger felt a lingering fear. If Robin didn't mean to hurt her just now, she's afraid she is already died then. The promise just now is still valid, I am neutral in this battle. Spreading her hands, Robin lightly jumped onto the railing next to her and sat down. This big Afro girl is a thorn fruit user with thorns on her body. The other Afro old woman is a Zoan mole fruit ability can make holes. You two can handle it. Although he has confidence in the strength of Nami and Vivi, since the other party is devil fruit user, Logan feels that it is necessary to introduce the other party's ability. After all, devil fruit has too many advantaged. Who knows if these guys will have an ace ability hiding that Oda didn't draw. The thorns sound a little more difficult. I have weapons, so let me deal with them. Princess Vivi took a step forward and made a choice. Nami smirked, okay, leave the mole to me, I hate it the most. Sounds like a joke, but Nami is not kidding at all. Captain Mouse has brought so much pain to her hometown that Nami now wants to step on that guy, and isn't Mole also a mouse? What an outspoken little girl. I'll beat you like a pig later. Miss Merry Christmas herself has a quick temper. Drill down immediately. Kika. Straight through the ground and drilled in. The game has started. Nami didn't care too much, and just flipped his hand, so that the claw card appeared at the same time. Swipe. Several streams submerged into Nami's body, giving her the powers of power cards, fighting cards, shields and thunder cards. On the other side, Princess Vivi communicated with the source of magic power in her body. The magic wave instantly formed a protective shield around her body. As soon as she activated her ability, she suddenly remembered something. Subconsciously looking back at Logan, she saw Logan's mouth wide open in astonishment. Logan also didn't know that Princess Vivi suddenly used her ability, and suddenly his eyes went blank. How could he stand the test? Seeing Princess Vivi looking back at him, Logan suddenly coughed twice to resolve the embarrassment. This cute little girl, let me imitate her face. Suddenly, a weird shrill laugh appeared in Nami's ear. Mr. 2 appeared while dancing. Only. Boom. Before his right hand could even touch Nami's face, he was kicked by Logan. Mr. 2 is like a folded paper airplane, it fell out heavily. Didn't anyone tell you? Even if you are a ladyboy, don't touch other people's girls. Logan kicked Mr. 2 away, and appeared in front of him the next moment. Hearing this, Nami was secretly happy. Logan wants to say, I am his girl. Hee. Oh, it's too much. I just want to stretch out my hand to imitate, but you directly kicked my arm and broke my arm, which hurt me to death. Mr. 2 sat on the ground, holding his broken wrist, sweating coldly from the pain. Mr. 4 saw that Logan was facing away from him, and his attention was still on Mr. 2, he patted the dachshund next to him, and the dog spit out a bomb. Oh no, it's a baseball-style ticking time bomb. Yunhai bon punk knock 400 punk knock. Underscore. The moment the baseball time bomb spit out from the dog's mouth, Mr. 4 waved the baseball bat as thick as a tree trunk behind him, and pressed it out hard. Boom. The kinetic energy of this baseball is stronger than that of a cannonball, and it almost hit Logan's body the moment it was fired. Boom. The powerful impact created a wave of crashing air behind Logan. But when the air wave dissipated, Mr. 4's small eyes suddenly widened. What? You actually caught it? Such a speed! And still in the case of a sneak attack. This can be caught, what a joke. Hehe, I can even handle Kizura's laser. Logan didn't look back, just smiled faintly. Careful, it's a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, Nico Robin, who was sitting on the railing, shouted, with a hint of eagerness in her voice. Damn! You said you were neutral. Mr. 4 furious. Although he was shocked that Logan was able to catch his baseball, he was not in a hurry. Because his baseballs are a ticking time bombs. Catch it like Logan, as long as he doesn't drop it, his arm will definitely be blown away. Logan turned to look at Robin, and smiled, can I understand that this is a concern for the cruise? Throw it away quickly. Robin frowned, really wanted to rush up and give Logan a smack in the head. Is now the time to talk about this? That baseball could explode at any moment. Boom. As soon as Robin thought of this, the baseball in Logan's hand exploded. Oops. Robin's heart tightened, and she subconsciously bit her lower lip. Damn. Won't he be seriously injured? But the next moment. What? Robin's beautiful eyes widened, and she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Around Logan's fist, a spherical energy star appeared. The power of the time bomb explosion was all wrapped in this energy cover, and it didn't leak out at all. Did you actually use your ability to protect yourself? What? Wrong. Robin suddenly discovered the problem. That energy shield didn't protect Logan, but enclosed all the explosive power of the time bomb inside. Logan's fist is also inside. It can be said that Logan's fist completely received the full power of the bomb in such a small space. Has his armament haki reached this level? Robin frowned slightly, but immediately frowned even tighter. It shouldn't be, there was no black airflow on his hand just now, so he obviously didn't use armament haki. Robin found that the more you analyze, the more you can feel the strength of Logan. Haki can survive the full impact of the bomb without taking any damage without a problem, but how can you be so ridiculously strong? After the power of the explosion dissipated in the energy shield, Logan still did not turn to look at Mr. 4, but said to Mr. 2 in front of him, do you know? For the sake of your original contribution, as long as you surrender now and change your way, I will let you go. The so-called original credit. That is the opposite of original sin. After all, Mr. 2 is a very loyal person. Especially in the original plot, just because Luffy saved him once, he will carry out this friendship to the end. Even if he risk his own life, Mr. 2 helped Luffy at the critical moment. This is the original credit of Mr. 2. But this time, Mr. 2 and the Straw Hat Pirates missed it by mistake, and naturally the scene where Luffy rescued him did not appear. Although this incident did not happen, Logan still decided to let him go. It can be regarded as the recognition of his way of being a monster. Let me go. Mr. 2 was a little surprised. Logan's strength is so strong, and his right hand is seriously injured, unable to perform his best Okama boxing. But Logan wanted to let him go, which made him feel grateful while being surprised. Hwa's skeleton-like face suddenly showed seriousness. Mr. 2 looked at Logan, okay. Today you let the Okama's life go, and Okamas will definitely pay back in the future. Mogurazuka Yonban Cows 8 and Molehill intersection number 4. At this time, Mr. 4 launched an attack again. Enough is enough. Nico Robin gave a cold cry, she crossed her hands, and activated the flower fruit ability. Several arms appeared on Mr. 4's body and immediately knocked him to the ground. This time, you've decided to join, right? Looking at Robin, Logan asked with a smile. Robin came over and walked in front of Logan. It was almost cheek to cheek before stopping. Staring into Logan's eyes, Robin said deeply, I don't know what you admire about me, but I want to tell you. If you really want to pull me into the gang, you have to be prepared to be betrayed by me at any time. Then let's make a bet. Logan pouted. What's the bet? Robin was still staring into Logan's eyes. Logan smiled, I bet your betrayal of Baroque works this time is the last betrayal in your life. Is that so? Robin murmured thoughtfully, it seems, you have confidence in me. 10,000%. Logan stretched out a finger. 10,000% of what? 10,000% trust. Why? Robin asked. She doesn't understand. Why does this person trust her so much? It shouldn't be like this. Just when she was very upset, Logan leaned close to Robin's ear, and said softly, probably, I don't want to see you continue to be alone. Click. The coat of defense in her heart. It was as if it had been yanked away at this very moment. Chapter 112. There is no doubt that Robin's heart is broken at this time. Only. She has gone through so many years of betrayal and anti-betrayal, how can she fall into it completely because of a single touch? Okay, I'll bet with you. If you lose, it means that you have completely integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. No matter win or lose, Robin will always have an advantage here. Let's make the deal. Logan smiled. He didn't expect Robin to join their crew right away. But at least for now, the start is good. As long as Robin is willing to try to integrate into this group, then Logan can guarantee that she can't extricate herself. The other side. The battle of the four women also began. Stinger Road. Miss Doublyfinger slapped the ground with both hands, and a continuous thorn went straight to Princess Vivi along the ground. Vivi tapped the ground with her toes, and the steel feathers behind her moved accordingly. Wow! She was in the air, avoiding the thorns protruding from the ground. Heaven's Wheel, Circle Sword. In the slender hand, the magic steel sword turned lightly in front of her. The 16 magic swords behind her suddenly spun. When one of the swords flies out, the rest of the swords follow automatically, forming a flow of magic swords. Damn, what is this devil fruit? Why is the ability so weird? Miss Doublyfinger face is very irritated. She left and dodged backwards. But the torrent of the magic sword directly chased after it. Hateful. She's still being tracked. With no way to retreat, Miss Doublyfinger crossed her fingers. Stinger Wall. A large number of thorns burst out from her hands like two sea urchins. These thorns are even intertwined with each other, weaving into layers of thorn shield walls. She have to say that this trick is actually pretty good. However, without the bonus of armament haki, this is all for nothing. Pooh! A magic sword directly cut through the layer upon layer of thorn shield wall, and then penetrated Miss Doublyfinger. A look of hesitation appeared on Vivi's face, and then with a thought, the torrent of swords that followed turned around when it was about to penetrate the body of Miss Doublyfinger, and returned. She wants to eliminate these bastards, but if she kills herself, it's still a bit difficult for Princess Vivi to do it. Just catch her now, and when it comes to execution, leave it to the King's army or marine. The magic dissipates, and it's done on Princess Vivi's side. The fight on Nami's side is relatively boring. From the beginning of the battle, Miss Merry Christmas has already made more than a dozen holes in the ground. Nami was standing next to a hole at this time, the little fist was already ready. As long as Miss Merry Christmas shows up here, Nami will let her have a taste of what it means to perform miracles with great strength. Suddenly, the ground behind Nami was broken, and the head of Miss Merry Christmas in human beast form got out and grabbed Nami's ankle. Mogurazuka Highway Molehill Highway. The moment she grabbed Nami's ankle, Miss Merry Christmas immediately rushed out in the ground and fiercely pulled Nami towards the wall. This move of hers is to rely on the powerful explosive power in the human beast form to pull the target person out at an extremely fast speed, just like galloping on the highway. But, the moment this ferocious old woman exerted her strength, she found that. Why can't it be pulled? Moreover, this motionless strength felt as if he had grasped a rock weighing 10,000 kg. It really can't be moved at all. She subconsciously looked back. That's right. She grabbed this little girl's ankle. She don't know, she thought she was pulling something else. But why can't this little girl move? She looked up at Nami, and immediately saw the smile on Nami's face. TF. This little girl is weird. Her heart skipped a beat. But, it's too late. Nami bent down, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Miss Merry Christmas. Under normal circumstances, with the speed of Miss Merry Christmas, she would definitely be able to escape from Nami's grasp. But when Nami's palm was brushed down, she used the ability of the big card to make her palm bigger. When the palm fell, it was still as big as the roof. Directly wrapped Miss Merry Christmas. Then it gradually becomes smaller until it becomes the size that can hold Ms. Christmas in one hand. I hate mouse/rat the most. Looking at the Miss Merry Christmas in her hands, Nami said very unhappily. You obnoxious little girl, have you overlooked one thing? Miss Merry Christmas in human beast form at this time, yelling at Nami angrily. Nami raised his eyelids curiously, what is it? A mole's front teeth are really powerful. There was a hint of ferocity on the mole-like face, and after Miss Christmas finished speaking, she bit Nami's finger fiercely. Yes. At this time, Nami's fingers were as thick as tires, completely holding Miss Merry Christmas, making her unable to move her hands and feet. But a mole's teeth are also weapons. Grabbing her chance, Miss Merry Christmas bite. With a cracking sound, her two mole front teeth flew out immediately. Miss Merry Christmas screamed, she felt her upper gum, where there is no trace of the front teeth, only a hand of blood. Arms were tied up, front teeth were gone, and Miss Merry Christmas at this time was completely devoid of any means of attack. She turned pale with shock, and could only say incompetently and angrily, You rotten little girl, what have you done? Why can't I bite your finger? Why can't she bite? You bit me yourself and broke your teeth, and you still scold me? How annoying! Nami's cute smile gradually disappeared, replaced by the little devil's face that the Straw Hat pirates often see. Boom! Her other fist came down. A fist was hammered on the head of Miss Merry Christmas immediately. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it's a cat? As she spoke, Nami's fists fell one after another like a pendulum. When Miss Merry Christmas passed out, then Nami stopped slash. The cruel old woman had stars in her eyes and lost the ability to resist. Hee, it's done. The huge palm returned to its original state, and Nami clapped the small hand playfully. Then she looked at Logan and Vivi, showing a dejected expression. Hey? You guys are already over. Looking at Nami's cute appearance, Logan smiled and said, Be happy, except for this transvestite who I promised to let go, the other person have a bounty of more than 50 million belly. Wow! So much money! Rubbing her little hands together, Nami's eyes looked like belly. At this time, Logan looked at Bentham. Mr. 2, do something for me? Bind the three of them up, and I'll get them later. Bentham rolled his eyes and curled his lips, all right. Anyway, the relationship between me and them is just co-worker, and there is no friendship. Let's go out and see what's going on with Luffy. Logan explained the matter here to Bentham, and then walked out. As for Zoro's fight, Logan didn't have any worries at all. It is estimated that the two of them just went out and it was over. Wait for me. Nami followed quickly, hugging Logan's arm like a little girlfriend. After the two went out, Princess Vivi looked at Robin, pondered for a moment, and said, if they want to accept someone, they must be sincere. I hope you will not disappoint their expectations. After speaking, Vivi went out. Robin didn't speak, but her eyes flashed, thoughtful. Glancing at Mr. 2, she also went out. On the square in front of the casino. When Logan came out, he saw Zoro sitting on the side watching Luffy's fight. As for the Mr. 1, he is lying on the ground not far away. Why did the ground turn into sand? Nami looked at the ground under her feet. She remembered that when she came here, it was originally a stone pavement. I guess Crocodile did it. Logan took Nami to Zoro's side. Why are you so slow? Zoro said with a trace of disgust. Hey! Look, you can do it. I'm fighting and recruiting people, isn't it normal to slow down? Logan curled his lips, then looked at the battlefield. How is Luffy? Zoro put his hands behind his head, leaned back against the wall, and said leisurely, Crocodile's strength is not bad. And he can also do armament haki. A look of astonishment appeared in Logan's eyes. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this is normal. Crocodile was also a member of the New World at the time. He fought with Whitebeard and even threatened to kill Whitebeard. If he don't know armament haki, it's unreasonable. Although the haki ability of Crocodile is not reflected in the mangas, even if you think about it, you can understand that a guy who can be listed as 7 warlords of the sea, must have the strength to wield it. According to this situation, Bartholomew Kuma and Gecko Moria should also have haki. It's just that their fruit abilities are too amazing and overshadow their haki. On the battlefield, the strong wind swept the dust and sand, forming a violent cone-shaped sand whirlwind, crashing into Luffy rapidly. Gomu Gomu no Hammer. Chapter 113. Boom. The armament haki wrapped around Luffy's fist smashed the sand whirlwind coming in front of him. Bastard! Have the courage to fight me in melee. Luffy is very upset. From the very beginning of the battle, Crocodile has been in a guerrilla state, constantly using all kinds of sand to form attacks to harass Luffy but not to fight Luffy directly. Idiot! This is a battle, do you think it's a child's playhouse? When I exhaust your energy, it's time for me to fight with you. Crocodile sneered disdainfully, switching back and forth between the solid form and the sandstorm form. A while float here, and sprinkle there for a while. Every time, a sand spear or a desert scimitar will be used to attack Luffy from all directions. This crocodile is really smart. Nami held Logan with his left hand, and put a canopy on her eyebrows with her right hand. Luffy can't beat him, right? Logan smiled slightly, that's not the case. Didn't you notice that Luffy didn't even use the second gear? Otherwise, he would easily be able to catch up with the speed of Crocodile. Then, he looked at Zoro and asked, what's going on, why is our captain fighting with such handicap? Zoro crossed his legs, laughed, and said, you guessed it right. He saw that I killed the guy with a single sword strike. He was very unconvinced and not wanting to lose said that he could defeat him with this handicap. Logan can't help to shake his head. This captain of his. Immediately, Logan shouted towards the battlefield, Luffy, everyone is over, you are the only one left. We will wait for you in a minute, otherwise we will go to eat first. Nanny? Luffy panicked when he heard Logan's words. Don't want to wait, going to eat? How can that work? Hey! You wait for me for a while, it will take less than a minute. Luffy knew that he couldn't grind anymore, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat meat. Nami laughed at Luffy's reaction. Zoro also showed a confused expression, is this okay? If he had known earlier that this was possible, he would have said so earlier. Listening to their conversation, and Crocodile is pissed off. What's the meaning? Hearing what you guys mean, Luffy didn't take me seriously until now? Do not make jokes. It's all big talking idiots. Crocodile snorted coldly, he would not believe such a statement foolishly. But at this moment, Luffy stopped. He stepped his legs out to the sides, palms on his knees. Wheeze wheeze. A large amount of air flowed into his body from his feet, speeding up his blood circulation. Second gear. Hey? His skin is red, you look a little different. Crocodile frowned slightly, looking at Luffy with some doubts. But before the doubts were over, Luffy's momentum rose again. Equals. What? What are you doing? Crocodile was taken aback again. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Logan reminded with a smile. Sure enough. As soon as the voice on Logan's side fell, the momentum on Luffy's side suddenly rose again. Gear 4. Bound man. Good guy. This is the temptation from meat. Logan remembers a very classic motivational line in the original plot. Beautiful swordsman brings meat. When the three main forces of the Straw Hat pirates were exhausted, the god Usopp instantly revived the three of them on the spot with just one word. Don't underestimate the effect of meat on Luffy. Crocodile, I'm going to beat you up. Luffy seemed to be a different person at this time, his eyes were shining brightly. Damn it! Although you seem to have become stronger, if you dare to underestimate me, you will pay the price with your life. Crocodile spit out the cigar in his mouth, his right arm turned into sand, and sent out a powerful slash forward. Desert La Spada. Like a wave of sword energy, it swept towards Luffy with a single swipe. Wherever it passes along the way, the ground is cut into two. This trick is no longer a threat to me. Luffy said easily, and then jumped to the left, easily avoiding it. At the same time, his figure rushed forward rapidly, approaching Crocodile in an instant. What? Seeing Luffy's series of attacks and defenses, Crocodile was shocked. Before he had time to think about it, both arms turned into sand at the same time, and they pinched towards Luffy like a pair of big pliers. Desert Spada. Whoosh. Two big sand knives pressed towards Luffy fiercely. What a boring move. Under the lock of observation haki, Luffy can clearly perceive Crocodile's attack trajectory. While rushing forward quickly, he kicked the ground with both feet. Boom! The whole person shot up into the sky like a rocket launcher in an instant. After flipping a few times in the air, Luffy headed down and fell backwards. Crocodile, have you ever seen a punch that falls from the sky? Seeing Luffy's move, Logan couldn't help teasing. Facing the shock and pressure brought by Luffy, but also being teased by Logan. Crocodile was so angry at this moment. Humph! You just wait there for me, after cleaning up this rubber boy, I'll kill you. While speaking, Crocodile's whole body turned into sand. The moment the pile fell to the ground, it suddenly protruded again. Sable's pesado heavy sandstorm. At the point where Luffy swooped down, the sand billowed up like a fountain. But it is much faster than the speed of the fountain. To be precise, it's more like flames emanating from the ground. In the sand, you can vaguely see the figure of Crocodile. He gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity. This sand is him, he is the sand. With the momentum of a hungry tiger rushing to eat, he met Luffy fiercely. When Luffy swooped down, his right hand instantly grew larger in the form of Honfusen. Immediately afterwards, armament haki overflowed from his body surface, completely entangled this huge fist in an instant, showing a reddish black and purple. Under Locke's shocked eyes, Luffy's fist retracted like a turtle's head. As if the spring is pressed to ultimate, the terrifying kinetic energy is accumulated to the apex, waiting to explode. Gomu Gomu no King Kong gun. With a loud roar from Luffy, he swung his fist hard. At the moment when it was close to Crocodile, the fist retracted like a tortoise, and the fist flicked out. The gigantic fist slammed into the sand soaring into the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the whole rainy land was like thunder shaking the sky. But all the people in the rainy land looked up at the sky at this time, and saw that miraculous scene in the sky. The moment the fist and the sand meet, it seems that the picture freezes. Then after a brief fraction of a second. Boom! The sand is like a weathered rock formation, it collapses in an instant. Scattered all over the sky. In the rolling yellow sand, a figure was like a rocket. Boom! It hit the ground in an instant at a speed that ordinary people's naked eyes could not catch. Fixed. Time to eat. Luffy landed, happily walking towards Logan and the others. Is that a crocodile? My god! That boy beat Crocodile. Why is he targeting our Alabasta heroes? SHHH, keep your voice down, this group of people are pirates. Crocodile is one of 7 warlords of the sea, they may want to take down Crocodile, and then take the position themselves. Is that so? The world of pirates is scary. Yet, pirates don't have many good things. In the streets and alleys, many people watched this scene and discussed in low voices. Because of the powerful observation haki, Logan could easily hear the whispers of these people. But he doesn't care at all. This kind of matter only needs to be clarified by Princess Vivi later. Pfft! On the cracked ground, Crocodile spat blood wildly from his mouth. He raised his head with great effort, and looked in the direction of the Straw Hat pirates. Damn, you bastards! Ah, hello! You are still conscious, can't you just pass out? I guess Marine will come to clean up the battlefield soon, and you can also go to the Impel Down prison to recuperate for a few years. Seeing that Crocodile was already in such a miserable state and still wanted to talk about it, Logan couldn't help persuading him. Although in the original plot, Crocodile forcibly entered himself up in the Summit War. In the current Alabasta, countless people have died because of this guy. On the way here, Logan saw with his own eyes many people who died of thirst due to drought, and their bodies died randomly on the side of the road, and were even eaten by wild dogs. All of this is derived from Crocodile. Such a sinful fellow, Logan does not intend to let him go. In the original plot, because of Luffy's prison break, yes, Crocodile reappeared. But this time, with Logan here, the prison break is impossible. Maybe. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of neat steps shook the ground. 2 teams of marine soldiers came quickly. Sure enough, as Logan expected, the battle was over, and it was time for Marine to come out. Captain, we found the Straw Hat crew. A&D. The corporal in front arrived first, and he immediately began to report, but when his eyes fell on Crocodile, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. _W. That seems to be Crocodile from 7 warlords of the sea. In the eyes of this marine corporal, something called panic welled up. Ah! They really beat Crocodile. Tashiji rushed over, shock appeared on her delicate face, and the back molars of a small mouth could be seen. Needless to say, Smoker naturally saw it too. He looked at the members of the Straw Hat Pirates and was shocked. This group of rookies who have been out of East Blue for less than 3 months, actually did it. What are you looking at? Logan met Smoker's gaze, raised his chin from him, then pouted his mouth in the direction of Crocodile, and said, "Money. Money." Smoker didn't speak, but Tashiji looked confused. "Crocodile bounty, Smoker." Took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Only then did Tashiji react. This guy really doesn't miss any chance to exchange for a bounty. She subconsciously looked at Logan, but as soon as her eyes made contact, she immediately blushed. Hey hey hey! What am I doing? Why am I so shy when I see him? I'm Marine, I can't be afraid of his gaze. Immediately, Tashiji forcibly summoned up his courage and looked at Logan again. But at this time, Logan's eyes had already turned to Smoker. But I guess we can't get any of it, hey? Such a waste of money. Logan shake his head. What do you mean by this? Logan Nami ask. There are 3 of them, Miss Doublyfinger is 35 million belly, Mr. 4 is 34 million belly, Miss Merry Christmas is 14 million belly. Lying on the ground outside, Mr. 1 is 75 million pele. And their leaders, Crocodile, has a bounty of 81 million belly. At this point, Nami suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! Where is the waste?" Luffy tilted his head in bewilderment. The others also looked over suspiciously. Clenching his fists, he said angrily, "It's all because of Crocodile. Why did he join 7 warlords of the sea? Otherwise, his bounty would have to be multiplied at least several times. I was so pissed off, this time. We have lost a lot potential earning." Everyone was dumbfounded. It turns out that this is the fault. No, I'm going to hammer him to ease my heartache. Nami was about to pass with his fists clenched. Logan hugged her tightly. Okay, calm down, we've already lost money, and I'm making you angry, wouldn't that be even worse? That's right. When Nami heard it, she thought it made sense, and then leaned into Logan's arms, and had a good time. What? At this moment, there were a few screams from Marine. Everyone followed the reputation and saw that the Marines who were going to handcuff Crocodile were severely injured by a desert sword. You want to catch me and send me to impel down? Crocodile stood up, still spitting blood in his mouth. He stared at everyone with gloomy eyes, and said coldly, "Then let's die together." While speaking, he put his hands in front of him, with the palms facing the middle. It's like a gesture like releasing magic. A violently swirling wind and sand formed in his palm. Sable Sandstorm. __. With Crocodile desperate, he slammed the wind sand out of his hand. The moment the wind and sand left his palm, it was like seaweed that had absorbed water, bursting out instantly. Chapter 114. Bastard. Crocodile, are you crazy? If you do this, everyone in the rain base will die. Smoker yelled hastily. Master Crocodile. Don't. We can't bear such a sandstorm. Stop it. Lord Crocodile, you are our Alabasta hero, don't do anything to hurt us. Help me, my whole family is here. Lord Crocodile. The people in the streets and alleys were all crying and shouting the name of Crocodile. They didn't believe that this person whom they regarded as a great hero would really hurt them. A bunch of lowly idiots. Your end is near. My plan is ruined, you all have to die. Crocodile's eyes turned scarlet at this time. He is really going crazy. 3 years of hard planning. 3 years. He looked like he was about to collapse. After 3 years of keeping a low profile, it was destroyed because of the sudden appearance of this group of little pirates. Nobody could understand that kind of pain. Die. All of you, die for me. Crocodile crazily stimulates Devil Fruit's ability. He doesn't want to see another living person besides him here. I'm going to beat him up. Luffy was so angry that he was about to strike immediately. Logan pulled him back. We are just a good supporter. At this time, it would be more appropriate for the future Queen of Alabasta to appear. Just as Logan thought, Princess Vivi couldn't help but watch her people die tragically at the hands of Crocodile. She communicated with the source of magic power in her body, and the magic wave instantly formed a protective film around her body. Heaven's Wheel Armoral. When all the civilians are desperate, the heroine makes a strong debut. That figure, like a saint descending from the sky, suddenly flew into the air. Crocodile, stop this! Don't hurt my people! With a shout of national hatred and family hatred, Princess Vivi's magical brilliance illuminated the audience. The evil pirate wants to slaughter the civilians, and the holy princess comes out to kill the devil. What a perfect story! Usopp's eyes were shining brightly. He had made up many stories before, but no matter how many stories he made up, it was not as shocking as this time. And right now, he was about to witness this moment. Nami's focus is different. She exhaled deeply and said in amazement, "Vivi is so beautiful." Zoro pulled back his caution and swords that he had pulled out and inserted them back. When Luffy wanted to fight just now, he actually had the same idea. Now seeing Vivi coming out to fight against Crocodile, he immediately understood what Logan meant. Indeed, it is very political. Actually, I wanted to ask just now, what kind of ability does Princess Vivi have? If I remember correctly, she should not be devil fruit user. Robin rested her chin on her fingers, she looked confused. Oh my god! Fairy! Look, it's a fairy! A fairy came to save us. Wait! She seems to be, our Princess of Alabasta. Hiss! Really? She is indeed Princess Vivi. I saw her picture in the newspaper. It's the princess. It's really is the princess who came to save us. I said long ago, what 7 warlords of the sea are pirates themselves, how can they be our heroes? Yes. Only our own princess can be our patron saint. Long life Princess Vivi. Those civilians, some are acting according to the wind, some are sincerely grateful. But no matter what, they all understood one thing at this moment. That is, Crocodile is a bad guy, and the princess is a good guy. The princess is about to slay the devil. I don't want to break your confidence, but I want to remind you that your little Princess Vivi can't do haki. At this time, Robin reminded softly. Logan smiled and looked at Robin, so, this time are you worried about your partner? Saying that, Logan flipped his palm. He took back the rain card that was originally located above Nanohana in an instant. Since he is crazy sand, let's have a heavy rain and let him cool down. As he spoke, Logan pointed to the sky, and the magic power of the rain card activated. Clatter! The sunny day, which was originally bright and sunny, suddenly began to rain heavily. Without any warning, the massive amount of rainwater was pouring down like a river. Princess Vivi don't have armament haki? It's okay. She has a crewmate. Normally, one must rely on armament haki to capture the entity of a Logia ability user. But this time, in the original plot, Luffy successfully hit the crocodile entity by relying on water. You know, the water Luffy uses is just a small bucket. And now, Logan directly opened a position for a big giveaway, and it rained heavily on Crocodile. At this time, Logan gave Usopp a wink. Usopp was taken aback for a moment, and then understood instantly. He disappeared into the crowd in a short while. Then I heard Usopp yelling from the crowd, "Princess Vivi, she was blessed by the sky goddess. It rained heavily for us in Alabasta." As soon as these words came out, it instantly became the fuse. Even the heavens must please our princess. Long live the princess! Alabasta is not dead. This is our real hero in Alabasta. The future queen. Long live the queen! As such voices spread, almost all the civilians in the rainy land knelt on the ground, piously calling out the names of their heroes. Pray for victory for their princess, their hero. Looking at this shocking scene, Robin's heart was pounding. It is better to see it with your own eyes than to say 1,000 things. No matter how others told Robin about the importance of friendship and the importance of crewmates, she won't believe it. But Logan always show her in an intuitive way what a crewmate is. It is impossible to say that Robin was not moved. Such team, will it really be the place where she will end her betrayal attitude? With such a question in my mind, Robin's eyes also shone with hope. If it is really possible, then she is willing. Clatter! The heavy rain fell, and the sandstorm that had just started was instantly pressed to the ground. In the rainwater, a figure appeared under the washing of the rainwater. Seeing that Crocodile could no longer enter elementalization, Logan felt relieved. Think about it, this is indeed reasonable. Sand. The state of elementalization is just a pile of sand. When the heavy rain washes over, why don't you just obediently turn into a pile of sand? Of course, this cannot be fully explained by scientific reasons. After all, it is the world of anime, and there are such cheating things as devil fruit, how can it be done according to science? Otherwise, how can Luffy's rubber withstand Enel's billions of volts? Listening to the voices of the people around, Princess Vivi was very moved. When the heavy rain fell, she knew it was Logan's masterpiece. Although Nami also has a rain card, but Princess Vivi's intuition is definitely Logan. In order to help her, he is really hard-working. Logan, thank you. The next moment, her figure leaned forward and rushed out. The 16 magical steel swords behind him follow like a shadow. Crocodile. Pay for your sins. Princess Vivi herself has a certain fighting power, and now with the magic sword in hand, her fighting power soars. With the addition of magic steel wings, it makes her look like a goddess. Crocodile's strength was greatly reduced in the rain, and he swung the sand vigorously to compete with Princess Vivi's magic sword. At the same time, under the control of her magic power, the 16 magic steel swords behind Princess Vivi are like 16 wingmen, constantly harassing Crocodile. Losing the advantage of elementalization, Crocodile can only count on his armament haki. Vivi doesn't have a lot of mana reserves, and she consumed some of it just now. I guess she won't last long. Seeing Princess Vivi fighting hard, Nami's eyes were filled with worry. Robin also nodded, if Princess Vivi loses to Crocodile, the situation could worsen. Logan smiled slightly, so, finally realize the bond of crewmates and worry about your crew. Hey. Robin doesn't know what to say. Here comes this sentence again. You can help her, but don't forget, if you can make her knock out Crocodile with her own hands, I don't think I need to explain the importance to you. Robin suggests. But Princess Vivi is the spiritual pillar of Alabasta citizens at this time. If she is defeated now, the negative impact it will bring cannot be solved by saying the importance of a partner. Shrugging his shoulders, Logan said with a gentle smile, Robin, you need to learn for a while about the bond and tacit understanding between crewmates. Then, Logan looked at Nami, look at the heavy rain now, is there something missing? Nami opened his eyes, thought for a while, and then opened his small mouth, hee, it's raining so hard, so it's normal to have thunder or something. It makes sense. Usopp sneaked back at some point, expressing his serious agreement. What do you mean? Luffy scratched his head, confused. Zoro gave him a blank look, why are you so stupid? You are so stupid. You're stupid. No, you're stupid. While Luffy and Zoro bicker, Nami hands. Flipping it over, a claw card with flickering magical fluctuations appeared in her hand. Sitsaizi. The wave of the thunder element radiated from Nami's body, quietly grazing towards the sky. Hack! A flash of lightning pierces the rainy sky. With a crash, it landed on Crocodile's body. Sitsaizi. Crocodile, who was in the middle of the battle, was suddenly shocked by the thunder and froze immediately. Puff puff. Taking advantage of this gap, the 3 magic steel swords directly left wounds on Crocodile's body. Princess Vivi stabbed hard in the front. Crocodile desperately slowed down from the paralyzed state, and turned sideways to avoid the heart. However, due to the damage and paralysis effect caused by lightning, it is too late for him to use armament haki to protect himself at this time. Dissection. Princess Vivi's magic sword stabbed a big gash in his right hand. The other side. Logan gave Usopp another look. Then, Usopp in the crowd was heard shouting, "The has God bless Princess Vivi. He sent thunder and punishment to kill Crocodile. Everyone listen. God bless Vivi. Princess Destiny. Long live Alabasta." The people shouted excitedly at this time. Logan turned to look at Robin, is there anything you want to say? It's really aggressive. But it's frustrating. Really strange. She thought for a while, then smiled, I think I'm starting to understand the word partner a little bit now. Partner, it should be the kind of bond that can even consider the mood of the other party, right? I'm actually still worried that they didn't consider the significance of Princess Vivi's fight. What a slap in the face. Logan smiled lightly, and said to Nami, shoot more thunder. Ahaha. Robin was amused by their conversation, and thought to himself, these guys are so cute with a black belly. In the sky, thunder suddenly covered. The continuous thunder and lightning merged into a torrent of thunder and lightning. Princess Vivi and Nami had a tacit understanding and immediately pointed the magic towards Crocodile, everyone. Come and see me punishing this Alabasta sinner. Saying that, the magic power in Princess Vivi surged crazily. Her cheeks paled. A large amount of magic power was consumed, forming 2 circles behind her, a total of 48 magic steel swords. Heaven's Wheel, Blumenblatt. Clatter. The steel sword took off like a sword fairy, and rushed towards Crocodile. At the same time, the thunder in the sky merged into a waterfall of lightning. Hey, 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 no way! Seeing the thunder waterfall appearing above his head, Crocodile felt a kind of anger that wanted to curse. Damn it! What the hell is this weather? Is this karma? He immediately wanted to dodge. But Princess Vivi's magic steel sword has already rushed over. Damn! Crocodile had to fight. But when he came into contact with the first magic steel sword, the lightning waterfall in the sky suddenly rushed down. Rumble! In the unwilling roar of Crocodile, the thunder waterfall, which does not know how many volts, suddenly submerged Crocodile. And the torrent of the magic steel sword was not blocked, and all of them passed through Crocodile's body. Chapter 115. The clouds parted and the lightning disappeared. The sun shines again on this land of rain. Crocodile was lying on the ground covered with bruise and cut, looking bloody, still breathing black smoke. 1. The princess won. The righteous princess defeated the evil crocodile. Great! We Alabasta won. Ordinary people are always easy conquered by the strong. What's more, this strong is the princess of their country. If it wasn't for the song Conquer that does not exist in this world, he's afraid everyone would have knelt on the ground and sang Conquer. Well. As the Heaven's Wheel armor was lifted, Princess Vivi snorted softly, her pale face was full of exhaustion. She looked at Crocodile lying at her feet with cold eyes, and announced coldly, "Your plan to conquer Alabasta has failed. With your sinister intentions, spend the rest of your life in the impel-down prison." Smoker rushed over, put sea-stone hands on Crocodile's neck, and then ordered, "Come here and put sea-stone handcuffs on him." The 2 soldiers pressed forward with nervous faces and were handcuffed by Crocodile. Yo, it's not a small credit for catching Crocodile, right? Logan didn't know when he had already walked over, and looked at Smoker with a teasing face. Hearing this, the corner of Smoker's mouth twitched. Humph. Don't worry, I will report the truth, it was your Straw Hat pirates who fight him, and your Straw Hat pirates defeat him. Oh? Then I'm afraid you are wrong. With a sassy smile on his handsome face, he patted him on the shoulder, "Remember what I told you, don't forget." Princess Vivi suddenly groaned, and her slender body trembled slightly. Due to the huge consumption of mental power, she was seriously overdrawn, and suddenly she couldn't stand up and fell towards Logan. With quick eyes and quick hands, Logan caught Princess Vivi. He wanted to say something, but found that Princess Vivi had fallen asleep exhausted. "Just keep holding her like this. Vivi." Luffy rushed over, shouting anxiously. "Hush." Nami also came to Logan's side, saw that Princess Vivi was tired and passed out, and immediately made a silent gesture. "Is the account settled?" Logan asked. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately smiled. "Yes, the total is 208.2 million belly." "So much?" Usopp's eyes widened in surprise, and he was so excited. Zoro sighed, "The Grand Line SI much more rich. I caught so many small pirates in East Blue before, the total amount is no more than 1 million belly, and I will be rich if I come here to catch just one." Benefits and dangers coexist. Don't underestimate these pirates who offer rewards of tens of millions of belly. If you are not careful, you will die. Tashigi looked at Zoro with a preaching attitude, and said seriously. Seeing Tashigi's face makes Zoro confuse. So much like Kuina. But the character is much worse than Kuina. The more Zoro thought about it, the more he felt uncomfortable, and suddenly said angrily, "Don't talk to me." "What?" Suddenly being reprimanded by Zoro, Tashigi was taken aback, and then said with a bewildered look of grievance, "What are you doing?" Smoker on the side also stood up to protect his officer. "Hey! Boy, don't use that vulgar attitude to yell at my subordinates. Under normal circumstances, if the pirates and marine confront each other, the partners will definitely side with Zoro without hesitation. But the problem is, everyone didn't understand. What's going on? This female marine didn't seem to say anything too much. How did she make Zoro so angry? Hello. Zoro, what's wrong with you?" Usopp, however, seeing the anger on both sides, and hurried over to calm them down. Luffy picked her ears. "Yet, she seems to be doing nothing too, why do you seem very angry?" "Zoro, you are too much. Look at the grievances of other girls. Nami felt more sympathy for Tashigi. Ah! Zoro bared his teeth in embarrassment, and wanted to walk away depressed. But at this time, Tashigi's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait! The one in your hand seems to be the sword Wado Ikimonji. Hearing such a sentence from Tashigi, Logan was a little speechless. It is really unsolvable to set up this thing. What are you doing? He hated Tashigi at first, but now that Tashigi is interested in Wado, Zoro is even more upset. But Tashigi said persistently, I once vowed to take back all the famous swords in the hands of the bad guys, and never let these famous swords do the pirate evil doing. Saying that, Tashigi drew out his own sword and stared at Zoro righteously. Don't try. I don't want to fight with women. Zoro waved his hand, not bothering to talk to this woman, and immediately walked to the side. But Tashigi insisted, don't go. Now that I saw it, I can't let this famous sword. As she spoke, she was about to chase after him. Facing Tashigi's stalking appearance, Zoro is really annoying. Fortunately, Logan came to the rescue. Okay, how about, let me talk to you. Logan just said a few words, which immediately made Tashigi shiver. She looked at Logan with a flushed face, and didn't dare to move for a moment. After all, she understands that Logan is not the kind of person who just talks but doesn't act. If Smoker hadn't finally compromised that day, I'm afraid Logan would have dared to FK her. Hey! Logan, don't overdo it. Smoker defends the calf again. Although he knew that he was not Logan's opponent, if Logan did something in front of so many people, he would definitely try his best to stop him. Since when is talking too much? Logan looked at the two with a puzzled expression, then pouted at Tashigi, this Miss Marine committed a heinous crime by trying to take away my partner's sword. You! Tashigi's face was flushed red by the teasing, and she was impatient. It's different, okay. His sword is definitely not his own sword. If you have the ability, let him tell how he got that sword. Someone must have died. Shut up! Suddenly, Zoro roared. He handed the Vivi in his hand to Nami in an instant, and then appeared in front of Zoro with one step, held down Zoro who was about to go crazy, and said in a deep voice, let me teach her a lesson. Damn woman! Zoro's eyes were red, and a burst of anger seemed to be about to burst out of his mouth. His current appearance is really a bit like Shura's appearance is about to appear. Hey you! Tashigi was completely taken aback. Just seeing Zoro's eyes, she felt very frightened. Not only her, but other people are also very confused. Zoro is a little weird today. Enough. He told you to shut up, didn't you hear? Logan looked at Tashigi coldly, looking at her with a cold look. This glance really made Tashigi tremble uncontrollably. It was the first time she saw this man so angry. In fact, it was also the first time for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates to see Logan making such a big fuss. This sword is named as Wado Ikimonji. It is a relic left to Zoro by his precious friend. Staring at Tashigi with cold eyes, Logan shouted in a tone that did not allow any doubts, listen to me, Marine Sergeant Tashigi. If there is only one person in this world who is worthy of owning this sword, then only it's Zoro. As soon as these words came out, Tashigi's whole heart trembled violently. Precious relic. Since it was a relic left to him by a friend. No wonder he treasures it so much. As long as you are not a fool, no one will think that anyone can take this sword from Zoro. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was also shocked. They only know that Zoro will bring a friend's effort together to become the world's #1 swordsman. But they never knew the story of this sword. Hearing what Logan said at this time, they all looked deeply at Zoro. The friend who left Zoro with this sword, is the friend Zoro mentioned. Yes. As Logan said, this sword can only be owned by Zoro. Don't dare try to take this sword. Taking a deep breath, Zoro lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "'Cause if you do, I will definitely kill you." Listen. Sergeant Marine, don't always live in a self-righteous world. In this world, the reason why a sword can become a famous sword is because it became famous after following its master. Don't keep saying that the pearl is covered in dust. If this sword falls into your hands, it will only be dusted in a dark warehouse. But this sword is in Zoro's hands. When Zoro becomes the world's #1 swordsman, then this sword will be the world's #1 sword above The supreme grade blades. If this sword has a soul, would you prefer to be sealed by you, or follow Zoro? When Logan finished speaking, Tashiji's little face was completely stiff. Although she still wants to be stubborn, she has to admit. As Logan said, if this sword had spiritual soul, it will definitely choose to follow Zoro. Well said. The king of support, Usopp, shouted excitedly. Just listening to what Logan said, he felt his blood boil. He can't wait to witness the day when Zoro becomes the world's #1 swordsman. She bent her knees and sat slumped on the floor in a duck-sitting position. Logan's eyes are full of bewilderment. Seeing her like this, Logan sighed slightly in his heart. So he said, instead of thinking about other people's sword all day long, it's better to take good care of your own sword. Doesn't your Shigure want to be the #1 in the world? If you continue to ignore it like this, don't you feel wronged? With a sob in his throat, Tashigi wanted to say something, but found himself powerless to refute. Marine Chief Petty Officer Tashigi. Tell me, have you fulfilled your duty as the owner of a sword? Logan stepped forward, came to Tashigi, and grabbed her sword. Tashigi hurriedly grasped the handle and scabbard, his eyes flushed, and he shook his head desperately. Don't. Logan looked at her calmly. Look. You really cherish your sword, right? Cherish it well, and don't disappoint it. Gently patted Tashigi's shoulder, Logan stood up, and the moment he turned around, he encouraged, try to become stronger. Tashigi. With your sword Shigure. Try to make it #2 in the world. Chapter 116. If this were earlier, Smoker would have immediately clashed with Logan. Logan had a history of reducing his subordinates to tares, and this was not the first instance. However, upon hearing Logan's words, Smoker was visibly taken aback. Tashigi, a marine with a sheltered perspective and idealistic notions, sometimes needed a dose of harsh reality to navigate the challenges of the new world. Though Logan's words might sting, they were intended to awaken her. His remarks shattered Tashigi's fantasy of collecting famed swords and made her recognize the value of the renowned sword Shigure that she already possessed. Why fuss over collecting more swords when you can't maintain the one you have? Upon this realization, Tashigi's slump vanished. Standing tall, she tightly grasped Shigure, staring at Logan with steely determination. Thank you, she said before turning and swiftly departing. Nico Robin, observing from the crowd, smirked slightly to herself, murmuring, what a playboy. Smoker glanced at Logan but refrained from speaking, instead issuing a cold command to the Marines, let's go. However, Logan intervened, don't leave yet. The debt hasn't been settled. How can I let you go? Smoker's face paled, retorting, I have no money. You've squeezed every bit from my warship. How about another IOU? There's a saying, when plagued by lice, one becomes unafraid of the itch. When Smoker first wrote an IOU to Logan, he was uncertain. But this time, Smoker took a proactive stance. More than 200 million in ES. Are you kidding me? Logan protested. What else can I do? Smoker smirked. I truly have no money. You're quite bold for someone broke, Logan remarked, resolute. We'll stay in Alabasta until the log pose resets. Use that time to gather my money. I won't get it, Smoker insisted. He couldn't believe Logan would release Baroque Works members. He knew Logan's intellect and anticipated he wouldn't offend Princess Vivi by releasing them now. He. Smoker, your audacity has grown. Logan smirked, deliberately glancing towards Tashigi in the distance. This glance didn't escape Smoker's notice. Enraged, he confronted Logan, what are you planning? I'm innocent, Logan feigned innocence, patting Smoker on the shoulder. Pay up, or let your imagination run wild. Taking Princess Vivi from Nami, Logan declared, let's take Princess Vivi home. Finally. Usopp exclaimed, eager to see the palace. However, Luffy was confused, didn't we agree on dinner? Nami chided, idiot. What's better than dining at the palace? Ah. Luffy understood, excited, that's awesome. I wanna eat till I'm full. Robin hesitated, should I join? Why not? Logan welcomed her. For Robin, openly visiting the palace was preferable to lurking in secrecy. She sought the poneglyphs located in the ancient funeral hall, her primary reason for coming to Alabasta. Aluberna, the capital, lay near the Sandora River. Logan's group headed back to the Going Merry, crossed the river, and reached the nearest port to Aluberna. Disembarking, the Straw Hat pirates spotted a familiar face, Captain Igaram of the Alabasta Guard. Princess Vivi is back! Igaram exclaimed with joy at Vivi's return. Igaram, why are you waiting here? Despite her fatigue, Vivi managed to walk on her own. However, upon finishing her question, she noticed the royal guards behind Igaram all kneeling in unison. Igaram, too, knelt, crying with excitement, Your Highness! The video Den Den Mushi broadcasted your victory over Crocodile to the capital. Everyone knows it now. Your Highness, you're Alabasta's savior. Igaram directly addressed Vivi. His guard soldiers bowed excitedly. Igaram. Vivi quickly caught him, let's head to the palace to meet the king first. Without the Straw Hat pirates' help this time, Alabasta would have been doomed. Yes. Thanks to the benefactor. Igaram rose, moving towards the Straw Hat pirates, eager to embrace everyone. Witnessing this, Zoro recalled the moment Igaram hugged him back at Whiskey Peak, sending a sudden shiver down his spine. Inadvertently, he pushed Sanji, catching Igaram off guard, leading to an unexpected embrace between Sanji and Igaram. Hey! Sanji, unhappy about being hugged by a man instead of a woman, lunged towards Zoro. Amidst laughter, the Straw Hat pirates arrived at Alabasta's palace, where King Cobra hosted a grand celebration dinner. Luffy devoured food with gusto while Sanji indulged in the attention of several maids. That night, the Straw Hat pirates stayed in the palace's most luxurious guest room. Around 2 a.m., Robin awoke and quietly ventured into the palace corridor. Stunning! Standing behind a pillar, Robin crossed her arms. In the next moment, eyes appeared atop each pillar. Utilizing this ability, Robin stealthily bypassed every guard. Upon reaching the royal hall, Robin took out a blueprint, examining it under the light of her flashlight held in her mouth. After a while, she turned back, puzzled. Strange, it should be right here. Why not check over there again? Suddenly, a rustling voice reached Robin's ears. Who? Robin swiftly turned, spotting Logan standing not far away, hands in pockets. That's quite an intense look, Logan remarked casually, moving closer to Robin. It's you. Robin's icy demeanor softened upon recognizing Logan, though she remained cautious. Why are you following me? Hey, don't misunderstand. Logan feigned innocence, then gestured, I'm here waiting for you. Didn't expect you'd arrive this late. Waiting for me? Why? Robin's wariness heightened. Come with me, the secret staircase to the royal ancient tomb is here. Ignoring Robin's question, Logan motioned towards a passage on the right. After a brief pause, Robin followed him. Navigating several passages, they reached a seemingly simple staircase entrance. Are you sure it's here? Robin doubted the location as she gazed at the long upward staircase. Logan tilted his head, meeting Robin's gaze. Isn't it obvious? With your intelligence, can't you deduce the reason? Well, this staircase is indeed concealed. Who'd expect the entrance to the underground tomb to be an upward staircase? Robin commented before following Logan up the stairs. Ascending through several corridors, they encountered a descending staircase. It grew darker, making visibility challenging. Don't you have a flashlight or a lamp? Robin inquired casually. Logan gestured towards the flashlight in Robin's hand. Doesn't this highlight the importance of companionship this time? That line again. Robin felt a sense of annoyance toward Logan's words. Irritated, she pressed the flashlight, casting the burial chamber into darkness. And this happened to be the funeral hall, a vast tomb. Logan sighed, you're not someone who enjoys such childish pranks. I disagree, Robin retorted with a hint of arrogance, pocketing the flashlight. Fine, even if I'm mistaken. The problem is, even without light, I can use observation haki. Are you deceiving yourself? Logan's voice echoed in the darkness. It seemed that way. What was happening? Why did she feel her intelligence waning whenever she conversed with this guy? Attempting to retrieve the flashlight from her pocket, Robin's attempt was thwarted as Logan intervened. Oops! Robin accidentally dropped the flashlight, instinctively reaching out to grab it, but found nothing but air. Logan heard the sound of the falling flashlight and immediately discerned what was happening. Activating his observation haki, he pinpointed its location. As he turned, Robin let out an exclamation. Ah! In the dark passage, Robin unexpectedly fell, landing directly on Logan, who had just raised his head. That's why. Before Logan could react, he felt a suffocating sensation and tumbled backward. Shield. Cienfleur, Wisteria Ball. In the dark funeral hall, two voices echoed simultaneously. Had there been light, a spectacular sight would have unfolded. Hundreds of arms would have formed a large flower-like ball, enveloping the two within. An energy shield would have encased them both, and they would have rolled down the stairs together. Chapter 117. I must say. In the dimly lit ground floor of the funeral hall, Logan's voice sounded muffled, "If you're uninjured, could you release me first?" Though Robin was unharmed, the continuous rolling down the staircase left her feeling dizzy. She slowed down to regain her bearings before finally overcoming the dizziness. Click! Logan switched on the flashlight and lifted his head to take in some fresh air. As Robin looked down at Logan, she realized what had occurred. However, being more mature than Nami and Vivi, she swiftly adjusted her mindset. After straightening her attire, she reached out and took the flashlight from Logan's hand, walking forward without a word. Robin chose not to acknowledge what happened, and Logan didn't bother to bring it up either. After traversing a long way, the two arrived at an underground chamber where the poneglyph lay. Pausing in front of the poneglyph, Robin turned to face Logan. "You know this is why I came here." Logan shrugged. "It's not hard to guess, right? You're the lone survivor from O'Hara. How could a young girl of 8 survive without some driving reason or ambition? If it were for revenge, you wouldn't have become who you are today. So, you're shouldering the lifelong wish of the entire O'Hara scholars. That is to translate all the historical texts in this world and unveil the true history of the Void Century from 800 years ago." Robin was shocked by his blunt revelation. What kind of man was he? His few words completely unveiled her secret. She felt as though she had nothing to hide in front of him. "Am I right?" Logan calmly asked. After a moment of silence, he waved it off. "Never mind, you don't need to confirm. I can't be wrong in my assumption." Looking at the bewildered Robin, Logan reminded her, "It's 2:15 in the morning, and you have 45 minutes left to translate this historical text. The guards patrolling the Imperial Tomb will arrive at 3. Prompted by Logan, Robin swiftly began translating. Over the years, her continued study of archaeological knowledge during her escape made her a rapid translator. Completing the translation in just 20 minutes, Robin watched Logan yawn, signaling it was time to leave. "Are we done? Let's hurry, if discovered, it won't be good. You were invited to stay in the palace, and yet you've ventured into their forbidden tomb." Reasonable. However, instead of leaving immediately, Robin curiously asked, "Why don't you ask about the content of this historical text?" Logan replied casually, "Isn't it about Pluton?" This statement startled Robin. "You know." Logan confirmed, "Yes, is that surprising?" Can't you?" Robin was momentarily at a loss, then composed herself, "Don't you want to acquire Pluton?" "Ah, come on. You're peering through the door, aren't you? Don't liken me to short-sighted folks like Crocodile." Logan's words hinted at annoyance. This left Robin even more astonished. "A pirate uninterested in Pluton? I mean, why are you still standing there in a daze? I think your flashlight is dimming. If you don't hurry, we might end up rolling down again later." Logan emphasized the last two words. Robin felt a bit embarrassed by the flashlight's weakening light but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she inquired, "Why don't you ask about the contents of the text?" Logan teased, "Are you blind, Robin?" Robin, apologetic, replied quickly, "I can't see." "Don't fret over what just happened," Logan reminded her. "Time's ticking, let's go." "Wait, I can't see the way." Robin was also flustered. Logan teased, "Do you want me to guide you?" Using his observation haki, Logan found Robin and took her hand. "Don't act so casually. Besides my parents, you're the first person to hold my hand. Don't pretend to be a gentleman." Despite Logan's indifferent tone, Robin's pride resurfaced. Although her devil fruit ability created numerous arms to attack, this was the first time someone other than her parents held her hand. That much was true. "I said, Robin big sister, you're giving me your 28-year-old virgin hand, don't expect me to be responsible, all right?" Logan joked while leading Robin out. "Haha." Logan laughed, nonchalant as he guided Robin out of the tomb. Time flew, and several days passed. The nearby marine base supported Smoker and allocated a sum of money. 130 million belly was the maximum amount the Marine base chief could mobilize without authorization. After paying the Straw Hat pirates, the parties renewed the IOU. It's a struggle to even allocate money for these scoundrels. Smoker lamented on the warship's deck. While he didn't oppose issuing ES now, he didn't relish being in debt. For the past few days, Smoker had been petitioning his superiors for funds, but it seemed they were using every excuse in the book. In his view, he met all the requirements for his applications, they had indeed captured those pirates and were genuinely struggling with funds. Consequently, he found himself still indebted to the pirates. It was an unpleasant feeling. Puff, puff, puff. His Den Mushi suddenly rang. The bald-faced Den Mushi attendant appeared on the screen. What is it? Smoker asked, feeling irked. The official tone came from the other end. In the battle against Crocodile, you and Chief Petty Officer Tashigi displayed great prowess. The higher UPS have decided to award you both medals. The battle against... Smoker was taken aback. Wait. We weren't the ones who captured Crocodile. Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you read the report I submitted? But the person on the Den Mushi seemed indifferent to Smoker's protests, continuing, additionally, both your ranks will be increase. Hey, hold on. Smoker's frustration mounted. It was the Straw Hat pirates who defeated Crocodile and Baroque Works, not me. Not far from him, Marine Headquarters Captain Hina interjected coldly, stop wasting your efforts, Smoker. Do you really think the world will acknowledge that pirates were the ones who resolved the Alabasta crisis? The voice on the Den Mushi persisted, therefore, please attend the medal awarding ceremony. Are you kidding me? Smoker felt his face burn with embarrassment. A medal was an honor, but at this moment, hearing the word medal made him feel ashamed. He erupted, hey! Can you convey this to the higher UPS for me? Hina was shocked, hurriedly interjecting, what good will it do to quarrel with superiors, Smoker? Just accept it. Accept the accolade for those pirates. While Hina tried to reason with Smoker, she knew his temperament well. If she guessed right, his next words to the Den Mushi would probably be go to hell. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Smoker spoke to the Den Mushi, please convey my gratitude to the government for the promotion. Hina's mouth fell agape, her slender cigarette dropping to the ground. She looked at Smoker in disbelief, stuttering, are you really Smoker? Of course, I am. After disconnecting the Den Mushi, Smoker suddenly flashed a smile. Just as he was about to exclaim, go to hell, he remembered Logan's advice. Yes. Without enough authority and status, he couldn't implement his own justice. In this situation, Smoker wanted the truth to prevail. He wanted to distinguish right from wrong, acknowledge who deserved credit, and who was at fault. This was his sense of justice. But due to his low status, he couldn't influence such matters at all. If only he were a Marine Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, or even an Admiral. Hina remarked with doubt, you seem different. Smoker chuckled, what are you thinking? Do you think I've changed? Hina nodded without speaking, her gaze contemplative. But Smoker shook his head, I haven't changed. I'm still the same. It's just... I suddenly found some sense in what a certain pirate said. Pirates. Hina squinted slightly, a particular face appearing in her mind, Logan's face. Chapter 118. Located on a secluded bank in the upper reaches of the Sandora River, the Going Merry lay still. Have they arrived yet? Sanji inquired lazily, cigarette in hand. Not yet, Usopp replied from the watchtower, clutching the god-killing star. I reckon they won't be here for a while. I'll keep watch. You can go practice. Sanji turned, resting against the railing, gazing towards the watchtower. I've already used my time to delve into the manga today, or else why would I be idling here? In recent days, the Straw Hat pirates and the Marines had a silent understanding not to interfere with each other. However, the previous day, the Marines abruptly increased their presence in Alabasta, forming a ring of encirclement. Under Logan's orders, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, and Kaya returned to the ship and sailed to this hidden riverbank. In the cabin, Kaya sat on the sofa, undergoing acupuncture, a routine she needed every 7 days to alleviate her weakness. It would take a year to fully recover. After treating Kaya, Chopper eagerly delved into the manga. He hadn't gained any abilities from the manga yet, which weighed heavily on him. Others had obtained abilities from the manga upon acquiring it. Chopper didn't want to be an outcast, a sentiment he had experienced since childhood. In the world of Strike the Blood, Chopper, in his human beast form, was covered in scars and visibly exhausted. Boom! Rudolph Eustache's attack sent Akatsuki Koju crashing beside Chopper. Koju! Hang in there, I'll heal you. Chopper rushed over. He had been forming a bond with Akatsuki Koju and Himuragi Yukina during his visits to this manga world. Trying to heal on a battlefield. Rudolph Eustache, wielding an axe, advanced with a malicious glint. Damn it! Despite his injuries, Koju rose, understanding Yukina's silent plea. Without further words, Koju bit Yukina's neck. The successor of the Collide Blood, Akatsuki Koju. Release thy shackles, come out the fifth Kanjuyu, Regulus Aurum. As Koju chanted, a dazzling golden light emanated from his body, summoning a thunderous golden lion. Chopper was astounded. So powerful! Simultaneously, Yukina collapsed. Chopper rushed to aid her, bandaging her wounds. Meanwhile, the golden lion struck Rudolph Eustache down, eliminating him. Afterward, Chopper tended to Koju's injuries and cleaned the medical equipment. However, his mind lingered on the powerful figure of the golden lion. He wanted to acquire such strength to better support his crew. In his research, the bandage soaked in Akatsuki's blood reacted with water, emitting a powerful energy. Excited, Chopper sought to replicate the process using Himuragi Yukina's blood for experimentation. Several failed attempts followed over the week, but on the 10th venture into the manga world, Chopper finally succeeded in creating a small golden pill called Rumble Ball. Inspired by Akatsuki's blood, it was a breakthrough for Chopper, developing a new type of Rumble Ball using Akatsuki Koju's ancestry blood and Himuragi Yukina's psychic blood. Chopper dubbed the Golden Rumble Ball the Lion's Golden Rumble Ball. Sneaking away from the ship back in the pirate world, he found a secluded spot to conduct a test. Given that it's a first-generation product, Chopper anticipated potential issues or malfunctions, prompting him to assess it first. Chopper opened his mouth and consumed the Golden Rumble Ball. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped his entire body, accompanied by crackling lightning beams that scorched and crackled. The beastly factor within the lion's Golden Rumble Ball surged through Chopper's body, filling him with an intense sensation akin to boiling water. The force surged violently within Chopper, causing him to roar loudly. Golden lightning erupted from his body, giving the impression that Chopper had exploded. As the golden thunderbolts continued to surge, Chopper's body transformed into a colossal figure, not as immense as the pirate world's giants, yet substantially formidable. Hey! Chopper exhaled deeply. Gradually adjusting from the initial discomfort, he began sensing the might of the yellow golden lion. Surveying the mountain wall ahead, Chopper delivered a punch. Sitsaizi. Numerous golden thunderbolt fists swirled around his punch, resembling a miniature sun. The moment his fist struck the mountain, the entire hill disintegrated into pieces. The explosive power of the golden lightning shattered the rocks into fine powder instantaneously. It's overwhelming. Chopper sensed that unleashing just a fraction of the yellow golden lion's power resulted in such terrifying strength. The thought of exerting its full power was unimaginable. However, despite its potency, the lion's Golden Rumble Ball had evident shortcomings. Upon consumption, the primordial bloodline and psychic bloodline factors within the Rumble Ball began depleting rapidly. Chopper estimated its duration to last up to 3 minutes, but a burst of full power would significantly shorten this time frame. This lion's Golden Rumble Ball still needs refinement, Chopper concluded as the drug effect wore off, reverting him to his reindeer state. Reflecting for a moment, Chopper muttered to himself, obtaining more blood from Akatsuki Koju and Himuragi Yukina won't be easy. After pondering, Chopper rubbed his head and headed back, contemplating ways to improve the lion's Golden Rumble Ball. Chapter 119. Alabasta Palace. Logan, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Robin are waiting for news from Vivi in a lounge. Everyone has recognized Princess Vivi as a crewmate and promised to take her to sea together. Now Princess Vivi said she was going to say goodbye to her father. Yet, the log pose is finally recharged. Nami's voice woke up the drowsy crowd. Great! Just waiting for Vivi to come, let's go. Luffy grinned happily, and then looked at everyone with a questioning look. Why don't we stay for another night tonight? Shall we have another Alabasta Palace banquet? Robin covered his mouth and smiled lightly. You have almost eat up with a year's amount of food these days, haven't you eaten enough? Zoro complained, this guy, his stomach is a bottomless pit. Logan looked at Luffy's cheeky face, and couldn't help laughing, it's almost done, Luffy. If you stay one more day, the chef of Alabasta Palace will cry one more day. Actually, we really can't stay any longer. The marine has almost completely surrounded Alabasta. If we stay for one more day, it will be really troublesome. Nami analyzed the form for everyone with a serious face. Logan nodded, well, we will leave as soon as Vivi comes. Luffy looked downcast. Just then, the door opened. Igaram, the captain of the Alabasta Palace Guard, walked in. Where's Vivi? Seeing Igaram alone, everyone asked doubtfully. Igaram replied with a smile, Princess Vivi returned to her residence after seeing His Majesty. Hey! Is she going to stay? Luffy was blunt and said it directly. Logan covered Luffy's mouth. How could such a thing be said in front of the captain of the guard? Bringing a princess to become a pirate, of course it is necessary to secretly imitate it. Igaram is not a fool, of course he heard something. It's just, what's strange is that he didn't say anything about this matter, but looked at Logan and showed a noble etiquette. Mr. Logan, Our Majesty summoned you, he said he have something to ask you. Something he want to ask me? Logan frowned. Logan shrugged his shoulders, okay. I'll go with you to see His Majesty the King. After walking with Igaram for a while, Logan came to a luxurious room. Is His Majesty the King summoning me? Logan almost guessed something, he looked at Igaram with a look of disbelief on his face. As expected of you. Igaram bowed with a smile, then pointed to a door ahead, and said, Princess Vivi is waiting for you inside. I will step back first. Okay. I'll just say it. If Cobra summons me in this kind of place, then I will panic. Pushing open the door inside, Logan saw Princess Vivi. How do you? Just as I was about to ask why, Princess Vivi jumped on me. Logan. Princess Vivi threw herself into Logan's arms, her eyes were red. Vivi, what are you? At this time, Logan was thrown hard by Vivi, and his back hit the wall directly. He was thumped by the wall. Don't talk, let me hug you for a while. Vivi's two slender arms tightly encircled Logan, and she stuck her face to Logan's totem. This is really unprecedented. Judging by the situation, soon Princess Vivi will explain everything herself. After hugging quietly for a few minutes, Princess Vivi's little face was removed from Logan's chest. She looked up at Logan, her little face was full of sadness. I'm sorry, Logan, I know this offends you, but please see that we are about to part, give me a good hug. Hearing this word, Logan immediately understood why Princess Vivi was sad. Maybe the rest of the Straw Hat pirates will be surprised when Princess Vivi says goodbye. But Logan was not surprised at all. After all, Princess Vivi's personality is here. Although she is a qualified crewmate, she is also a qualified princess. And a perfect princess loved by the people of Alabasta. She loves this country dearly. Even in the original plot, Princess Vivi is still choose rational over willfulness at the last moment. She entrusted her little girl's dream of adventure to the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates, and she herself assumed the responsibility of the princess. For the country she loves so much, she gave up her adventure. This kind of awareness is absolutely impossible for many people. This girl be the cutest person in Alabasta. Thinking of this, Logan raised his hands and landed on Princess Vivi's back. Then hugged tight. With a soft moan, Princess Vivi felt the warmth Logan gave her, and wept with joy. From the first time she met Logan to now, although it is only less than a month. But for Princess Vivi, this is a month that directly decides her fate. It all started with this man in front of me. Without this man, her strength would not be as powerful as it is now. Without this man, Alabasta would not have escaped the shadow of Crocodile. Without this man, she, Vivi, has no future. If it is possible, how much she wants this man in front of her to stay. But Princess Vivi understands that she can't be so selfish. Logan has his own dream and his partner. Logan, I'm sorry, Princess Vivi burst into tears, and the noise choked, I can't go to sea with you, I'm sorry, woo woo woo. Sad emotions and the pain of parting are entangled into tears of reluctance. Her little hands hugged her tightly as if she wanted to freeze time at this moment. If it weren't for the imminent parting, Princess Vivi would not have hugged Logan so boldly. But this fear of parting made her completely forget everything. She just wanted to give Logan a good hug right now. I see. No extra words, Logan only said these words. His right hand came from Vivi's back to the back of Vivi's head, gently pressing on his chest. But it was these simple words that made Princess Vivi cry even harder. Why don't you scold me? I let everyone look forward to it in vain, won't you be angry? Lying in Logan's arms, Princess Vivi sobbed softly. The corner of Logan's mouth turned tenderly. Silly girl, I said I understood, why are you still angry? But, don't you want me to go to sea with you? The little head came out of Logan's arms. Princess Vivi's eyes were a little confused. Am I being selfish? Of course I hope. Without any hesitation, Logan gave Princess Vivi an affirmative answer. He held Princess Vivi's face in both hands, and wiped off the tear stains hanging on Princess Vivi's cheek with his thumb. If you want to set sail with us, I will pick you up anytime anywhere. But you want to stay, I understand you too. You are a princess with responsibilities, but you are also a girl first. If you are more self-willed, you will run out to play regardless of everything. If you are more rational, you will shoulder the responsibility for this country. Listening to what Logan said, a smile bloomed on Princess Vivi's face. He understands me. He really understands me. Nice. Puckering her lips, Princess Vivi suddenly asked, then do you like the rational me or the willful me? You still need to ask. Which one? I like it all. Although it is a very old-fashioned way of answering, but, girls love to listen. Princess Vivi is very sweet in her heart. She looked into Logan's eyes. Logan. I like you. Ah? Princess Vivi showed an aggrieved expression on her face. Is there anything else you want to say? Logan suddenly laughed. He stared into Vivi's eyes and said deeply, Vivi, I like you. He said. He said it. Said it. A heart is pounding. Princess Vivi feels that the air is full of happiness. She pursed her red lips lightly, and asked again, then, what about Nami? I like Nami too. Logan's answer was still without hesitation. You are really honest. Princess Vivi had some resentment on her face, but she was happy in her heart. Because of Logan's answering attitude, she can deeply feel Logan's sincerity. He didn't even have the slightest hesitation to deceive her. Logan expressed calmly, I don't want to lie to people at all when things should be serious. After all, once you start telling the first lie, you will have to use countless lies to surround the 10th. As a transmigrator, Logan doesn't want to put too much restraint and pressure on herself. He won't be a stallion, but he can't set any rules for himself. Like is like, there is no need to deceive people around you in order to achieve a certain purpose. If Princess Vivi minds, then Logan won't be stalking. Well, you are such a badass that people can't help themselves. Nodding slightly, Princess Vivi lightly hammered Logan's chest with her small fist. Then, Princess Vivi suddenly boldly. He raised his hands and grabbed Logan's face. Not. Logan took a deep breath. The blood is boiling. As he expected. The next moment, Princess Vivi raised her toes. In a burst of fragrance, Logan was thumped by the wall. Princess Vivi blushed and took 2 steps back, then turned around. I'm going to clean up my makeup and say goodbye to my friends later. Saying that, she stepped forward and ran outside. Stop! Logan called to stop her. What is it? After doing the daring thing, Princess Vivi is now a little shy, with her head down, and she dare not look at Logan. Here, take. Logan walked up to Princess Vivi, gently grabbed Princess Vivi's slender hand, and placed a small piece of paper in Princess Vivi's palm. What is this? Looking at this ordinary little piece of paper, Princess Vivi was puzzled. This thing is called a Vivre card. It is made by mixing your own materials with special materials. It is a kind of paper that mainly represents life force. This small piece for you. Corners ripped from his Vivre card. No matter where I am, this small piece of Vivre call will point to my direction. The last time he had a happy exchange with Ace, Logan took the opportunity to inquire about the production method of the Vivre card. Ace readily taught Logan how to make Vivre cards, and also gave Logan the special materials for making Vivre cards. That's why Logan has a Vivre card. Didn't expect to use it so soon. Really? Princess Vivi's eyes were filled with surprise. She flicked her palm away, and immediately saw the corner of her palm faintly facing the direction of Logan. Great, I will keep this Vivre card like I cherish my own life. With it, if you don't come to pick me up in the future, I will find you by myself. Holding it tightly in her palm, Princess Vivi was extremely happy. Logan added, by the way, if this Vivre card shrinks, it means that my body has become weak. If this Vivre card slowly turns into ashes, it means that I am about to die. Shut up! Princess Vivi hurriedly stretched out her other little hand and blocked Logan's mouth, and then she said angrily, you are not allowed to say such words that scare me. Okay. Logan hummed and took the opportunity to kiss Princess Vivi's finger. Princess Vivi looked at Logan shyly. The two looked at each other for a moment, then embraced and kissed tacitly. Chapter 120. In the living room. Princess Vivi said goodbye to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Although the process is very difficult, everyone can understand her. After Logan and others boarded the Going Merry left the port. Sitting in the studio, Logan's mind is full of Vivi. I have to say, this kind of parting hurt his feeling. Thinking of not seeing Vivi for a long time in the future, if Logan doesn't feel lost, that's impossible. Sighing deeply, Logan forcibly put this matter on hold. Open the system and check the system mail in the log. A lot has been added. Your manga fan Nami has subdued the fly card in the world of manga card captor Sakura. You get the fly card ability at the same time. You get points +1. Your fan Sanji trained the 4th gate of 8 inner gates in the manga book Might Guy biography and successfully opened the 4th gate. You simultaneously gain the 4th wound ability. You get points +4. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpeki biography, and observation haki has been promoted to intermediate level. You get its observation haki ability simultaneously. You get points +2. Your manga fan Usopp trained the ability of the god-killing star Shikai Tsurubashi in the world of the manga Bleach, Urutsu Nimeya. You simultaneously get the ability of the god-killing star Shikai Tsurubashi. You get points +1. Your manga fan Chopper developed the Lion's Golden Rumble Ball in the world of the manga Strike the Blood. You simultaneously acquire the ability of the Lion's Golden Rumble Ball. You get points +2. Your manga fan Ace has awakened the Fire Dragon magic in the world of the manga Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel. You simultaneously gain the Fire Dragon magic ability. You get points +5. Once opened, there are 6 pieces of system information to be received. Logan didn't think much, and started to receive one by one. Nami is still a stable horse, she is there every time he open it. For Nami, after using the fly card, she can grow wings on the wand, and then she can fly on a small wand just like riding a broom in Harry Potter. However, the flying ability of the fly card seems to be limited. I wonder if it is possible to let Going Merry to fly. Both Sanji and Zoro are doing well this time. Zoro finally came to the middle level as well as Luffy, the 2-type haki. Sanji's 8 inner gates opened to the 4th gate, which greatly improved his strength. Usopp's Tsurubashi, Logan knows what ability it is when he sees the name. Bakud number 37, Tsurubashi. Even the names are exactly the same. The ability of Tsurubashi, as the name suggests. You can use spiritual power to create a rope in the air, which can catch objects. It is a good auxiliary ability. Although it is only used to pick up objects, because it is a rope made of spiritual power, its carrying capacity is still very huge. It is estimated that it should not be a big problem to pick up Going Merry or something. Chopper's ability surprised Logan a little. Only then did he know that the manga chosen by Chopper was Strike the Blood. Moreover, according to his thinking, even if Chopper chooses this manga, he should awaken a certain ability in the manga like Princess Vivi. But who would have thought? Chopper found another way, and even used the method of making rumble balls to obtain the ability of the Akatsuki Kyujou familiar. Logan looked at the golden rumble ball that had just appeared in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, the golden lion. Finally, when Logan receives the power from Ace, he hesitated for a moment, but did not accept it. You know, dragon slayers will become severely motion sick, seasick, and unlucky of all means of transportation because of the fire dragon magic destroying the semicircular canals of the human body. In short, while enjoying the power brought by this ability, you have to accept its flaws. Logan guessed that his ability to synchronize the fire dragon magic through the system should be just the ability to synchronize, not the symptoms of motion sickness. However, a cautious person like Logan would not take risks in order to obtain an ability. Even if there is only a slight risk, I don't want to. If you get seasick every day in the future, wouldn't that be fatal? After accepting the points, Logan went to check the points achievement interface. What? The icon for the third achievement chest also lights up. The first two treasure chests are both bronze in color, and the second treasure chest has more complicated lines than the first treasure chest. This third treasure chest is golden. Logan opened the third treasure chest. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling golden light, a thing that looks like a skill icon in the game popped up. Logan checked it. What a skill! Guardianship of the Goddess of Holy Light. Under the protection of the Goddess of Holy Light, all negative curses cannot affect you. Passive effect, immune to all negative buffs targeting your body, spirit, will, etc. This is a bit of a bully. Although the introduction of the effect is only a short sentence, but how to say that sentence, what is concentrated is the essence. As long as it is against the negative buffs of the body, spirit, will, etc., it can be immune. Simply put, land lover like devil fruit and motion sickness from dragon slayer magic are all negative buffs for the physical body. Now that Logan has this skill, even if he eats devil fruit, or possesses fire dragon magic, he will not be affected by the negative curse. In addition, if someone uses these abilities of illusion on Logan, it will be invalid. This is another life-saving ability. Logan can see it. The system is really afraid of his death. Since I'm immune to negative buffs, I can get the system power up from Ace. Thinking of this, Logan received the system message from Ace. He stood up and walked around the studio. Really? Didn't feel seasick at all. I don't know if it's because the Guardian of the Goddess of Light made the seasickness debuff immune to it, or it didn't exist in the first place. Logan rubbed his chin. It is estimated that only Ace can know about this. By the way, if there is a suitable devil fruit next time, it seems that I can eat one too. The Going Merry headed south along the Sandora River. As long as you get out of the mouth of the San Lola River, you can go to the next island. At this time, at the mouth of the Sandora River, more than a dozen warships are hovering on the sea here with some regularity. On the splint of one of the warships, Captain Hina of the Marine Headquarters said to the Den Den Mushi angrily, "Smoker, didn't you just thank the government for the promotion before? Why are you going your own way now? Stop talking nonsense. In short, let me deal with Straw Hat crew now." On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, Smoker snorted coldly. He made such a decision, on the one hand, because according to the justice in his heart, he would never take action against the hero who saved Alabasta at such a time. On the other hand, he really dare not. When he thinks of Logan's style of doing things, he feels very helpless. Unless he really doesn't consider Tashigi, then he can still fight with the Straw Hat pirates. Otherwise, as long as Logan is on that boat, he can only hold back. Suddenly thought of something, Smoker said to the Den Den Mushi again, "By the way, Hina, you'd better not attack them. Otherwise, you may get into trouble." "Are you kidding? Do you think Hina is as capricious as you bastard? Since they are pirates, and the higher up have ordered us to catch this group of people, Hina will definitely carry it out." Hina scolded coldly. The slender cigarette at the corner of her mouth moved up and down as she spoke, giving off a vigorous aura. Hearing this, Smoker was furious. "Idiot. That's because they want to cover up the fact that this country was saved by pirates. Hina naturally knows. But she didn't want to mix too much personal thoughts into it. She said coldly, "Okay. Since you don't want to cooperate with Hina, then just stay here. Honestly. See how Hina catch these pirates." Although she know that the Straw Hat pirates are very strong, but in the battle at sea, Hina has full confidence. Smoker shook his head slightly, then sighed, "Since you insist on dealing with the Straw Hat pirates, I have to remind you to be careful with that Logan." "Oh? Logan?" Hearing this, Hina's mouth twitched with interest, and said lightly, "That's just right, Hina just happened to be a little interested in him." With that said, she hung up the Den Den Mushi. Smoker was speechless. Is she interested in Logan? So, good luck. Captain, the target ship has entered the predetermined location. At this time, the observer on the warship reported to Hina. Notify the Black Threshold troops and start the Black Spear formation immediately. On the other side, on the deck of the Going Merry, Usopp and Logan stood at the front of the deck. As for the others, they all went to practice in mangas at this time. Sanji and Chopper have run out of manga time today, but one went to make food for everyone, and the other went to make medicine for Kaya. Is there really no need to call everyone? Usopp asked. It's just a few warships, it's not worth wasting everyone's chance to enter the manga world. Logan shrugged his shoulders. If you call out your partner who is practicing at this time, it means that you will be pulled out before the time limit for entering the manga is up. Wasted an opportunity. Okay. We have already entered the center of their encirclement, and it is estimated that they are going to sail toward us. Usopp is also well informed now, and he has very strong eyesight when holding the god-killing star, so he can easily determine Marine's strategy. It's okay, we'll just go straight ahead. Okay. Whizzing. At this moment, 2 cannons shot rapidly from the front. Logan flipped his palm, and the shield of Clow appeared. Boom. Boom. When the 2 black cannonball were about to hit the hull of Going Merry, they were blocked by an invisible energy shield. The observer on the warship suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, something blocked our cannonball." That's the ability of Devil Fruit, right? Don't worry. Such a strong defense is definitely impossible to spread all over the pirate ship. Inform the Black Threshold troops to attack together, and the Black Spears troop will be fired at random, not at the same time. Yes. Whoosh. 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 Whoo. A dozen marine warships fired cannonball at the Straw Hat pirates from all directions. No 2 cannonball arrive at the same time. Sure enough, she is a smart woman. Watching the opponent's quick adjustments, Logan had to secretly admire Hina's battlefield wisdom. Indeed. Although the shield is very defensive, but like the barrier fruit, it cannot be infinitely extended. If it is within a small range, it can completely form a spherical shape and achieve absolute defense. But for a target as big as a pirate ship, no matter it is a shield or a barrier fruit, it is impossible to surround it in all directions. Logan controlled the ability of the shield, allowing the energy shield to constantly change its position, thus blocking one attack after another. This ability is really convenient. Seeing Logan's relaxed response, Usopp's face was full of joy. Logan got a broadcast Den Den Mushi from Usopp, and shouted to the front, "Stop shooting cannonball, or I will retaliate." Hearing Logan's voice, Hina's eyes lit up. Smoker told me to be careful with this guy, she's going to catch him today. Then see how Smoker would react. She picked up the radio. Den Den Mushi, you are Logan, the deputy head of the Straw Hat Pirates, right? If you want to get angry and try to break through my cannonball array if you have the strength. FK. This voice. How dare you still provoke me? Don't make trouble. What kind of black spear formation? It's too easy to break through. I will use one of the 36 strategies is called directly smashing marine. I can use this trick to make your black spear formation disappear. So. Just learn from your Smoker classmate, it's good for everyone to live in peace. Logan tried to convince the other party. After all, Hina and Smoker are a bit similar, they are rare righteous people in marine. Of course, Hina is definitely not as good as Smoker in terms of implementing the justice in her heart. It's okay not to mention Smoker. When Logan mentioned Smoker, Hina was furious. She said in a cold voice, "It's really arrogant. Although Hina don't know what 36 tricks you are talking about, but today Hina is here, even if the gods come, they will not be able to save you." Hina said it. Looks like she won't let it go. Shall I fire the gun? Usopp asked. No. This group of marines don't kill them. Logan shook his head, and then he leap. At the same time, he used the fly card, forming 2 small wings behind him. But it is enough to carry him to fly alone. Soru. With an acceleration in the air, Logan instantly appeared on the deck of the warship. He looked at Hina, who was shocked in front of him. "For the sake of your justice, I don't want to embarrass you, let it go." "Stop joking. Logan, you just deliver yourself to Hina, don't blame Hina for being rude." Saying that, Hina kicked out sideways. This speed is simply too slow for Logan. With a random grab, he grabbed Hina's ankle. "You got fooled." Hina chuckled, and saw black barriers appear on her ankles, binding Logan's hands. Logan didn't care at all. "Boring, let me ask you for the last time, will you let me go or not? You have already been caught by Hina, why do you still ask such stupid questions?" Hina kept this shape, took out the cigarette from her mouth with her slender fingers, and blew a puff of smoke towards Logan with a smile. "Okay. It seems that I still have to be rough." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Logan looked over. "It is good. This shape is just right." The other hand immediately attacked Hina. "Don't even think about succeeding. Hina immediately hit the fruit ability and trapped Logan's wrist. But Logan rubber fruit ability activated. This hand stretched instantly, and it reached Hina. Hina suddenly felt something bad, because at this moment Hina's defense was wide open. Next moment. Snapped. A crisp slap. Hina is numb.
Thanks for listening.